All right, testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Let's try that again. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Testing, testing, testing 1 2. Alright folks, welcome to another stream. Today we're going to be starting a brand new game on Dark Souls 2. Oh my god, I still haven't muted myself. Okay, that's better. We're going to be starting a brand new game of Dark Souls 2. We're going to be playing the PC version specifically, but this was a game that was also released on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. There was a updated remixed version called Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin that came out a little bit later. It came out on PS3, 360, and Xbox One, and PS4, and PC. I've actually already done that one on my channel. I think about a year ago we ran through that game. So yeah, the original Dark Souls 2 actually has different enemy layouts, different balance tweaks and things like that. So this is definitely one I've wanted to knock out on my channel here. I've previously done Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2 Scholar, Dark Souls 3, and Bloodborne. So this will be the last one that we have to play. There is also Demon Souls, but I snapped my disc in half last week, and I don't plan on revisiting that game anytime soon. So yeah, Dark Souls 2, the vanilla version here, is pretty much the last one I really want to cover on my channel for the time being. We'll see about Demon Souls in the future, and we'll see what else From Software comes out with over the next few years. Actually, I do need to get to Sekiro, but it's not really, from what I understand, it's not really a Souls game. It's kind of, it's more like an action game from what I understand, but apparently the boss pattern memorization from the Soul series is still very much present there. So I do want to get to that, and if I really enjoy it, maybe I'll cover it here on this channel. But yeah, this should be a fun playthrough. Again, we're playing the PC version. The benefit to playing the PC version of the game is that it's 60 frames a second, whereas if you're playing on Xbox 360 or PlayStation 3, it's 30 frames a second. A fairly consistent 30, actually, more so than Dark Souls 1, with some dips here and there. But yeah, this is the best way to play the game. You can play it at 1080p, maybe even higher, and you get 60 FPS and probably faster load times. And you get flexibility on what kind of controller you want to use with the game. I'm using the old trusty wired Xbox 360 controller, which is really good for these games. And yeah, it should be a fun playthrough. So just want to make a quick disclaimer here. For anyone that is finding this video in YouTube search for some odd reason, maybe you're looking for a Dark Souls 2 walkthrough or playthrough, this is not going to be like a 100%, you know, playthrough where I'm like showing you where all the, you know, all the items are and exploring every little nook and cranny and explaining lore and stuff like that. This is not the stream for you or the video for you. If you're looking for that sort of thing, you probably want to go somewhere else or check out another video. But we are going to be trying to go through this game relatively quickly, not speed running, but you know, I am familiar with this game, so my goal is just to get through all the bosses, hopefully show off some decent gameplay in various combat situations, and just kind of like show you the basic route through the game. Now, I actually recently just played Scholar of the First Sin, so the original Dark Souls 2, some details are going to be a little foggy for me, since I actually haven't played vanilla Dark Souls 2 in a little while. But, you know, since I have gone through Scholar, a lot of the stuff, a lot of the key elements are still in the same places, like the bosses and locations, you know, world locations and things like that. But items and things like that have been switched around, and enemies have been switched around. I will be trying to talk about some Scholar differences, you know, compared to the vanilla Dark Souls 2 as we go through this, since that is still fresh in my mind. So I actually went through the PS3 unpatched version of Dark Souls 2 vanilla over the summer, probably about 7 or 8 months ago now, and yeah, there were actually a lot of differences that really caught my eye. So I'm sure those will be refreshed in my mind as we play through this pretty easily. So I'll talk about those as we go through the game. We're going to do a basic knight build. Basically just probably use the broadsword through the entire game, which is what I usually do. And probably will use a shield, and just to give myself some extra defense, flexibility. And yeah, should be a fun run. So... But, is this the game, Jose asks, is this the game in the Soul series you would recommend to a person who wants to start out? You could start with Dark Souls 2, absolutely. I usually tell people to start with the first one, though, because to me, there's just something special about the first one. But I think Dark Souls 2 is an easier game, but I also find that new players tend to either, I don't know. Dark Souls 2 is kind of a divisive game in the series. I think it's a fantastic game. I think it's excellent. I've really grown attached to this game recently. But Dark Souls 1, I think, is still my favorite of the bunch. Yeah. I don't know. All right, we're going to skip through you know, a lot of the cutscenes and stuff like that. Sorry, people. If I go through all the cutscenes and stuff, this potentially 20-hour playthrough will end up being a 30-hour one. So, but yeah, you start off here, and all you have to do is just run this way. You've pretty much got nothing. And for anybody curious, you've got your health and stamina bars at the top left. You'll notice that my health bar is cut in half. We'll be able to extend that to a full bar, but as of now, it's only filled halfway. When you start here, you can come over here, and you'll notice that there are these big tracks in the ground, and that actually indicates a big ogre type of enemy up here in the top left. We don't want to bother him. There is a decent item there. Actually, I don't even know if it's decent in this version, because the last version I played was Scholar. You don't really want to go for that. That guy will probably just kill you in one hit. Those guys are very beefy. And if you look through that waterfall, you'll notice that there's actually a little glowing object. That's another item as well that we can pick up. Probably nothing crazy, but I can go get that if I want to. Pressing the B button, assuming you've got everything mapped to default controls, allows you to dodge roll. And we pick that up, and then it's a small, smooth, and silky stone. There's actually a little guy that we can give those to, and they'll basically trade you special items. Not even special items, but just items for those small and smooth, silky stones. And this is where we basically set up our character. So let me go ahead and type something in. All right. Hey, Lord JP. What's going on, man? I'm a little stuffed up at the moment, so it'll probably be a little while before I clear out here, so I apologize for that. Alright, so you pick your class and gift. So class, we're just going to do knight, because he starts with the broadsword. And the benefit to the knight is that he is relatively powerful right from the very beginning. If you pick other characters, they're not as strong for the most part. Now, I haven't messed with all the classes. Like, bandit would be kind of cool to try out. I did try swordsman, I tried warrior, and they take more hits to kill enemies in the beginning of the game. So if you're starting this game for the first time and you're not really trying to mess with sorceries and magic and things like that, I would probably recommend just starting as a knight, because he'll make the game easier right from the very beginning. Now you can choose a gift. Each of these things do different things. A lot of these are just one-time use items. So the human effigy will turn you, basically human again. It'll extend your health bar all the way. Homeward Bone is an item you can get that lets you warp back to a bonfire. It's just a one-time use item. Seed of a Tree of Giants. These do certain things. I don't really ever use them. Bonfire Ascetics basically raise the level of an area. Basically make enemies stronger. They make bosses reappear. So you can fight them a second time on the same playthrough, which is a really awesome feature that the other Souls games don't have. But again, one-time use item. Same with a lot of these other things. So what I usually do to start off is I go with the life ring. This is a permanent item that you can equip, and it'll boost my health bar by a certain amount of points. So let's go ahead and do that. I think that's probably one of the best combinations you can do. And we got some keys here. And so these ladies here are actually kind of important, sort of. So what they do is one of them will allow you to, with a specific item, they will allow you to redo your stats. So we might actually come back later on in the playthrough to do that. So this is a treasure chest here, or just a chest. We got a human effigy, which is nice. Now, something to note about these chests is that in Dark Souls 2, you can actually break chests. So you don't want to attack chests in this game, otherwise they'll fall apart, and whatever items that were in there will basically turn to rubbish, I believe. And so you could actually end up losing very good items by accidentally destroying a treasure chest, or a chest. I keep calling them treasure chests. They're not really treasure chests. Stexor says, isn't Dark Souls 2 considered the weakest in the series? It depends on who you talk to. There are people that absolutely adore this game, and it just depends on who you talk to. Some people say it's the worst. Some people say it's the best. Honestly, for me, it's actually kind of raising in rank for me personally. Like, I would have said Dark Souls 1. Well, actually, no, I probably, see, I'm trying to think to myself, do I like Dark Souls 1 more than Bloodborne? I don't know, I've played Dark Souls 1 way more, so I have a greater attachment to it. But, man. So yeah, it would either be Bloodborne or Dark Souls 1 for me as the top. I would probably put this above Dark Souls 3 now, because while Dark Souls 3 I think has better combat and, better visual design and things like that, Dark Souls 2 has a lot more flexibility in its world progression and how you go through the game and whatnot. And I also think it has a more interesting world in general. Between its lore and stuff like that, and lots of little hidden, nuanced things you can do in the game. Or more subtle, nuanced things you can do in the game. Dark Souls 3 is a little more of a linear affair, not as many branching pathways and things like that. But, I mean, it's all kind of subjective. There are some things that are kind of crappy about Dark Souls 2, like, it definitely doesn't feel as good as Dark Souls 1 or 3. This was apparently done by a different team at From Software, and the way the camera moves, the way your character moves, everything feels a lot more stiff than the other games. And this little guy up here didn't say anything. Normally they're supposed to say something, but this is where you can drop your smooth and silky stones. Let's go ahead and drop that. So we go ahead and we say leave. Yep, and they basically respond to you, and then they trade you an item. So we just got a soul of a proud knight from that. So the souls that you pick up, you can use them, and they will boost your soul meter or soul counter in the bottom right-hand portion of the screen. And the soul counter there is basically used for leveling up and purchasing items. It's both currency and it's also experience at the same time. Now, for those of you guys that are new to this series, and it sounds like we have a couple out there that are actually new to this series, which is pretty cool. When you die, you leave behind what's called a blood stain. And we can actually jump here. Let's see what's my jump button. Jump button is the left analog stick while you're running. You hold on B to run. So let's see if we can make this without dying. Jumping is a little tricky in this game, but there aren't a lot of points of the game where you really have to jump. And let's go here and hopefully not fall down. And there's another ladder right here as well. But yeah, when you die, you leave behind what's called a blood stain. And if you make it back to your blood stain without dying again, you can actually recover all of your souls. So yeah, what happens is your souls that you have, or your experience points, if you want to look at them that way, they basically are left behind when you die as your blood stain. And so you do have the chance of permanently losing whatever souls you have on hand if you don't make it back to your bloodstain in one piece. So that's one of the really fun things about the Souls games, is there's that risk versus reward. Not even just risk versus reward, it's just, you know, will you get your souls back, you know, if you get back to them in one piece. So it's definitely one of the defining features of this series. So you can kick down this tree. So this is one of the bigger differences between Vanilla Dark Souls 2 and Scholar of the First Sin. In Scholar of the First Sin, there's a stone statue blocking that doorway, and you can't actually get in here without a special item. And down here is what's called an Estus Flask Shard. Now, I haven't actually gotten the Estus Flask yet because we're at the very beginning of the game. We need to talk to the Emerald Herald before we can actually get that, but we will get it very shortly here. And the Estus Flask is basically a bottle you get that is filled with Estus, and Estus will refill your health. And it's one of those things that you basically have an infinite amount of, because every time you go to a bonfire, they refill. Whereas if you look in the bottom left-hand portion of the screen, you'll notice I have this thing called a life gem. And these are one-time use items. So I have 10 of them right now. And if I use all 10, I'm basically out of health refills. And I don't want to come down here. There are these big ogres, but there is a coffin down there that you can go into if you want to have a sex change. So you'll notice that I started off as a male, but if you go into that coffin and rest in it, you'll actually pop out as a female, and vice versa. So fun little feature there. Yeah, again, in Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin, you know, this whole area is blocked off, so you're probably not going to come here until later. But there is a greater reward down there if you're playing the Scholar version of the game. So again, Scholar of the First Sin was a re-release of Dark Souls 2 with a higher frame rate. The original Dark Souls 2 on consoles was only 30 frames a second, which is another reason why we're playing the PC version, where you get the benefit of that nice, smooth frame rate. But on console, Scholar of the First Sin boosted it to 60 frames a second. But it also rearranged a lot of the enemies and rebalanced certain things. Some people say it's kind of a more difficult version of the game, and I would actually agree. If you're going to play Dark Souls 2, I actually kind of recommend playing the original version first on PC if you can, and then going to Scholar later on when you get better at the game, more familiar with the game. So bonfires, I haven't explained, they're basically checkpoints, and so you light the bonfire, then you rest at it. And now we're basically checkpointed here at this bonfire. So if I die, I go back to the last bonfire that I rested at. So the first thing you need to do here is talk to the Emerald Herald here. And she gives you a bunch of story and exposition and whatnot. She also gives you your Estus Flask. And as you can see there, it says you may level up by the power of the Emerald Herald. So basically, you have to talk to her whenever you want to level up. This is actually very common in the Souls games. I think Dark Souls 1 is the only one in the series where you don't have to go to some random person to level up. Yeah, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Demon Souls, and Bloodborne, you all have to go to a standing lady at your home base to level up. So let's go ahead and actually try to level up. We should be able to level up a couple times here. So a couple things to note here. One thing that separates Dark Souls 2 from the others is that when you dodge roll in Souls games, you have invincibility frames when you start rolling. And that is crucial to survival in the game, especially in the boss fights. Now, Dark Souls 2, for some reason, they changed the invincibility frames and basically linked it with adaptability. So what I do in the very beginning of the game is I usually try to pump stats into my adaptability right away, because I want to be able to dodge roll and have those invincibility frames, which basically ups my survival rate. So this is my dodge roll right here. It uses up stamina, and at the start of the dodge roll, you're invincible. And how long that invincibility lasts at the start depends on your adaptability. So, and this guy will let you join a covenant called the Way of the Blue. And covenants in Dark Souls 2 and the Soul series in general have different properties. I don't really worry about covenants too much, but this is a very deep aspect of the game. Dark Souls 2 and the series in general is just very, very nuanced and very deep. So much so that years later, after playing these games for the first time, I'm still learning so many new things. And there's a reason that people clock hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours into these games. You can also learn gestures. If you're playing on an Xbox 360 controller, you can press the back button to bring up your gestures. And then you can select a gesture and then do it. Just like that. And I don't think there's anything around here. There is an item, or not an item, but something back there that's handy. I think that actually gives you some it might give you information about how to access the DLC or something like that in the original Dark Souls 2. I don't remember exactly. But the next point of business is to get some items around here. And I will check chat in a few moments. We got a life gem, which is nice. So we can talk to this guy. He's basically the blacksmith of the game. And, he's locked out of his area. So what we have to do is find a merchant that has a key. I guess she stole the key from him or something like that. Or ended up with the key somehow. And we'll let him back in. Then he'll be able to upgrade our weapons and so on and so forth. We can also buy stuff from him. So one of the areas you can go to is down here. You don't really want to do that first. You want to do the Forest of Fallen Giants first. That's the easiest way to go in the very beginning of the game. But there's an item up here, and then there's this thing right here. You don't want to make this mistake when you first play this game. It's the Covenant of Champions or something like that. Champions Covenant, I don't remember what it's called exactly. But if you join that covenant, all the enemies in the game are beefed up and harder to deal with. And when I first played Dark Souls 2, I joined that covenant not realizing what it does. And so that was a problem. So don't do that on your first playthrough if you decide to play this game. And this cat has a couple items for sale. And this is actually one of the only NPCs in the game that you cannot kill. But she does deal with covenants. And it tells you what covenants you joined and what your rank is in that covenant. And then you can also buy rings. She's got this silver cat ring, which is really important for later on in the game. You'll notice that there's a huge well in the middle of Majula, which is this main hub area. And we want to eventually fall down there. That's going to be an important area we have to go to later on in the game. The silver cat ring will allow you to basically absorb fall damage. So you'll be able to fall farther without dying instantly. Also, you need to get Estus Flask shards to upgrade your Estus Flask. And first we need to actually equip our Estus Flask. Let's go ahead and do that. And actually, it looks like I have some more souls here. I don't think that's really worth a whole lot. I'll go ahead and do it anyway. That might actually be enough to level up, so we can actually level up again. But yeah, to upgrade your Estus Flask here, you notice that we only have one flask down on the bottom left. We can actually get our first Estus Flask shard right here. which will allow us to upgrade our Estus flask. So then we'll have 2 Estus flasks. We're going to eventually find a key for this room as well, or this building. At the bottom of it is another Estus flask shard. So we're going to want to do that pretty early in the game. There's this guy here. He also sells wares, mostly armor and whatnot. I don't usually buy stuff from him, but he can get some decent items from what I understand. When I play the Souls games, I usually play quite basic, and I usually just, a lot of times in a lot of these games, I just start with the basic build, and I just take that to the very end of the game. It's just how I play these games. I guess you could say I play these games a little more like they're old school games like Castlevania or Ninja Gaiden, where, you know, I don't spend a lot of time in the worlds, you know, configuring my characters or, you know, trying to craft different things for, you know, different, you know, build combinations and whatever. Some people do that. They just live off these games. Me, I like to just kind of go straight through the game, beat the bosses, you know, and experience them that way. Lately, I have been experimenting more, but there's so much of these games that you could be experimenting for probably the rest of your life and still have new things to discover. Oops, actually, I wanted to go back to her and see if I could level up again. So we have 1,400 souls. Let's try that one more time. And so you talk to her, you go to level up, and let's see if we've got enough for a level up. We do. Okay, so I'm going to do another adaptability. I'm probably going to take adaptability to at least like 15 or 16. Probably higher over the course of the playthrough, maybe even 20. Just to ensure that I've got, you know, good invincibility frames on my dodge roll. Holy crap, Zoran is out there. Oh man, I totally forgot to text you. I'm sorry, dude. Zoran's actually my coworker. He asked me last night if I was going to be streaming anything this weekend. I was like, yeah, I'm going to be starting a full playthrough of Dark Souls 2 on PC. So, yeah, thanks for tuning in, man. I'm glad you found me. All right, rusted coin. The rusted coins are items that I know in other games, yeah, temporarily boost luck. And so what I'm going to do is actually go ahead and equip that. And so enemies in this game drop items and whatnot, and so you can use those rusted coins to boost your luck and temporarily, so you can make items appear more frequently. Although I don't know if they really have a great effect in the early parts of the game because your luck is so low to start. But it might be something worth using as you build your luck in the game. So you need to flip that switch to wait for this door to open. And this is going to take us right into our very first area. First, we can actually explore a little bit here. And I don't see any items over there, but there is, or should be, some items down below here. We want to walk along this plank, just like so. And there's a chest. Dark Souls starring Patchouli. And I just died. Because there's a gap there. I don't remember there being... Yeah, no, I think the gap was always there. So that's our first death. I should probably have a death counter on here. It's a pretty bad way to start. So Palpuck, what's going on? Carlos, welcome back. Tony Hayden, Jay, Jeff Smith. Oh, Jeff is here. Game Eagle, and we got Ebenezer Booze. Thanks for joining up once again. So yeah, what happens when you die is you become... Do they call it cursed in this game? I don't remember. In the first Dark Souls, you go hollow. In this, it might be cursed. But you'll notice that I'm no longer a clean-skinned young dude. I'm looking like a zombie. And if you look very, very closely in my health bar, you'll notice that it's a tiny bit lower than it was before. Every time you die, your health bar decreases by a small percentage, going all the way down to I think about 50% of your health, which is, you know, kind of what I was talking about earlier. You notice when we started the game, our health was only at 50%, and that was our maximum. When you go human, you can use your whole health bar. When you're hollow or cursed or whatever, zombified, whatever you want to call it, your health bar decreases its maximum. And it won't go back up completely full until you go human again, which is what the human effigies are for. And okay, cool, we can get it. I don't really need those souls. I'm not going to worry about picking up my bloodstain. So there we go. I was pretty sure in Scholar you could just fall down and just come over here, or maybe not. Maybe I ran and I jumped, but I'm pretty sure I just went over there straight like that in Scholar the first end. One of the big differences in this area between Scholar and this one is that there are ogres here in the Scholar edition, so this initial area is actually a lot more challenging in Scholar. And so to start, we actually don't have a shield or anything like that. We will get a shield later. And you press the R triggers to attack, and you can do R1 for a light attack, you can do R2 for a heavy attack, and then if you press the Y button, you can actually dual wield, or two-hand, not dual wield, but two-hand. You can actually dual wield weapons in this game. It's a pretty cool feature. I actually don't two-hand that often in this game. I do find the weak R1 attack to be suitable enough. It's got a better, I think, attack range, and a better swiping range than the two-handed, and you attack faster. So it does pretty solid damage, and you attack faster. But first point in this area is to make sure you don't miss this bonfire. I was actually, in my first couple playthroughs, I actually didn't know this bonfire was here, because I would rush through this area, and I wouldn't notice the bonfire to the right. Hey Darth, long time no see. Have you played Sekiro? Not yet. I've been holding off on buying it because it's still like a $50 game. And I've been trying to sort of curb my buying habits and how much I spend on video games, because I've got such a huge backlog to play already. So yeah, waiting for the drop in price. If it can go down to like 20 bucks, I'll probably pick it up and then check it out. Really want to play it though. I definitely want to play it. I hear it's excellent. So we got these archers here, which are kind of annoying. If you click in the right analog stick, you can actually lock on to enemies. And very, very useful feature. Although in Dark Souls 2, there are a lot of points where you don't want to actually lock on. There's some good videos online explaining why. Yeah, Dark Souls 2, one thing a lot of people don't like about it is that you are ambushed quite frequently by enemies, more than you are, like in bigger groups I should say, than you are in other Souls games. So that's where the lock-on, or turning off the lock-on, is a good thing. Let's go ahead and use an Estus Flask. Now, using Estus Flasks in Dark Souls 2, it actually usually takes a while for your health to fill back up. And this is what I'm talking about with big groups of enemies. So let's unlock here. And so I've actually been playing, I played about 20 plus hours of Dark Souls 3 this past week. And so it's going to take me a little while to get back into the groove of the combat system in Dark Souls 2, because it does feel pretty different from Dark Souls 3. And so we're going to come on up here, kill some enemies, just like so. Actually, in tiny hallways like this, it's good to dual wield if you're using something like a broadsword or a straight sword or long sword or anything like that, because your attack is... well, actually, no. I'm confusing it with Dark Souls 3 again. Never mind. Don't listen to me. In Dark Souls 3, if you're using a straight sword, it's more of like a vertical slice attack, whereas this, it's more like a horizontal. So never mind. Yeah, it's going to take me a little while to get out of my Dark Souls 3 mindset. You want to come up here and kill this guy first, though, because he actually will throw fire bombs down to the ground, which makes it hard to pick up all those items without taking hits. So let's run over here and jump, just like so. Shadows die twice was more like shadows die all the freaking time. Yeah. I've heard it's a very difficult game. But you know me, I like challenging games. I like fair challenging games. Unlike Demon Souls. So yeah, very, very much looking forward to Sekiro. Joel says he must be cursed too then. Let's see. Okay. So these guys right here, the Heide Knights, you don't want to mess around with them. In Dark Souls 2, they're spread all over the course of the game. In the Scholar of the First Aid Edition, they're all in one area, which I'll talk about later. But when you see them, don't mess with them, especially in the early parts of the game. In the early parts of the game, they will kick your ass, and yeah, you will have a good hard time with them. So another difference here is that this area is littered with these enemies. Like this guy I just killed, there's probably at least 10 of them laying all around this area. So Scholar of the First Sin actually has a lot of significant enemy placement differences. And I definitely recommend trying it out if you're a big fan of Dark Souls 2. There's going to be a sort of a trollish enemy right here. He always just lunges straight at you. So when you first play this game, you'll probably get ambushed by enemies that you don't want to get ambushed by. And there's some guys in there that'll probably come out as I approach them. Now I'm actually kind of doing it relatively risky right now. I have no more Estus flasks, but the thing is, you get a lot of life gems in Dark Souls 2. So I actually have several health refills right now. I have 17 on hand, and I can buy as many as I want over the course of the playthrough. So in the early parts of the game, make sure you are switching to your life gems once you run out of your Estus flask. Now, one other issue Dark Souls 2 has that a lot of people complain about, and I don't blame them, is everything has durability in this game. Now, that was a feature in other Souls games, but in other Souls games, your weapons and armor rarely broke. It was a very uncommon occurrence. In Dark Souls 2, it's a very common occurrence. It's the exact opposite. Every time your sword collides with a wall, every time it collides with an enemy, your durability goes down. And let's actually check our durability right now. So we go to our equipment, and we can select our weapon here. And durability, I think, is that second to bottom on the right. 29 out of 60. I think that's our weapon durability for this weapon. So our durability is actually dropped in half. So, you know, we do have to be a little careful here. And there should be a guy up here. And there's an item. Solid Nate! Are you still playing, Nate? Or you just pop it in and saying hello as you're playing? Nate was playing Demon Souls. I think he's actually probably still playing it right now. Hey, Timu, welcome back, man. Monolith says ridiculous amount of enemies. Yeah, there are big groups of enemies in this game, but honestly, you learn to take care of them. And it's just a completely different skill all on its own than what you oftentimes have to deal with in other Souls games. Dark Souls 3 is a little more like this, where you do have big groups of enemies at occasional parts, but a lot of times in that game you're still fighting just one enemy at a time. Okay, so what I want to... Oh, you just finished your stream. Nice, man. How did the rest of that go? Alright, so what I first want to do here, if I have the money, is come and buy this key right here, which will let the blacksmith into his place. And then what I have to do is talk to this lady over and over and over again. When you get to the end of the conversation, yep, that's it. She will actually end up in Majula, and she'll remain there permanently for the rest of the playthrough. And actually, let me make sure I don't have any other items. I actually have the life ring, but I haven't equipped it. So let me actually equip that. So actually, what we can do here is we can actually unequip it. Just like so. And we can look at our equipment status on the, or player status on the right. So you'll notice that, you know, we're at 974 hit points, but if we equip the life ring, we go to 1,022. So that's, you know, it's almost 50 hit point increase. And then it looks like the way the blue ring actually, or the blue seal, actually gives us extra health as well. So what I want to do is equip both of these. And then now you'll notice my health bar is a little bit larger. Now this door right here is a little interesting. It's locked, but you can actually attack straight through it. And for some reason, this looks really bright compared to when I was playing Scholar of the First Sin. This is very interesting. I wonder if they darken certain areas in Scholar. Alright, so we have a small leather shield now. And what I'm going to do is actually equip that. And again, we can press Y to bring up our stats here. And one thing I do want to watch out for is my weight. Weight is in the bottom right-hand portion of the screen. And depending on how much you have equipped, depends on whether you will fast roll, medium roll, or fat roll. And so we definitely don't want to fat roll in this game. But I do have a shield now, so now I can actually block attacks, which is nice. A lot of people say you don't want to block in Dark Souls 2. You just want to dual or two-hand weapons all day long and don't use a shield. Don't listen to those people. You know, You could play however you want, obviously. But blocking, contrary to popular opinion, is actually quite useful in Dark Souls 2. And so these are you know, sort of iron chests, and I don't even know if they can be destroyed like wooden chests can be. I've never tried, actually. But what I like to do, ooh, another Estus Flask shard, very nice. What I really like to do is attack them first, because sometimes they can be mimics. Now, there are actually tells on the treasure chest to let you know if they are mimics. But I like to attack them just in case, because a lot of times I'm not paying attention. I'm not playing slowly enough to catch the little details. What I'm going to also do here, instead of going back to Majula to give the blacksmith his key, what I'm going to do is actually continue playing this area, because there's a guy and another Estus Flask. I don't know if there's an Estus Flask shard exactly where we're going. Ooh, there's an enemy here in Scholar, but he's not here in regular Dark Souls 2. But where he goes to after we trigger him, or trigger, you know, our conversation with him, will reveal an Estus Flask shard. So we have 2 Estus Flasks right now. We can actually upgrade to a 3rd, because I got a shard in that previous room we were just in. And then there's going to be another shard that we can get after we talk to a guy coming up here in just a few moments. So we'll be able to get our Estus Flasks up, which is very nice. Nate is just playing careful. Nice. That's a good way to go in Demon Souls. Definitely be careful when you play that game, for sure. There's a locked door back there we can't go through just yet. But we're going to come on up here. And we're going to eventually end up down there by... how do we get down there? I completely forgot. And I'm getting sniped. Perfect. So there are these big beetle-type enemies that are very difficult to deal with. And they actually start appearing right here on this hallway, or this walkway, in Scholar of the First Sin. Let's go back and use our Estus Flask. Get some health back. Just like so. And of course I can just block. Like I said, I have my shield. But you also want to dodge roll too. You definitely want to take advantage of your dodge rolling. Now there's an enemy up top I really want to try to take out. But yeah, I don't know if I really want to do that just yet. Okay, so what I'm going to do is come on down here first. I think I'm going to try to go ahead and just loop around this area and unlock my my shortcut from my bonfire. So just like in Dark Souls 1, you can actually press up and R1 to basically break an enemy's you know, shield, or basically knock their shield back. And I just don't want to deal with that guy. And I took a hit. Let's go ahead and use another Estus Flask. Now I'm going to switch up to my life gems. And I'm going to fall down here. We'll take a little bit of fall damage. Oh, do we not take fall damage? Huh, that's interesting. You definitely take fall damage on Scholar if you do that. And we're going to come in here. Some guys are going to shoot some arrows out. And this might have actually been a mistake, because I know a lot of enemies can just flow out of here. This is one of the more difficult parts from the very starting point of the game. These guys are relatively aggressive right now. And dodge roll back. Dodge roll back, just like so. You gotta play very patient in this game. Pretty much any Dark Souls game, you gotta play very patient. Because you'll notice that enemies have lots of delayed and staggered attacks that'll catch you off guard. So you really want to just take your time, read the enemy attacks. I'm just going to fall down here. Oh, I did lose some health. Okay. This is probably going to be a trap, if I remember correctly. Yep. So you want to dodge roll out of the way just like that. Sometimes in Scholar, I think that's actually a poison trap. We got a Titanite shard. And shards are used... I don't think I have a Pharros lockstone yet. Nope. Shards are used for... let me see if I can... I don't think I can open this. Yeah, it requires the Pharros lockstone. There's actually a hidden doorway here. That'll take us to some secret items. But yeah, the Titanite shards are used for upgrading items. And now I don't actually have a key for this, but if I smack the door, the enemies will hear me, and then open it up for me, and I can come in and get these items early. Oops. I was kind of mashing my buttons right there, and so my character ended up doing a motion that I didn't want him to do. So he staggered attack just like that. And then I can get in and just do some R1s over and over. Should be another guy right here. You can listen to footsteps to know where enemies are. And I heard some slight footsteps to the left, which let me know that there was an enemy there still in this room. Life ring, another life ring. I don't think I can equip a second life ring, but I'm kind of curious. Let's see. Yeah. You can't equip two of the same type of ring, which is kind of a bummer. But that's good to know. You get a life ring right there. So if you're starting the game and you want the life ring, but you also want some other perk, you know, for your character, you can just go get the life ring right there. So it's very interesting. I don't think it's a life ring in Scholar of the First Sin. I think it's something different. So there's some other things we can do here too. I don't want to go there quite yet. What I want to do is come on over here. And man, now I'm kind of regretting not playing the patched version of the unpatched Dark Souls 2 on PS3, because in the unpatched version there are some red phantoms that appear. Although actually you might need to use a human effigy. I'm actually going to try something here. It's probably not going to work. And we actually come back to these trees later on in the game. There are these... Well, I won't explain it just yet, but these are actually very important in this area. So if you're new to this game, keep that in mind if you decide to play it. You do need to come back to these trees later on in the playthrough. Let's go ahead and come on up here first. Nate's trying not to break any discs. Yes, don't break discs. Breaking discs is bad. But I will say, when I broke my Demon Souls disc, it was actually very liberating. Because I was so frustrated with the game. It was just like the second I snapped it in half, it was like instant stress reliever. I felt so much better afterwards. Alright, so there are a couple of guys up here, and you can actually get ambushed. So there's a guy down there in the bottom right. Oops, I didn't mean to use a life gem. Let me see what I have here. I don't think I have any fire bombs or anything like that. So this is going to be pretty risky, just jumping down here like this, but we're going to go ahead and try it anyway. Can I jump over there? I can. Okay, cool. And we got our first torch, which is nice. And you can still do plunging attacks in this game. The plunging attacks, you're basically, you know, do an attack as you fall down. I want to get these guys over here this way, just in case, you know, that chest can break. So he did a parry. And that's not going to kill me. Good. Alright, so let me come back over here. Not doing too well to start, actually. I'm having a harder time than I normally do when I start this game. Now, your life gems, as you use them, they do stack, which is actually very nice. And let's just smack him like that. Say no. No shields here. No shields allowed. And we'll go ahead and actually do this guy first. We'll go ahead and talk to him. He basically says, oh, you can go in there and there's some treasure. And then the gate closes behind you. Whoa there. I didn't see those guys. There you go. The gate's closed. So in a lot of other parts of this game, I'm not going to be exploring around like this. But in the early parts of the game, there are definitely, you know, good items to be had to get you sort of up to speed quickly. There's going to be a sort of a bum rush of enemies coming down here, I believe. Assuming it's the same as Scholar. There we go. Multiple enemies, just like so. You see how important the dodge roll is. I'm actually dodging through enemies' attacks. Alright, let's come through this doorway, just like so. Gonna use another life gem. I don't really care that I'm using a lot of life gems right now, because we are going to increase the amount of Estus flasks we can use. Let's go ahead and attack him, just like so. He's dead. And he's dead too. You can see my R1 attack, one-handed, actually has pretty good range. Your range is actually even, I think, a little bit farther than the physical sword is. The hitbox, I think, is a little bit larger. So we just got some aromatic ooze, which is, you can actually imbue your weapon with magic temporarily, and that's exactly what that item does. And very, very useful in this game. That's one of the more useful items you can get as far as, you know, attack power is concerned. Very good against boss fights and specific enemy types. Actually, pretty much good against every enemy type. We're just kind of tanking right here. You can also get behind enemies and backstab them. Good strategy as well. A lot of these guys are just kind of slow and lumbering. Now my stamina is also replenishing relatively slowly, whereas later on in the playthrough I'll get this thing called the Grass Crest Shield, which will, by equipping it, it'll replenish my stamina a little bit faster. Then you also get the Chloranthy rings, which, so my broadsword is at risk, so actually what I need to do here is, I think I have one repair powder, so we're going to go ahead and use that. It doesn't repair your weapon all the way, but it definitely helps. So I'm going to actually fall back down here. This guy's going to be like, wow, you managed to escape. You're special. And, yeah. Sometimes I just kill him, because he'll give you a little bit of souls and whatnot. So we're going to actually come back up here, too. Because, remember, I had jumped out of this room, but there was actually a chest up there that I want to get. Which one feels more like the original? Dark Souls 3, absolutely. Dark Souls 3, yeah. If you want more Dark Souls 1, I recommend playing Dark Souls 3 first. But Dark Souls 3 is a much faster paced game than even Dark Souls 1. It takes a little while to get used to. But yes, Dark Souls 3 was made by the same guys that did Dark Souls 1. Dark Souls 2 was made by a different team, so it feels different. So these barrels, if you throw firebombs onto them, they will explode. And these are the beetle guys I was talking about. Very tricky to deal with. And when they slam the ground like that... ooh, I still got hit. Man, my invincibility frames are crap right now. I need to increase my adaptability. If my adaptability was higher, I wouldn't have actually taken a hit there. So now I have to really time my dodge rolls just right. So very tricky enemies when you're first playing this game. I've gotten pretty good with dealing with them, but they are the first, I'd say, big difficulty spike in this game when you're in this first area. Another life gem. So we've got plenty of life gems to get through this area. So we're actually getting really close to opening up the shortcut to our bonfire. So basically what that means is instead of going this long route the way we did, we can just loop straight back here. Just like so. Let me actually go do that first, just in case I die. I don't think I'm going to die, but just in case. I mean, there's no harm in doing this. So, boom. And there we go. So, now we can come down that ladder and yeah. Go this way instead of taking the scenic route. Ooh, Crystal Lizard. I don't think that Crystal Lizard's there in Scholar. But the Crystal Lizards are very, very good. They always drop various types of, you know, materials for upgrading weapons. And there's an item right here. Large leather shield. I think the large leather shield is probably better than this small leather shield. So let's go ahead and equip that. We've also got the blue wooden shield. So, yeah, it actually looks like the small leather shield is actually better for damage absorption. Let's go ahead and do that. So we'll go ahead and use this for a little while. Red Phantoms appear on Effigy use or New Game Plus. Yes, Office, but I want us here. Let me go ahead and try to use an Effigy here. Just to go back to human. I want to verify if it's Dark Souls 2 in general, or if it's the unpatched version I played back in back over the summer. Let's go ahead and kill these guys first and deal with this. Oh, there's... Okay. I've still got Scholar the first set on my mind. There's another big beetle guy here in Scholar with a cart blocking his way, so you can't actually see him until you loop around. So that's very interesting. So we're going to come up here, and I don't know if it's the same in this, but in Scholar, a bunch of enemies will drop down from up above. Yep, they do. But it's different enemies in this one. Let's go ahead and grab this. Great scenery in this game, by the way. I think it's a... You know, some of like the texture quality and things like that and area designs are a little uninspired sometimes, but there's some really nice, you know, landscapes to look at. Look at that. Very cool. Very cool stuff. I love the water in this game too. It looks really nice. Yeah. They did a really good job with Dark Souls 2. I think a lot of people that kind of bash this game, I don't know if they've really given it the time of day. Some people have, I'm sure, but I don't know. This game's really grown on me for sure. So we're going to go ahead and hit the bonfire. This down here to the right is actually our boss fight. But I want to hit the bonfire first because that actually repairs your weapons fully. So my weapon's definitely going to break if I keep going any longer. And speaking of which, let's just go back to Majula. And you can use multiple souls at once, just like so. In the first Dark Souls, non-remastered, you have to actually use each soul individually. Same with Demon Souls. So I actually kind of did things backwards here. I wanted to go back to the area, talk to the guy that'll open up the mansion for me, which will allow me to get another Estus Flask shard. And we can steal what's in this guy's shop right here. Hey, hey, guns. How's it going, man? Short bow. We will probably use that later on. Alright, so he basically says come back later, then I can start forging weapons for you. But while we're here, let's go ahead and level up. And go ahead and use our Estus Flask shard as well. So I think that's probably pretty good on adaptability. I think from here on out I'm going to just boost a bunch of strength and then upgrade our Estus Flask shard. So we're going to go back to that other area too and see if red phantoms appear. Now that we're back to human, let's actually go back here just like so. And that lady is still here. She hasn't warped out to Majula like she's supposed to. There she goes. She goes, it's time to pick up. You can actually also bust open this wall. It requires some kind of explosive, but we're not going to do that. Alright, I'm going to switch over to our Estus Flask so I don't waste my life gems. And go ahead and kill these guys. So one nice feature about Dark Souls 2 is... if you're having trouble with an area, if you kill an enemy, I think it's 10 times. Usually I think it's around 10 times. It does fluctuate from area to area. Like, I know one of the DLC areas, it doesn't operate the same way. And the enemy will stop appearing completely. And so, if you're struggling with an area, you can just grind out on that area over and over. And enemies will no longer appear. So say you're having a struggle with getting to a boss because of the run back to the boss. Well, you can just, you know, as you die over and over again, yeah, you'll be killing the enemies as you go back to the boss fight, and eventually they're just going to stop appearing. So it's something that's really good to know in this game. That doesn't happen in the other Souls games. Alright, so what I wanted to figure out here is if red phantoms appear in human form. Now, I'm in human form now. You gotta watch out for these guys. These guys, sometimes they'll actually basically just fall right back on top of you and do some significant damage. Hey, Micah, how's it going? Welcome back. It's kind of in a loop here. Hey, look at that. If that was last time, I would have gotten hit. But since I boosted my adaptability, I have much more flexibility now with my dodging. Okay, yeah, it was patched out. Okay. Man, now I kind of wish I played the unpatched version on PS3. So the unpatched Dark Souls 2, which you can play on console by installing the game or putting the game into your console with your system offline. It won't download any updates or patches. And in the unpatched version of the game, there are red phantoms that move around randomly. This is I don't think it matters whether you're human or not. And it doesn't matter if you use a bonfire aesthetic or on New Game Plus. So those phantoms are not here now. There's a big red beetle phantom that appears right here, making this initial area much more difficult. So I actually kind of wish I played that version of the game to show that off. The initial idea was to do unpatched Dark Souls 3, not Dark Souls 3, but Dark Souls 2. But I was like, I want that 60 FPS. And people have said there aren't really that many differences between unpatched and patched. Hence, I went with this version. So I want to run out of the way here. So one other thing about Dark Souls 2 is when your stamina depletes completely, you can't actually do anything with your stamina, or you can't run until your stamina is actually filled back up completely. So I actually kind of got caught up there. And this guy's blocking too. Which enemies actually don't really block all that often in this game with their weapons. That was kind of interesting. Yes, Micah, I did. The original plan was actually to stream that tonight. But I decided against it because I wanted to knock out this Dark Souls 2 playthrough. So maybe I'll stream the updated, Doom port patches. I probably will. So these ballistas, you can actually activate them yourself as well, which is pretty cool. There's actually a boss fight coming up that, where you can go ahead and use them. I'm going to go ahead and fall down here too and kill these guys again just to try to get some more experience points. I do want to get my strength up quickly because my weapon here, the broadsword, scales on strength. So as I boost my strength, my attack power with this weapon increases. And then I'll be able to actually upgrade my weapon too, probably. Because the blacksmith, his shop will be open. So I am doing things kind of like in a roundabout way this time. I don't normally do things this way when I play this game. Usually, for instance, I go up top here, up above there, first. That's one of the first things I do. But I'm doing things quite differently this time. But that's okay. So there's that guy up there. It's actually kind of good I'm doing this because I am grinding out. And I will be able to level up again. So let's actually come on up here and try to do this. And there's going to be a pursuer. This guy is called the Pursuer, and he's a very difficult enemy, but we might actually be able to destroy him. Come on. You gotta be kidding me, man. And I'm gonna die. Dodge roll. Let's see if we can fight him. Yeah, I'm not doing much damage at all, unfortunately. It's all about the dodge roll in this game when it comes to boss fights. You don't really want to block. So I'm gonna dodge that. Actually, with how much damage I'm doing, I'm probably going to run out of durability on my weapon. Wow, I'm still not dodging through that? That is interesting. That's actually very, very interesting. Gonna have to improve my adaptability even further then. That was my fault. I should have rolled again. You don't want to get touched by that blue sword. He basically impales you. Oops. Now, one unfortunate thing I didn't think about was, I can't go into my inventory and pause everything. If I do, I'm probably going to die. So I use the aromatic ooze. Not doing that much more damage, unfortunately. Yeah, my broadsword is at risk. This is pathetic. I'm using a dagger. Poke, poke. Unable to use the short sword. Are you kidding me? I can use a long sword, but not a short sword. I'm trying to switch to a weapon that's not going to break on me. Trying to get him to where he does another dash attack. Now we're using a hand axe now. Alright, that's a little bit better. We might be able to kill this guy, actually. Come to think of it, I've never actually killed the pursuer up here. Because, as you can see, he's very tanky in the very beginning. I only have 2 life gems left, so I have to be careful. But you can see his patterns are pretty simple. Got him. Soul of the Pursuer, Ring of Blades. Ooh, that's actually a pretty good ring to start, I believe. Okay. What a start. This is starting completely differently than I normally do. So let's go ahead and equip that Ring of Blades. Let's see what it does. Yeah, increases physical attack. So you can see that actually boosts my physical attack by 20 points. So very good starting ring. And we have 19,000 souls. That was actually totally worth it. That was totally worth it. Let me go ahead and just use a Homeward Bone, which is going to warp us right back to our last bonfire. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. You're loving Jedi Fallen Order, largely because it takes... Yeah, it's very much like the Souls games. I do kind of want to play it sometime. Alright, let's go ahead and equip our broadsword again. Yeah, and you can see how the limited weapon durability really can sort of bite you in the ass in this game. It's very tough to deal with sometimes. So you really want to have some repair powder on hand. Hey, Life, welcome back. Alright, let's go ahead and use the soul of the pursuer. Get some even more souls. That's 8,000 souls right there. Very nice. Now we can level up quite a bit. Okay. Wow, that was insanely worth it, I gotta say. Okay, so I've got, how many levels can I do? I've got 13 levels. So I'm gonna do a couple points into Vigor, which is basically your health bar. Endurance, which is your stamina bar. And then Strength, which is, again, my weapon power. So, wow, that was very, very much worth it. I've never actually done that before, and I just got a massive level boost because of that. Totally worth it. Alright, so the next thing we need to do is go find that guy that, you know, basically opens up the mansion. Well, he technically doesn't open up the mansion. I think we get the mansion key. And it looks like we can reinforce our weapon now. It requires 1 Titanite shard. Absolutely, yes. And then another one requires 2 Titanite shards. Absolutely, yes. Upgrading your weapons, just like in other Souls games, is the single fastest way to increase your attack power. And I'm not going to bother with upgrading my armor here, because I'm going to get different armor later on in the playthrough. Alright, we're in good shape. Very good shape, actually. We went from being not in such good shape to being in excellent shape. If only I could do that in real life so quickly. Okay. Yeah, see, now I'm killing these guys in 2 hits instead of 3. So much better. So much better. Go ahead and switch up to our Estus flask. I don't think we can come in here yet. Yeah, it's locked. We'll be able to go there later. Alright, so I'm going to actually drop off here. That's what I forgot to do earlier. Oops. Let's go kill this guy first, and this guy apparently. Gotta watch out for archers in this area. Now, something I do have to do as well is boost my dexterity. Because without dexterity risen a little bit, I'm not going to be able to equip a bow. Which means I won't be able to use arrows. But I do want to use arrows for very specific parts in this playthrough. Mainly the Shrine of Amana, which is going to be the worst part in the game. Original Dark Souls 2, the Shrine of Amana, is much worse than it is in Scholar of the First Sin. Although we're probably not going to get there tonight. That's pretty far into the game. Let's come on up here first. And actually, that just loops us back here. Nothing special. And there's nothing down there. Just want to make sure. Ooh, that was close. Almost missed it. It's going to be a boulder that falls down there. You have to watch out for that. That will catch you off guard if you're not careful. Another human effigy. I don't think there's anything down there, so I'm not going to bother. Alright, now we can talk to this guy.
What? But... What? What?
There you go. So he gives us the key that gets us into the mansion in the beginning. Amber herb, and I can't go down there. I could probably dodge roll over to that, but I'm not going to. And again, gonna use a homeward bone just to warp right back. What are you talking about, Mario? I said hi, Mario, earlier. You were here. You've been here for a while, Mario. Hello, Mario. How are you doing? Welcome, Mario. Welcome back. Alright, so I'm gonna go back and go to... I probably don't need to do this yet, actually, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Just as a safety measure, because I don't have many life gems. Hey, hey, Liberal Arts Guy, welcome back. Joseph, welcome back. Oh, it's just a house, apparently. It's not a mansion. Mansion sounds so much cooler, though. So there's an item over here. Pharros Lockstone, very cool. So we can actually go back and activate that Pharros Lock that we saw earlier, so I'll show that off too, because it probably is a useful item that we'll get. Mario didn't know. If you're chatting, I know you're out there. If you're chatting, I definitely know you're out there. But I did say hello earlier. These skeletons can be kind of nasty, but there's only one or two of them here. Estus Flask Shard, there it is. And this is a very common thing in Dark Souls 2 lore and whatever. If you look closely, you'll notice that this looks a lot like the Lord Vessel from Dark Souls 1. Which is sort of indicating that these worlds are, and these separate games are actually linked. And that Soul Vessel I just got, it's this guy right here. We have to give this to the old hag in the beginning if we want to readjust our stats. But I don't want to readjust my stats because my stats are where I want them to be right now. Or Ring of Invisibility. Hey, hey, Red Zero Ranger and JD. Got a good turnout tonight for Dark Souls 2, which is pretty cool. Normally when I stream Dark Souls games, we don't have many people hanging out. But I appreciate you guys hanging out. Checking out the stream, all that good stuff. Let's see what we got here. I have 2,400 souls. I don't think I can level up again. Yeah, I require 2,500. Let's see what my items are like right now. Yeah, I don't have any more souls. So we will talk to this guy again. And see if he's got some shards. And of course he does. It's buy 2. And I might be able to reinforce one more time. Yes, I can. Alright, so now I need a large Titanite shard to upgrade my sword again. So we're actually quickly beefing up my character here, which is really good. So we want to talk to her and give her the shard. If you have a shard on hand, she always says, "Oh, is that a shard you have?" That's when you know you can give her an Estus Flask shard. They are ultra popular jewels, but they're not ultra popular on my channel because I think most people follow this channel for the retro stuff, which is totally understandable. But yeah, I don't usually get a lot of people watching these Souls games, maybe like 15 if I'm lucky. But I wanted to do this playthrough anyway, so that's why we're doing this right now. Alright, trying to think to myself, what do I want to do here? We've done everything, so... She might not go to Majula until I beat the boss here. But she's saying it's time to pick up and move, but she hasn't moved yet. JD, the hands are doing well. A little sore here and there, but I haven't been doing as many exercises. I do have my my little hand grips here though that I was actually using before doing the stream, so yeah, they're good. They're better. Alright, so this is going to take us to our first boss. And what I want to do is actually... just realize I don't have a helmet on. Let's go ahead and put on a helmet. And I'm still rolling normally, which is good, so a little more defense there. Want to equip this aromatic ooze. Yeah. And we're gonna go ahead and use it on this boss fight. And I can't come in here just yet. So now if you're human, you can actually touch the summon sign and summon a helper. But we're not going to do that very often in this playthrough. And actually, I probably don't even need to use my aromatic ooze. I'm not going to. So yeah, this is our first boss fight. Oh yeah, I'm doing a ton of damage here. Gotta watch out for his feet. He likes to stomp back and forth. So what you really need to watch out for is him stomping from left to right, left to right. Look at all that damage I'm doing. We're so beefy now. But you can see he's still doing good damage too. I like to play it safe and refill my health. And that was dumb for me standing right underneath him. Boom. 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 Just like that. Look at that hitbox too. Even with my dodge roll, I still got hit. And I still got hit again. And... oh, you gotta be effing kidding me. Man, these invincibility frames really suck compared to Dark Souls 3. Holy crap. I'm dodging like I am in Dark Souls 3, and I'm still getting hit. So I'm gonna have to raise my adaptability and really tighten up my timing on my dodges. Yeah, Lord JP, I think you're right, because I don't remember having many of those problems in Scholar. I beat Scholar 2 weeks ago on Twitch. I played the hell out of that game, and yeah, I don't remember having that issue, especially on this boss. But, you know, the reason I died there is completely my fault. I got really greedy. And I was naturally relying on the dodge roll. But the dodge roll was not treating me very well, unfortunately. So when I level up here, I'm going to just pump my stats and do adaptability again. Now, fun little trick in, or not trick, but a little bit of knowledge in Dark Souls 2. My friend over on Twitch, Zotmeister, actually told me about. He's actually playing through this game right now as well, the Scholar version specifically. Is apparently in Dark Souls 2, the bosses are actually at their easiest when you fight them for the first time. When a boss kills you and you go back and fight them again, they're actually buffed a little bit more. So they're going to do more damage, they might have more health. There we go. So if you fight a boss in this game, you kind of want to beat them right away. You kind of want to beat them right away. See, I don't see it as being crappy, Carlos. Unlike you. I see it as just being, crap, I messed up. Oh well, you know? It's not the end of the world, so it's not that crappy. Is he hitting you with his other arm? He is. He rips his arm off and swings it at you. What about the Xbox 360 launch? Are we talking about the 360 launch? Yeah, 360 I think had a pretty good launch. You know, it wasn't the best launch, but it was still solid. You had Call of Duty 2, You had Perfect Dark 0. You had Ridge Racer 6. Cameo or Cameo. It's actually quite good. And you had some other stuff too. Project Gotham Racing 3, I believe. Solid little lineup. Alright, so this ring is actually going to constantly increase our health bit by bit. It does it very, very slowly, unfortunately. So it's not really worth equipping, but I don't have any other rings, so I might as well equip it. And, this is very interesting. So in Scholar, there's actually a treasure chest right here. And if you're human, there are also some... Do Red Phantom... No, actually, I think Red Phantoms only appear here on the second loop. Yeah, that is true. The PS3 launch wasn't that great, for sure. I totally agree. Alright, so I'm going to come up here first. I want to cash out these souls. Or cash in these souls. And we're going to go back to Majula, level up a couple times. Might as well use my own arm. Gotta go ahead and use the Soul of the Lost Giant. Now, there is a person you can talk to later on in the game where you can use boss souls to craft special weapons. But I'm not gonna really bother with that in this playthrough. I'm gonna just be doing, you know, pretty basic stuff here. See, I really don't trust my dodge roll right now, so I just pumped up adaptability further. I don't think I need to pump it up any further. But at least... Okay, she's back here now. Yeah. She comes here, I guess, after you beat the first boss. Let's see what she's got. It's mainly these items here that I need. We're going to end up using these throwing knives later and lots of fire bombs as well. She's got a Pharros lockstone, which is pretty handy. But we're going to go ahead and buy some life gems. And you can buy up to 99 of them. You can have up to 99. And there's actually one or two more things I want to do in this area. Then they stopped being 360 exclusives a year later. Yeah, but there were a lot of other 360 exclusives, so it's still worth having both systems from that time period, if you ask me. Like, there's nothing wrong with having both a PS3 and a 360. Lots of exclusives between the two of them. And if you play a lot of the earlier games on 360 are better because they were, you know, people didn't really figure out the PS3's more advanced architecture until later into its life. So a lot of like early games run considerably better on Xbox 360. So there's that too. Oh, yeah, liberal arts guy. That explains things. Yeah, I keep forgetting you're younger. Yeah, so the Xbox 360 for me, the game lineup was solid, but the visual jump from the original Xbox to 360 wasn't that great. That's my big issue with the 360's launch. You know, it wasn't probably for like another year that I really felt like the 360 was truly next generation. But the other thing for me is I was also playing my original Xbox games on a CRT, standard definition, so there was also that factor too. Oops. Now, if you're playing 360 on an HD TV, I think the increase would have been much more noticeable and it would have felt much more next-gen. But for people like me still playing on, you know, in 480i on a Sony Trinitron, it didn't feel totally next-gen. Yeah. So there are going to be a bunch of these beetle guys here. This area was actually toned down in Scholar of the First Sin, believe it or not. And this is a very, very dangerous area. One of the more dangerous areas in the game, actually. Let's come back this way. Yeah, I know what you mean about Perfect Dark Zero. I thought it looked really good for the time, though. You know, all those, like, shiny textures and whatnot was, you know, you didn't really see that in the prior generation. You know, those were new graphical effects back then. You had motion blur and stuff like that, too, which a lot of people berate now, understandably. But back then, when Perfect Dark Zero came out, it was a brand new thing, and it looked actually really good. But yeah, Perfect Dark Zero in particular hasn't held up particularly well in certain ways. Mainly in its character models, like you mentioned. I think the environments still look pretty solid, though. Let's go ahead and open this. Try to get these beetles coming in this way so I can kill them one by one. It's not entirely true, Carlos. There were later multi-platform games on PS3 that actually ran better on PS3. Castlevania Lords of Shadow is an example. So that statement is false. It's just dependent. You can parry in this game, but I haven't had a reason to parry. You do it the same way you do in Dark Souls 1. You press the left trigger to do that. Oh, you know what? They nerfed this area. See, the last time I played Dark Souls 2 Vanilla, it was the unpatched PS3 version. And there were way more beetle guys here. I mean, there's still a few here, but there were a few in Scholar as well. They've actually nerfed this area. I'm actually quite surprised. Another reason why I should have played the unpatched version. But it's okay. I think you're wrong. I think a lot of people don't care for Perfect Dark Zero, but I thought it was a really good game at the time. I mean, yeah, Microsoft owned the IP, so of course they're gonna use it, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not gonna rest at that bonfire because that'll make everybody reappear, and I don't want that to happen. And there's another giant tree, although we don't actually come back to that one. He does actually make these seeds appear, which I think had more of an effect in the online play than they do in single player. But yeah, I mean, Perfect Dark Zero it actually feels quite different from the first Perfect Dark. It's got similarities with its mission structure and things like that. But it was clearly a different engine, you know, different team. I don't know, all sorts of stuff. It was 2 generations further on hardware. You know, so you weren't going to get a game that really felt a lot like the N64 game. Honestly, at the time, it was cool to see that they were doing something with Rare because, you know, Rare had made some stuff on the original Xbox, but they weren't, like, super prolific on that platform. You know, there was Grad by the Ghoulies, there was Conquer, Live and Reloaded, and not much else. What else was it? What else did Rare do on the original Xbox? Not a whole lot. I think they were quickly shifted over to Xbox 360 development pretty early on. Actually, Cameo might have been originally intended for the original Xbox. Actually, they might have even been working on that when they were still under Nintendo. That game was probably in development for a long time, actually. Alright, so we're pretty much done with this area now. I don't think there's anything else to do, so we're going to go ahead and just use the bonfire. Actually, not true. There is something else we can do. So we did get a key that'll unlock another boss fight. We're going to go ahead and do that boss fight so we can get some more souls. Yeah, see, the thing about Perfect Dark Zero is it actually got really good ratings when it first came out. Like, as a launch title, it was a really good title. But the thing about that generation is that, like, games really increased in visual quality in particular over the course of that generation. I mean, you look at Perfect Dark Zero, and then you look at something like, I don't know, probably like Gears of War 3 or something like that, or I'm trying to think of what other good examples there are on Xbox 360. You know, it's like a night and day difference. It's almost like they're two separate generations, but on the same generation of hardware. But in 2005, you got to remember, Xbox 360 came out in 2005. It is 2020 now as of doing this stream. Can you believe 360's been around for 15 years now? It's ridiculous. It was very impressive when it came out, you know, and it was fun for a lot of people. But as time went on, people just kind of started to forget about it, and then there was this whole, oh, it really wasn't all that good to begin with thing that's been going on lately, and not really so sure I agree with that. But I think there are also a lot of people talking about the game that weren't really there when it was brand new, or they weren't really old enough to really care. Wait. Huh, this is interesting. Do I not fight the pursuer because I destroyed him earlier? I think... Wow. I didn't know that. I'm assuming that's what's happening, because normally there's a boss fight here. That pursuer we fought earlier is the boss right here. And you get boss music and a boss health bar and everything. I did not know that. So if you beat him early, you don't have to fight him as a boss. That's really cool. I just learned something. You see, that's what I'm talking about. Like, there's so much stuff to this game. You could play it for years and still be learning stuff. So what we can also do here is actually curl up and go to a place called the Lost Bastille. Which I'm not going to do just yet. I'm going to drop down here because there's an armor set I want. And the Drangleic sword, shield, mail, gauntlets, and leggings. And what we're going to end up doing is using this armor for pretty much the rest of the game. That's the armor I like to stick with. It's a very solid armor set. But I will come back and activate this this area. Didn't that generation kick off the trend of having games be a million shades of brown? It did. But, you know, there were games on PS2 and Xbox and GameCube that were also equally as brown. But there were also more games that used a lot of, you know, different types of color. Yes, it's not necessarily that, you know, oh, because it was an Xbox 360 game, every game has to be brown. It was... Lots of games started going in a more realistic direction then. Call of Duty took off big time. You know, Gears of War with its big hulky dudes and serious tone, and lots of games were trying to be like those games in that generation. And that's why lots of games have lots of brown and gray and whatnot. That's because of the types of games that were popular. And you know, people wanted stuff like Call of Duty. People wanted stuff like Gears of War. People wanted that manly, macho, you know, military-themed stuff. It just is what it is. You know, if people were more interested in platformers like they were during the PS1 and N64 era, we probably would have had a lot more colorful games. Let's go ahead and open this up. And then, Scholar of the First Sin, there's actually another pursuer that appears here that you can fight. Antiquated key. And actually, we did get some other rings. So we got the Covetous Silver Serpent Ring, which is actually very good. It gives us more souls per enemy that we kill. Quake was, yeah, it was definitely had a muted color palette, but it also had some colors that popped a little bit more, depending on the level. But yes, that actually fit Quake though, you know? With its, oops, no, don't, I sometimes hate how you can close doors in this game. I'm trying to pick up an item, not close a door. Alright, so I want to walk up here. Or climb up here. So I probably shouldn't do this area first, but you know, I think I might just play out this whole area. We might just do that. VR in general in Half-Life Alyx. VR is awesome. I actually own an Oculus Rift myself. I don't use it that often, but when I do, I absolutely love it. Half-Life Alyx, no comments on it because I still haven't beaten a Half-Life game. I have pretty much no attachment to the series. But lots of people are pretty excited for it though, which is cool. And Contra slowly faded in the background. Contra was dead well before Call of Duty was even a thing. Alright, this is Luca Teal. She's a character that appears over the course of the game. We're just going to... Okay, looks like that's it. So, now that we talked to her, we can actually call on her for certain boss fights and whatnot. And there is a quest line for her. There's a quest line for just about every NPC you talk to in this game. Yeah, let's come on over here. One of the big changes in Scholar of the First Sin is that this door is blocked by a stone statue, and you have to use one of the feathers to unstone him. Alright, so this is where things get tricky for a lot of players, because look at this, 4 enemies at once. 5, actually. Very, very dangerous. So dangerous, we just died. Yeah, I am going to go through the Half-Life games eventually, but every time I try to play them, they're just... oh, Half-Life 2 in particular, Half-Life 2 feels very, very linear to me. It's like you're just being pumped, you're being funneled down a tunnel, like, the entire way. Just this linear, trek. And, so I always, like, it seems cool, but I always lose interest in it. That's my big problem with it. I've always preferred FPSs with more, sort of exploratory level design, like, you know, well, maybe not necessarily exploratory, but games like Doom or Quake, where it's not just, you're not just going down a straight line, in each level. It's like you have to, you know, explore each nook and cranny of the levels. Find keys, things like that. But also, I always prefer games with my FPSs that are definitely more run and gun, greater weapon variety. I love my rocket launchers and nail guns in Quake and things like that. Plasma gun and Doom. I like the more arcadey stuff. That's how I should put it. That's how I should put it. So these dogs aren't actually here in Scholar. They're actually down a little bit farther. So I'm coming here so I can hit another bonfire. Zoran. Something about Half-Life 2 makes him nauseous. Alright, let's come back here. I don't want that guy to blow up that barrel. Because I need that barrel, actually. Boom, just like that. Dude, Neo Contra's pretty good, man. I actually fired that up on Twitch about a month and a half ago, and I had a good time with it. Alright, so unfortunately, I might actually be screwed here. Oh no, I have a black firebomb. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and equip that, actually. Cool, I need that firebomb. So let's go ahead and just toss it up this way. Seriously. Boom! And that blows up that wall, revealing another bonfire. And a hidden blacksmith. So normally you'd try to get through here, but it's locked. But with this, we can activate the bonfire. The rest of the bonfire. The cinematics suck. Yeah, there's some funny stuff though in that game, man. It's so over the top. Oh, the first Unreal, yeah, beautiful game, absolutely. Alright, so we can just talk to this guy over and over, just exhaust his dialogue, and then he'll actually sell us stuff. Oh, that's right, you have to give him an ember first. Duh. Exactly. The technology will never take off if there isn't software that requires it. Absolutely. I totally agree. Yeah, VR is something else. Zoran out there, he actually has a VR headset. I can't remember if you're still out there, Zoran. Did you buy a Vive or did you buy a Rift? I don't remember. I want to say he bought a Rift, because the Rift was, like, on sale. You did buy a Rift, okay. We haven't talked VR in a while. So basically being here is kind of risky because I'm a little underpowered for this area. Oh, that's not good. In some of the Souls games, when you get grabbed by enemies, you can actually, ooh, we're dead. You can actually mash your triggers to actually get out of their grabs faster, but I don't think that's really a thing in this game. Yeah, but that's how it always is, Carlos. You know, software pushes hardware. You know, if you got new technology that's impressive, you know, and you got the software to support it, it gives people a reason to upgrade. For example, a lot of people actually forget about this, but one reason the CD-ROM drive caught on PCs back in the day was because of one very particular game. It was called The Seventh Guest. And CD-ROM drive started flying off shelves because of that one game. It was so cutting edge at the time that people were upgrading their hardware just to play the game. Okay, you can just, yeah, just fall off like that. I'm okay with that. I should probably go level up, actually. Let's go ahead and trigger these guys again. See if I can just take them out one by one. Nope, not happening. So there's actually this door right here. It just leads to a dead end. Just like that. It's, yeah. You don't want to fall out that. I've actually done it before. You get too greedy. Yeah. So how many life gems do I have? I have 13. I'm almost tempted to take on this boss. You know what? No, I'm not going to, because I have 11,000 souls. I don't trust myself. So what I'll do is I'll go cash out these souls, then I'll take out the boss. Or try to take out the boss. We'll try it once or twice. Got some radiant life gems. Those are more powerful life gems. Life gems come in multiple shapes and sizes. But the basic ones are what I usually, you know, use for most of the playthrough. I will switch to radiant gems later on. Can I kill this guy? Yeah, I can. Or not. Let's go ahead and come on back down here. Hey, Retro Simon, how are you doing today? The original Myst helped sell Max back in the day too. Yeah, I'd believe it. Myst was also a driver for PC sales too, for sure. Seventh Guest was the first big one when it came to like CD-ROMs. Myst was the next one. Do I play the God of War games? I do not, but I want to eventually. I want to start with the PS2 ones. It's not exactly true, actually. I beat the first one on PSP quite a few times. I like that one a lot. I want to say, I think you can actually come on up here. I totally forgot about this. Large Titanite shard. Nice. That means I can upgrade my sword. Alright, I think I can come to this bonfire. So one thing I do in this game is after I've defeated an enemy... actually, I can't get back over. After I've defeated an enemy, I make sure that I unlock my lock-on. Because your lock-on will still stay locked onto the enemy, you know, as they fall into, say, a pit or something like that. And so, when you're locked onto an enemy, your character is always locked onto it. And, like, you can actually move towards an enemy while being locked on. And if you knock them off a ledge, you can very well follow them down that hole and then die in the process. So, yeah, you've got to be very careful. Alright, back to Majula. Not really, liberal arts guy. That's revisionist history. Lots and lots of CD games before Quake had CD music. Like the Red Book audio, really. I mean, it was... The big deal wasn't that Quake had Red Book audio, it was that Nine Inch Nails did the soundtrack. That was the big thing for Quake. But no, it was far from... being early in terms of Red Book audio. Quake was revolutionary for its 3D engine, its advancement of the FPS genre, not because it played CD music or was on a CD. Quake could have come on floppy disks, granted it would have been a crap ton of them, and it still would have been just as impressive.
Lest this land swallow you whole, as it has so many others.
Ebenezer was just gonna say it. I'll let it slide because liberal arts guy wasn't even alive when Quake first came out. So yeah, I'll let it slide. Alright, I'm gonna boost up my stats relatively evenly. Vitality is equipment load as well. Attunement here is for magic. You have to get attunement slots. So you have to raise the stat to get attunement slots. I'm not going to be using any of that. Dexterity is for weapons that scale on dexterity, like bows and katanas and things like that. I do need to actually raise this a little bit if I plan on using a bow. And then I definitely want to pump strength, which is going to scale my attack power with this weapon I have. Quake was 1996. Yeah, I think it was June 1996. It was mid-96. Yeah, you were 1 year old. I was 14 when Quake came out. Yeah, and then I ended up getting it at the end of that year. I actually didn't even really know what Quake was, because, you know, it was... Unless you followed PC gaming magazines back then, like, you weren't really kept up to date with, you know, PC gaming stuff as much as you were console stuff. And so Quake was actually a surprise present from my parents back then, which was actually really cool, because I ended up really enjoying that game. But yeah, no, it was very impressive when it came out. When I first got it, I was, yeah, it was something. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do here is actually take a quick restroom break. I need to go use the restroom, so I'm going to switch over to the pause screen, and I'll be back. Give me like 5 minutes, and then we'll continue this. Decent progress so far. You know, we've beefed up our character a little bit. I think we're doing okay. If you guys have any questions or comments or anything like that, you know, think about them, and then feel free to drop them in the chat when I get back. And yeah, I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay. Yeah, Dark Souls Remastered. That's what DSR is. Yep. Dark Souls Remastered is a great starting point too because the game runs at 60 frames a second. Whereas if you play, you know, the Xbox 360 or PS3 versions of the game, they run at 30 FPS. And they have lots of other slowdown. Whereas Dark Souls Remastered should run at pretty much locked 60 almost the entire time if you're playing on just the base PS4 or Xbox One consoles. If you got an Xbox One X, then it'll run at 60 FPS pretty much 100% of the time, which is awesome. And then, of course, if you're playing on PC, it should always run at 60 FPS if you're running on a decent enough computer, which Dark Souls is a very old game, so it'll run on pretty much a potato. Dude, Akella, you should play Dark Souls Remastered. It's great. I'm gonna go ahead and use a effigy to get my health back. Yes, 60 FPS Blighttown is bliss. Totally agree, yeah. And I'm gonna actually go ahead and just try to skip these guys, because I just want to go to the boss fight. Instead of dealing with them. See ya! I don't know, what's in your potato, Leo? I'm curious. Oh, I meant to use this aromatic ooze before doing this. Oh, we'll be fine here. Look at all this damage I'm doing. This could be a tough boss, though, if you're not used to it. It's all about the dodge roll here. Please don't fall off. Oh, it fell off. Is it gonna jump back up? It might jump back up. Yeah. Oh, and it hit me too. Okay, so what I want to do is try to down stab this guy that's coming over here. Boom, you do so much damage when you do that. This is tough dealing with him, you know, two at once. See, like that. Just kind of a bad pattern, to be honest with you. I'm probably dead. Yep, I knew I was dead. It's a much uglier game. But World of Warships, I'm pretty sure it's open though. It's like there's, you know, big draw distances, all that sort of stuff. You're not sure what's inside this PC. Cheapest out from about 4 years ago. Okay. It's probably got like a Pentium processor in it, or a Celeron or something like that. Does Intel still do the Celeron name? Probably Intel onboard graphics. We'll get your specs sometime, Leo. You can do hold down the Windows key and press the pause button at the same time, and that'll tell you what your CPU is and how much RAM you have. You can actually do that real quick right now, Leo, and just tell us. I'm just curious. No, it has a graphics card. The integrated graphics is a graphics card, Leo. It is a GPU. It's just a very low-end GPU. Condemns you to Peggle. Well, it depends. I mean, dude, I play Doom mods on my computer with Actually, yeah, I've got a really cheap laptop. It was like $300 about 5 years ago. Yeah, and I can do Doom mods and emulation and stuff like that. I'm gonna actually try to fight this guy up here. The other one will try to jump up, though. Let's see. Boom. God damn it. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm surprised he did not hit me. Okay, I3 4170, yeah. Yeah, I3. Well, you know, I3 is not their complete lowest line. You know, it does go actually further down than that, Leo. It goes to Pentium, and then yeah, like I said, I'm not sure if they still use the Celeron name, but it's fairly, I believe it was fairly equivalent to their current Pentium line. We'll try this again. I know I can do it. I'm just having really bad luck here with my rolls and things like that. Dark Souls 3, I think, has gotten in the way of my dodging skills in this game. But then again, I know that, I can't remember who said it before, but on a previous boss fight, we had issues with dodging. Like, the hitboxes were just massive. And they said, like, those were probably tweaked in Scholar of the First Sin, which is the last Dark Souls 2 I did play, and that was just a couple weeks ago. But it is all about the dodge roll in these bosses. You've got to be really good with it. And I'm not doing too well with it right now. Guess I'm not fully warmed up yet. And I still got... What? How did I get hit by that? Yeah, there's just definitely something wacky going on with these hitboxes. Oh, I'm out of aromatic ooze. Okay. Actually, this is kind of risky going into this fight. Oh, and I missed him completely. And I still got hit. Wow. At this rate, we might just come back later. I dodge rolled. I dodge rolled again, but it didn't come out. My dodge roll's taking forever to come out, which is annoying. In Dark Souls 3, it's super responsive. This is definitely another reason why a lot of people don't like Dark Souls 2 as much as the others, is the gameplay is definitely not as snappy as it is in the other games in the series. And I think it's still a great game, but if you go from Dark Souls 1 to 2, or 3 to 2, it takes quite a while to get used to. That's gonna hurt. That's a bad pattern. It'd be better for me to try to just target one. I dodge rolled again, but it didn't come out. Out of my Estus flasks. There goes his shield. That's actually a good thing, because now he can't block. Whoops. Good. Boom, we got it. Oh, whew, stressful. I had 2 life gems left, and that was it. Although I did have radiant life gems, but I didn't have them equipped, so it would have taken a while to access them. No, that was a funny joke, Game Eagle. I like that. Dark Souls? More like dodge rolls. I like it. That's good. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Alright, so there's a homeward bone. We don't want to use it because there's actually another bonfire up here. There'll be some explosive enemies right here, too. So you don't want to dilly-daddle in that area. Definitely rested that bonfire. I need my Estus flasks. Leo, yeah, PCs are like Legos for adults. It's fun. I have a PC building addiction, but I don't never have the money to do it, so... Alright, so there is, this right here. Oh, geez, there's a dog down here. Bad doggy. So if we use a Pharros lockstone here, we actually access a belfry tower, which hosts an optional boss fight, which is gargoyles from Dark Souls 1. Your dark soul is mine. So we whack that wall. That takes us to the Belfry Luna. We're not going to do this right now, because we'll probably get wrecked by the bosses here. But we will come here and just open it up. So this guy offers you to join the Bell Covenant, and I'm not going to do it. I'm going to stick with the Way of the Blue. Favorite straight-up horror games? I can't really think of any off the top of my head. Yeah, I can't really think of anything. I don't really play straight up horror games typically. You know, they're usually either survival horror or like jump scare fests or things like that. I mean, a game that's like definitely in the horror genre would be like the first Alone in the Dark. I really like that game. But other than that, I don't play a lot of games in the like straight up horror genre. I love games with horror elements. I mean, like Castlevania, Doom, Splatterhouse, stuff like that. But I don't play anything that's like outright super scary or anything like that. Okay, cool. Upgrading my sword. That's awesome. Again, not going to bother with my armor. And actually, what I should do is... I'm going to buy this one repair powder. And then what I want to do is this lady also has a Pharros lockstone. So I want to grab that before I do anything else with these souls. Yeah. In Scholar of the First Sin, she's also got a fragrant branch of yore. So if you're playing Scholar, you want to buy that too, because you do need it.
Thank you.
So let's go ahead and level up. And then whatever souls I have left over, I will just, I'll buy some life gems. So again, we're going to go ahead and just try to build this stuff up, you know, fairly evenly for the most part. I do want to boost my vitality because it increases my equipment load. And there we go. RE2 Remake fan? Not really, because I don't play survival horror games very much. I've heard the game is great, but yeah, I don't really do survival horror games. I mean, I'll probably play some on my own eventually, but it's not a genre that's ever interested me all that much. Alright, so we'll go ahead and just keep exploring this area. Slender. Yeah, I did actually play Slender. You know, the original one. And that actually scared the crap out of me. I played it at like 3 in the morning. On my own in my room. With headphones. And I basically threw the headphones. I was like, holy insert curse word here. Whatever curse word you can think of. Slammed my headphones down. I was like, screw this game. I don't do well with horror games like that. They are fun like once or twice, but fudge. But they usually scare the crap out of me. I've got a clip of a VR game on Twitch. It was Dreadhall, so that's what it was. Yeah, I played that. And then I played Affected, the Mansion in VR. And both of those games I basically gave up on like the first scare. It was like I said, I don't do well with them. Okay, so I died. I'm not going to worry about grabbing those souls. It wasn't many. It was just 600. We're going to keep exploring this area. There is another boss or two in this area. Although I'm not sure if we're going to do... Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Really, this is one of those areas you kind of want to come to later. But I'm choosing to go to it first. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's one of the nice things about Dark Souls 2. As I've heard people say, it's kind of a fairly linear game, but it's actually not. There's actually, you have multiple choices on the ways you want to go. So you can do the Forest of Giants first, or you can do Heide's Tower of Flame first. If you do the Forest of Giants first, then you can come to Lost Bastille before doing Heide's Tower of Flame. You can get enough souls to buy the Silver Cat ring and then go do the gutter first. And all these things lead to other areas. So there are a lot of different ways to go about Dark Souls 2, which is really awesome. I mean, all these areas, technically, for the most part, do lead you down like a straight path, but you do have choice on, you know, which way you go first. Whereas something like Dark Souls 3, you don't really have as many branching paths or routes or anything like that. So, each playthrough is fairly similar to one another. Alien Isolation? Yeah, that's I've heard that's a horror game. I mean, it's all about like avoiding the alien, right? Yeah, for me, like stealth, hiding, and generally like slow gameplay with survival horror, stuff like that, it's just not really my cup of tea. I mean, it's not that I can't enjoy it, it's just like, especially for my channel here, which is what I do most of my gameplay, where I do most of my gameplay now. I definitely prefer faster paced action games, as you guys know. It's more my specialty. Yeah, Doom 3 can be creepy. It can be very creepy, but it's a lot of jump scares. Totally. Oops, I just lit my torch. Didn't really want to do that. But yeah, actually, you know, as far as straight horror games go, I actually would say that Doom 3 is probably my favorite straight horror game, because it is meant to scare you. They definitely went very far in that direction. I don't like Doom 3 as a whole that much anymore. I used to love it, but now that Doom 2016 is a thing, it's just, you know, Doom 3 just has not held up well, gameplay-wise. We streamed it here back in October, and it was actually quite painful to go through. I went through it twice over the course of a couple weeks, and I just felt like I wasted my time. It was one of those experiences, you know? You're like, I could be doing better things with my life. But no. I'm playing Doom 3 for 500 views. Which isn't much. What am I doing with my life? Alright. I have not played through Silent Hill 1, no, Leo. I did play it a little bit back in the day, but not a whole lot. Yeah, and the other thing is, since I like, I don't know. Never mind. Uh-oh, please don't die. These guys can do a lot of damage to you. Yeah, but the thing about that, Carlos, is in Doom 3, when you're moving fast, it actually really feels decent, you know? But the problem is they just put these arbitrary limitations in place to keep you moving slow. And honestly, like, even with fast pacing in that game, like with fast movement, it would still be scary. It doesn't matter if you're moving fast or slow, it would still be scary. So I really wish they had gone over, or really thought about those design choices further. I mean, they probably deliberated on them quite a bit when they were making the game. But then ultimately decided on, okay, let's keep it slower paced overall. You know, give the player stamina, so they're going to eventually be forced to start walking. And let's, you know, let's force this flashlight mechanic on them for the entire game, pretty much. Which, again, also forces them to slow down because they have to switch weapons, you know, to go to their flashlight. Which means they're not shooting anything at that point. Yeah. Very tedious. I don't think I got the ember yet. I don't remember exactly where it is. I don't see it in my inventory. And one other thing I actually really meant to do, was see if I can equip this Drangleic armor. There it is. But you notice that it boosts my weight quite a bit. And I just want to make sure I'm not fat rolling. Okay, cool. So we can equip that. I don't remember what the percentage is before you start fat rolling. It might be 70%. Let's go above 70%. Yeah, now we're fat rolling. Yeah, so over 70%, you start fat rolling. So I'm gonna unequip the, unequip that. Let's go ahead and go back. I think that's what we were wearing right here. Okay. Okay, let's come on up this way. Although I'm actually out of Estus flasks, so I'm going to go ahead and actually go ahead and rest at the bonfire to get my flasks back. I'm not going to level up just yet. I'm going to boost my souls a little bit further. I'm going to come up and kill this guy too. Let's go ahead and let him... He'll actually swipe and then destroy the barrel. Boom, just like that. Do a little bit of damage to him. Oops. Ebenezer, yeah, I put Quake more in line with something like Doom, where it's obviously horror themed.
I ought to fetch.
It's obviously horror themed, but it's not like outright scary. It is focused more on its action gameplay. Rather than just like, deliberately scary sequences. It's not really a deliberately scary game, you know what I mean? But it is a horror theme, obviously. And I think that's the balance I really like. I like horror themed, but with more action-focused gameplay. Again, Castlevania. Absolutely adore the Castlevania series. So... Yeah, I mean the fiends, you gotta watch out for those fiends, man. They're vicious in that game. Absolutely vicious. Alright, let's come on back this way, climb up here. Really scary for the time? I don't know about that, liberal arts guy. I do remember some kids being like, "Oh my god, it's super scary!" But when I first played Doom, I never found it to be that scary. And here you go again, liberal arts guy. You weren't even alive when Doom came out. You weren't around in 1993. I don't even know if the little wiggly sperm in your dad's body even existed at the time of Doom's release. I gotta give liberal arts guy crap whenever he's like, it was really scary for the time, for, when he talks about something that he wasn't even alive to experience. Yeah, I don't know. I know people, there were probably, journalists that wrote about it and said it was really scary, but just, from personal anecdotal experience, I only heard like one or two people say like, ooh, it's such a creepy game. Even in 1993, 94. Yeah, Micah, I think I agree. Although, what I really like about Doom, though, is that it doesn't really look like it's cheesy, Like, the enemy and art design and everything looks really badass. They did a really awesome job with it. So, like, it could be taken as tongue-in-cheek, but also it can also be taken as like kind of serious at the same time. It's a good balance, and I do think that's one reason why Doom has stood the test of time as well, as its art design and character designs and all that stuff are just top-notch for the era. Yeah, the design is still great, exactly. Yeah, Ebenezer, I agree. Yeah, it's super impressive. Okay, so if we went a different way, we would have ended up in a different area. And we would have eventually ended up back here. So I think the intended route is probably to do the Lost Bastille later in the playthrough. But again, you got the flexibility to do it first if you want. So it's No Man's Wharf. You'll actually get to that boat at No Man's Wharf, fight a boss at in the bottom of it. And then you'll actually end up here. So with that, we're going to go back up this elevator. Oh, there were lots of platforms before Mario. What Super Mario Brothers did is it refined... It took the genre to the next level. Super Mario Brothers did for platformers what Doom did for first-person shooters. And Quake, subsequently. That's a good way to put it. Super Mario Brothers was one of the earliest really smooth scrolling, side-scrolling platformers. There were a couple before it. Like, I want to say Pac-Land. I want to say Pac-Land came before Super Mario Brothers. And the speed and the precision and the responsiveness, it was bigger, better than anything else that had come before in terms of platformers. It took the platformer genre to a whole other level. And it's still, like Doom, it still holds up awesome today. It's so much fun to play still to this day. So, but yeah, one of the earliest platformers was like Pitfall, if not, hell, Pitfall might have been one of the very first. But yeah, Pitfall, and then Pitfall got followed up by Pitfall 2 a couple years later. Keystone Capers, you know, you run and you jump. There were actually quite a few games in that era of, you know, with platforming. Leo can probably name more. You had Kangaroo. Donkey Kong is technically a platformer. It's very, very early, you know. And I'm actually missing something here. I thought that there were more areas to explore, and I know there are, but I'm just sort of getting lost here. Let's go ahead and come on back and loop back around and see what else we've got. So the next thing after this is, once we clear out this area, we're going to try to take care of Heide's Tower of Flame. Which is actually a fairly small area, it's not that large. But it leads you into 2 boss fights. And then, it also leads you into No Man's Wharf. And No Man's Wharf itself has a boss fight. It's actually kind of good we're doing this, though, because we are getting souls. We are progressing towards leveling up again. Mario Brothers 3. Yeah, Mario 3 was a personal favorite for me back in the day. I lived off that game for so long. I'm trying to see what's in my inventory here. Oh, that's right. We have an Estus Flash Shard. I should probably cash in. I'm trying to think. We had that Pharros Lockstone I wanted to use at a previous area, so we should probably go do that too. And I did get this Drangleic Shield, but I think it's going to weigh me down too much, so I'm not going to use it just yet. And And we're eventually going to find a guy named Gavlan that will allow us to... nice, 3 large shards. Gavlan will allow us to sell stuff to him to give us extra souls. And then that's how we can level up a little bit faster. Dragon Talon. Heavy Iron Key. I think the heavy Iron Key might be the one for the DLC. There are a couple items you get immediately in this to access the DLC. Whereas in Scholar of the First Sin, they're placed in different locations in the world. Since I have the Steam version of this game, I do actually own the DLC. And I'm not... the initial plan was to not do the DLC, but I might actually do the DLC depending on how well this playthrough goes. Although we kind of are taking our sweet time right now, so we're not actually progressing as quickly as I wanted to. Let me try to come up here. Sonic 1. Nice. I love that game, and Sonic 3, and Sonic 2. I mean, I loved Sonic 1, 2, 3, and Knuckles on Genesis were all amazing games in my opinion. Yes, here we go. This is where I wanted to be. Now you'll notice that all these rooms are pretty dark, but in a lot of rooms in this game you'll have sconces that you can light with your torch. So I did pick up a torch, and your torch is timed in this game. I think your first torch is like 10 or 20 minutes or something like that, so you can actually burn it for 10 or 20 minutes. And then as you collect other torches, they will add to your overall torch time. You never lose your torch in this game after you have one. But you can use your torch to light up rooms. There aren't any sconces in this room, but a lot of rooms do have sconces, and it's kind of fun going around the whole game trying to light up all the sconces. Oh, Pharros Lockstone. I don't want to activate that. It's probably going to activate a light in this room. That's my guess. Unless it... well, I don't know. It might activate a hidden wall. How many Pharros Lockstones do I have? I just have one. I want to save it for that one room early on in the playthrough. Actually, you know what? Screw it. Let's use it. I do like Duke Nukem 3D, but I haven't played it much recently. The idea is to try to beat that game eventually, and beat the game eventually, and then do a live stream on YouTube. Soul Vessel. Don't really need a Soul Vessel, but I'll take it. Because again, I don't really plan on readjusting my stats. Wilted Dusk Herb. Okay. Yeah, Micah, I didn't own a Genesis until the mid-90s. I didn't own a Genesis until like the Saturn and PS1 were already out. But I still loved it once I got one. And I got to play it at my friends' houses a lot back in the day. Because while I had a Super Nintendo... a lot of my friends had the Genesis. And this is actually not really where I want to be. This kind of just drops us out back down here where that guy is. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to actually work my way back and see if there's something else to do here. I always get lost in the, no pun intended, lost Bastille. It always takes me a while to sort of refigure things out. So we just kind of go back. We might actually work our way to Heide's Tower of Flame and come back later, but there is another area I absolutely have to come to if I want to. If I want to progress through the game. There's a big boss that we have to fight here. And I wonder if the area has been restructured in a little bit in Scholar of the First Sin. Let's go ahead and come on back out here. For me, and we talk about this probably once, either every few weeks or every couple months, multiple times a year at the very least. You know, the two sound chips, you know, the SNES is sample-based sound hardware, and the Sega Genesis FM sound. They both have completely different sound qualities to them, and you know, it's totally okay to love both. I know people are like, oh, it's terrible. One is terrible, whereas the other one's great. Like, I don't think it's so cut and dry like that. It's one of those things where each sound hardware type excels at certain things, and the Super Nintendo sound hardware excels at having high quality samples that might end up being a little more limited in their overall composition just because of memory constraints and whatnot. So you'll get like really nice clean violin sounds or piano sounds, things like that. The Super Nintendo is really fantastic at that. Or even drum samples, yada yada yada. Oh, here are my souls from dodge rolling off. It's only 600. Whereas the Genesis is really good for, you know, FM synthesis stuff. Like, stuff that FM synthesis really excels at, like techno music and stuff like that. You know, you listen to the Streets of Rage soundtrack or Subterranea or something like that. Really excellent stuff. You would not be able to replicate that sound on a Super Nintendo the same way. So it's all relative, you know? Get me out of here. I need to get my stamina back up. I will say the Genesis sound hardware probably has worse sounding games. Well, the Genesis probably has worse sounding games overall than the Super Nintendo. I'd say on average. Not, you know, it always depends, but Sega gave developers kind of like really crappy tools, apparently, when it came to like, you know, sound programming and creation and whatever. And a lot of developers just use like the basic tools given to them in the development kits and didn't really go past that. And that basic, the basic sound development tools they were given were just really crappy. And which is why you have a lot of games that sound like they're farting. But the Genesis sound hardware is much more powerful than that. So in the end, it came down to developers actually taking advantage of the sound hardware. And when it's taken advantage of, it's very good. It's very satisfying. But also in a very different, unique way than the Super Nintendo's sample-based hardware. Which, I mean, just sounds equally amazing, if not more amazing in certain cases, like with Chrono Trigger, for instance, just its ending theme, or like Final Fantasy VI or Final Fantasy III in North America. It's just really good stuff. I'm really at a loss as to where I'm supposed to go. Let's loop back around here one more time. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah. Dodge roll through that. Sega 16-bit and Nintendo 64 family. Nice. Yeah, back in the day, Mike, families had a tendency of being one or the other. I totally understand what you mean by that. My family was not entirely that way, because I did have a Sega Game Gear. That was my first handheld. But I had an NES growing up, and then my parents bought a Super Nintendo several years later. Yeah, I'm beginning to wonder if this... I need to jump over there. I think that's my problem. Okay. Is there any other way across? Okay, we're gonna go naked. Because apparently... Wow, I look fugly. I need to turn human. I was told that you jump a little bit farther if you lose your equipment. Oh yeah, much farther. Let's go ahead and do that. Drangleic mail. Drangleic gauntlets. And then we were using just the regular, I think, falconer boots. Actually, hold on. Oh, yeah. Where's my long sword? Or broadsword, not long sword. My leather shield. Okay, cool. Mega Man X's electric guitar sounds. I'm trying to think. Oh, trolled. Yeah, don't go around just swiping everything in this game. Yeah, I've already been here. That's where that staircase led me. It's okay. We'll loop back around. Yeah, so my broadsword's at risk as well, which is unfortunate. And yeah, no, this is where I need to be. Okay. Cool. My broadsword's gonna break, unfortunately. So I'm gonna try to switch back over to this axe. Still have the hand axe. And the only reason we're going to use this is just so my sword doesn't break. When my sword breaks, I have to actually get it repaired by the blacksmith. And there's probably an invisible wall here, or illusory wall. So in Dark Souls 2, illusory walls are actually activated by your activation button, or your use key. Not your use key, but your A button. And I don't want to fall down there. But I do want to come up here. Bracing Knuckle Ring. If I remember correctly, this is actually a decent ring. So let's get rid of the Way of the Blue Seal, or the Blue Seal. Slows equipment degradation. So I'm going to basically lose a little bit of health now because that blue seal was giving me extra hit points. But now my weapons will degrade a little bit slower, which will be nice because, as you can see, your weapons can break very easily in this game. And there's an item over there. Let's go ahead and try to get it. Okay, flame butterflies are actually pretty good because I'm dead. Whee! Splat! Hey, Velcro. Yeah, jumping in this game is hard. Now, you can change your jump button to, you know, to the B button. But it's, I don't know. I'm just going to leave it on the analog stick button. Let's go ahead and switch back to our broadsword. Remember that whenever you rest at a bonfire, your durability resets. Yeah, nice fall, right? You like that? Now my souls should be back up top, but I'll make another loop through this area just to get extra souls. It's worth it. I do want to keep building my stats. Stat building in the early parts of the game are very important. Not as important in the later parts of the game as the soul requirement for a level up increases. Nice fall, 9 out of 10. Yeah, it was, I gotta say, that was actually a pretty quality fall. I haven't seen a fall that good in quite a while, actually. It's one thing falling into like an endless pit. It's another thing to fall flat on your face on the ground. It's quality stuff. 9 Patchoulis out of 10? Yeah. Patchouli would definitely approve. Okay, let's try this again. We're actually spending a lot of time in this area, much more than I expected to, but that's okay. You collected games and consoles for 20-something years, then you ran out of room. I ran out of money, then had to sell a lot of them. I would have preferred to run out of room. I did get some new game shelves, though, for my current collection. And brought all my game stuff back into my game room, which is cool. So I'll have to post a picture on my community tab sometime to show that off. Die, monster. You don't belong in this world. So you activate secrets in this very much like you do in Wolfenstein 3D. Or Doom. Yeah, again, we just looped back around. We're just time wasting now. And I should probably go ahead and use an effigy. But I'm gonna give it a little while. Actually, no. Screw it. I'm gonna use it right now. We have 6. Then we can buy a couple more. We'll get a lot over the course of the playthrough. Yeah, I wouldn't want to... Well... Yeah, I don't know, Vampire. I don't know if I'd want to buy your Castlevania, even if you had it for sale, because it's expensive. Let's go ahead and use an Estus Flask to get our health back. Yeah, I traded him my Castlevania X68000 last year. And got a analog Super NT in return. So, like, the value wasn't quite even. The Castlevania was worth more, but the Super NT had much more functional value for me. So, yeah. He got what he wanted, I got what I wanted. And everything we've done on Super Nintendo ever since has been via my Super NT. I'm gonna go ahead and try to kill this Heide Knight. Look at that damage he does, it's crazy. Well, there goes 16,000 souls. I was an idiot for doing that. Always thought my house was filled to the brim of consoles and games? No. No. No, and I do have a lot, don't get me wrong, but it's not like these other collections you see on other YouTube channels. So if you guys want, I actually I can show you real quick. It's gonna be shaky cam, okay? Okay, so brace for the shaky cam. So this is my game room. This is my recording setup. Just like so. This is my main desktop PC. It's running the stream. And then this is the system that we're actually playing on, right here. But this is the collection, right here. this is where I keep my game consoles. You can barely see them. But I've got a Genesis and Sega CD up top with a Nuon below it. A Wii U, Xbox 360, Xbox One, 2 GameCubes. One's a PAL one for RGB. Sega Saturn, N64, original Xbox, my Super NT, retro USB AVS, Dreamcast. You can't see it, but there's a Neo Geo CD there. Do I have my Genesis Model 1 there? I've got 2 PS2s, 1 US, 1 Japanese, PS3, PS4, Atari Jaguar, 3DO FZ1. I've got an Atari VCS down there. And I have other consoles. Like, I've got an actual NES, actual Super Nintendo, Atari 7800. A couple other consoles like that that are boxed. A Virtual Boy. And let's see if I can do it here. So I do try to keep my stuff boxed. I like having boxed consoles, so I do have boxes for most of them. You can see my Sega CD, Genesis, Saturn, 32X, NES, Super Nintendo, Jaguar. That's just the game room closet. In my bedroom closet, I have another 2 shelves about the same size of more boxed consoles for the other stuff I have. But these are the games. I don't have a ton. It's a lot to some people, but for me, it's actually kind of on the small end. I used to have way more. So most of this is just like modern stuff. Wii U, Wii, Xbox One, PS4. Some of my PSP games. Retro stuff over here. I don't have as many retro games because I've consolidated to flash carts. But I have some Sega CD titles. I have some Saturn, some PS1 long boxes, some NES carts right here. My N-Gage games. Various other things. Super Nintendo games that don't work on my flash cart, like Super FX titles, or Street Fighter Alpha 2. I have another 2 shelves here for PS2 and Xbox. And then on the bottom are some of my import PS1 games. And then I have this spindle that I got when I worked at Electronics Boutique about 15 years ago. And it spins around. I've got a lot of PS1 games on it. And then that's where most of my Windows and DOS PC games are. And some game soundtracks. So, yeah. That's pretty much my entire collection. I have big box PC games, a couple shelves of those in my bedroom in a different bookshelf. And I have a bunch of, accessories and controllers and box accessories and, some other dupes of consoles and whatnot. So, yeah. I do still have my Retron 77. Yeah. Yeah, I've got my Retron 77. And, it's my Wii U library. We're going to try to do more Wii U stuff on this channel. I love the system. And maybe try to dive into more PS3 stuff, too. So, yeah. I did buy a second NES Classic Edition. I was like, this is probably the last time I'm ever going to see one of these brand new in box in a retail store. So I went and bought a second one. Yeah, I was at Best Buy last year. They had one. Don't know why they had one, but they had one. We're going to play Splatoon soon, Office. I just added it to my stream list today. You popped in as one of the first chatters today, and that reminded me that, oh yeah, that's right, I had to play Splatoon. Yeah, and Ebenezer, I used to actually own more consoles. I used to have an Intellivision, ColecoVision. Like, I'm just talking in this current apartment. I've actually owned tons of stuff back in the day. Yeah, I had a box Intellivision, ColecoVision, Intellivision 3, CDI, a Magnavox CDI 550. Was it 550 or 450? I don't remember. Bandai Apple Pippin. Oh yeah, I didn't mention my my PC Engine Duo. I didn't see that over there. But yeah, I have a box PC Engine Duo right now. I used to have a boxed US Turbo Duo. I had a boxed Super CD-ROM attachment for PC Engine. I had a Super Graphics box, a Jaguar CD box, I have quite a few other things too in this current collection here, but I've sold them over the years because they didn't really get much use. I had a Vectrex that actually a viewer sold to me many years ago, and I actually regret selling that because the Vectrex is awesome. I would really love to stream it now. I want to try to get another one of those, but money is tight, so... He stopped gaming when pads replaced joysticks. That sucks. That's a bummer, because like there were joystick accessories, you know, on all the consoles. Yeah, like my parents, I think they really stopped gaming around that time too. You know, NES in particular. And yeah, NES in particular. Which is a bummer, because they used to play games with me when I was a kid. And then, you know, they just kind of like... I guess they just grew out of it. I don't know. Really wish my parents had gamed with me over the years. We would have bonded so much better if that was the case. I think that's the case with a lot of kids that grew up, you know, in my generation. Alright, we're going to try one more thing here. We're going to go ahead and switch back over to this place one more time. Because, like, yeah. I know where I need to go. I'm just... We're so engrossed in conversation tonight, which is awesome, that I'm not focusing on the game. And that's totally okay. Because like I said at the beginning of the stream, we don't usually get a lot of people hanging out on Dark Souls streams. But they are chill streams to hang out on, for sure. I could actually try to do the gargoyle fight right now, too, by the way. That actually wouldn't be a bad idea. But it is a tough fight. We'll see. I want to try to explore the rest of this area first. He's all intimidated by it. Yeah, that's understandable. The thing about it is, you know, you just tell him, like, you don't be intimidated. Like, just have fun. Here's a controller. Give him a simple game. Be like, play Super Mario Brothers, you know? Something easy to get into. Play Tetris. And give your dad Tetris. Or I don't know. Sit there and coach him as he plays. And if he dies, be like, "Oh, it's okay. It's okay. You know, just try it again." Mario likes watching me play. Well, thank you, Mario. I like having you here while I play. That is not an item. We can actually drop that barrel and it'll explode on the enemies below. I'm just being so sloppy in this playthrough. And I think I was fat rolling too. I have to check that. Oh, nice. Donkey Kong Country. Hell yeah. Yeah, I am. Why am I fat rolling now? What is the difference? What changed? Nothing changed. Gonna get rid of my helmet. Yeah, that was part of my problem there too, is I was fat rolling. I didn't even realize it until I died. Then you might have something intelligent to say about the game. It's okay. I mean, I will definitely be playing games in those series again. I'm working on Quake 4 right now on Twitch, but oh man, the game is such a pain. I really don't care for it all that much. Why did I do that? See, again, I'm not focusing. Man, these controls are so not responsive. I feel like they've tweaked the controls and whatnot in Scholar of the First Sin, because I don't remember having any of these issues in that game. So basically I was trying to use my Estus Flask, but he wasn't using the Estus Flask. See, now I'm really curious if they did actually tweak that stuff in Scholar. Oh geez, he got back into Demon Souls. He never learned to hold Y to run. Oh man, that's a pretty crucial function. Well, I would much rather play Quake 2 than Quake 4. My big issue with Quake 4 is that it has all this, like, forced exposition. They block you off from proceeding, like, they put an invisible wall in your way as, you know, to give time and room for NPCs you really don't give two craps about to talk to you and talk about meaningless stuff that you don't care about. And it just holds you back from the best thing about that series, which is running and gunning. So, and then the combat itself I don't think is all that great either. The combat in Quake 2 I do think is a lot more satisfying. But even though I don't like Quake 2 anywhere near as much as, say, Quake 1, because it wasn't meant to be a Quake game to begin with. It was meant to be its own thing. I do still much prefer Quake 2 over Quake 4. Another part of Quake 2 is the music. It's one of my favorite game soundtracks ever. And Quake 2 pretty much has, like, nothing in that regard. It's really bad in that regard. Yeah, but I will say, I need a fragrant branch, but I don't have one. I will say that I definitely enjoyed Quake 4 more back when I first played it to completion back in like 2007, 2008 than I do now. It's another game kind of like Doom 3. I don't think it's held up as well, but for totally different reasons. Yeah, so just not really much of a fan. I do think the second half of the game is a lot better than the first half, though. Holy crap. That's right, they removed the amount of archers up there in Scholar. But we've talked about Quake 2 as well. My big issue with Quake 2 is that I find it to just get way too repetitive. It's too long for its own good. Very repetitious. The enemies aren't as fun to fight as they are in, say, Quake or Doom or something like that. And it's not a very challenging game either, even if you put it on the highest difficulty, which in the patched versions is Nightmare. It's still pretty easy. I just go into autopilot mode when I play that game, if you know what I mean. Whereas Quake, even though I'm really good at the game, I still have to play smart. Otherwise I die. You know, I don't really have that threat in Quake 2. And the boss fights are kind of weak too. One of Quake 1's biggest issues is that it only has really one boss, and holy crap. So this is one funny thing about Dark Souls 2 is sometimes weapons and glitches will glitch out completely, or weapons and enemies will glitch out, and it's really funny to watch. Look at him go. No, I do think Sonic Mayhem's OST was better than the Nine Inch Nails one, but they were going for different, you know, different things, you know? Quake 2 was just in-your-face rock music. Nine Inch Nails was very subtle, like, industrial and ambient type of stuff. You had bad seafood. Hey, Gary. You'd really love to get an old CRT from the 50s or 60s. That would be fun to have. Okay, so this actually takes us to the Lost Sinner. And that is not there in Scholar of the First Sin. Very interesting. So there's a boss in No Man's Wharf you fight. And you fight that boss here again in Scholar of the First Sin. Ooh, Sublime Bone Dust. That's actually a really good item. So what that does is you use it at the main bonfire in Majula, and that raises the amount of Estus you get back for each flask you use. So very good to have. Yeah, this is really throwing me off. It's so different from Scholar, which is cool. That's what's cool about Dark Souls 2 and Scholar of the First Sin, is they both have their differences. Yeah, the R2 swing, the heavy swing with, you know, a one-handed sword like this has really good range, really good reach. There are some enemies here too that'll charge at you if you're not careful. Wow, look at that damage he's doing. It's brutal. Yeah, alright. Actually, I don't know if I can do it. We're gonna go ahead and keep exploring here, because there is something I want to do, which will make the boss fight a little bit easier. And I didn't know this until watching Zotmeister's stream over on Twitch. But first we have to open up these gates at the end, and I don't know if I can do that yet. Actually, no, I don't think it requires you to... No, it doesn't require you to open the gates. I don't believe it does. Yeah, it's still locked. So we're going to loop around here. One player like Zelda? Yeah, it is, definitely. And it's open world-ish in the same kind of way that a Zelda game is. So, yeah, they're very... If you like Zelda, like, say like the original Legend of Zelda, where you've got actual challenge involved in the game, and you're just free to explore the world as you see fit. For the most part, I mean, you are gated off in a lot of areas. Please roll, please roll. Yeah, you get ambushed by these guys. I'm actually very glad I survived that. Yeah, it's got a similar vibe and a similar appeal for sure. I'm gonna come up here first. Yeah. It's locked. Yeah, you need a special key for that. I've never actually... Whoa, that was close. Yeah, I've never actually gotten the key for that. I only have 4 life gems, but I have radiant life gems. I might actually be able to fight this boss right now. Oh, I'd be wiser. Oh, yeah, I do need the key for... Ah, jeez. Okay, yeah. No, we definitely have to come back then. Yeah, so there are keys that you get to unlock those doors, and then you can light this, like, stream of oil. And that will actually light candles in the boss arena. And that'll make the boss fight a little bit easier. Otherwise, it's difficult to actually see the boss. You only have 4 of these. And I don't think I have any rings of sacrifice. Yeah, so I'm not going to do it. Let's go back and keep exploring. There is a couple vertical areas I want to touch on here. And then we'll go cash out the souls. Then we'll come back and try this boss. Why not? And then we, you know, assuming we defeat the boss, we actually might even be able to try the bell gargoyles at the same time. I meant to, so when I did this run, I meant to actually play very efficiently, and I haven't been doing that. So my plan was to save the Lost Bastille for later, and go to Heide's Tower of Flame first, which is easier. And then take that to No Man's Wharf, which is easier as well. And then come back and come here. But we've actually technically done the harder route first. Which, on the other hand, means that the easier route will be even easier than usual, which is good, but here's a bonfire. Oh, and speaking of bell gargoyles, we actually get to see them. Oh, they just flew by. I don't think they're going to fly back. So you actually get a hint of that boss, which is pretty cool. Very nice touches in this game that, you know, some people don't really talk about. So we can light a torch, too. You notice how everything's been really dark. So you can go around the game and light up all the sconces to light everything up. That's another really nice touch, too. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. Dark Souls Remastered is great. It's the one I recommend playing if you've never played a Souls game before. Seems we share the opinion that later Zelda games became too linear and handholdy. Yes, I totally agree. I think that's one thing that kept me from being too interested in the later Zeldas. Breath of the Wild brought it back to basics, which is what I really liked about it. Felt like the original Legend of Zelda, but like times 1,000. It's on a much grander scale. Alright, so I want to talk to him and see if we can get anything leveled up here. Let's see. Reinforce. There we go. Okay, I can. Great. Now I need a Titanite chunk to boost my broadsword even farther. And I can actually start boosting my equipment here too. But I actually need Twinkling Titanite for that, so never mind. Okay. And I'm going to do this early as well. I should probably save it for later, but we're going to go buy the Silver Cat Ring, which, like I said, allows you to absorb more fall damage.
Oh, you do have the top.
So let's go ahead and do that. We're definitely going to need that later on. But that's 13,000 souls we just lost, unfortunately. So we're not going to be able to level up as much. And actually, you know what I'm going to do? Is instead of leveling up, I'm going to buy 57 life gems.
Thanks.
So yes, I missed my chance to level up a few times, but now I don't have to worry about running out of health items, which is reassuring, so. We're gonna go ahead and try this boss. You know, we'll see how we handle it. Usually the boss isn't too bad for me. Oh, I didn't upgrade my Estus Flask either. It's okay, I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be fine. The Breath of the Wild DLC, the first 2 DLC packs are on the Wii U, from what I understand. Was there a third one on Switch? I can't remember. Holy crap, that just stunned the hell out of me. There is no third DLC, okay. Lacerating knife, we're not going to use that. And we're going to just go ahead and try to run straight to the boss. So there's going to be a little difficult. We're still going to have those guys behind us. Whoa there. Now, when you aggravate enemies in this game, they will chase you like crazy. Ugh. Very sloppy, Austin. Very sloppy. Alright, well, we'll try this. The boss arena is going to be pretty dark, but that's okay. Enclave on the original Xbox. Yeah, it is. It has a PC vibe, Jules, because it was a PC game. Alright, this is the Lost Sinner. I'm mistiming all my dodge rolls, by the way. This is really bad. Yeah, this is... I'm playing just absolutely terribly today. Normally I play way better at these games. My biggest issue, I think, is that I've been playing Dark Souls 3 for like 20 hours. I just crammed 20 hours of gameplay in like 3 or 4 days. And that's really having a negative effect on me. I'm playing the game like it's Dark Souls 3. And Dark Souls 2 is considerably more sluggish than Dark Souls 3, and that's a big issue. Now, unfortunately, my elevator's down at the bottom of the shaft now. I don't think the elevator's reset. Yeah, so I have to kill these guys now. Hopefully our playthrough, our actual gameplay gets a little bit better as we progress, but my gameplay is actually pretty terrible. Normally I play these games very smoothly, but we're not doing that tonight, unfortunately, so. Alright, see ya, Micah. Take care. But yeah, a lot of bosses in this game actually are not very difficult, this boss included. I know a lot of players kind of struggle with these bosses, but I don't know if it's just like because people didn't grow up with really old school games that were always challenging like this, or if, you know, they just kind of play differently. Like one of my friends on Twitch has been playing this game. He has a very different play style. He does sorcery, he doesn't dodge roll ever, you know, so he tanks a lot of hits. If you're that kind of player, these bosses are probably going to be a lot more difficult than for someone that plays much more action-oriented. Yeah, it really does, Jules. It really has a different vibe to it. Now, there are some, like, kind of spooky areas later on in the game. But for the most part, it's definitely more fantastical in theme, I would say. Okay, cool, Office. Thanks for checking. Yeah, I had thought that I heard something about, like, a third DLC coming eventually. Look at that hitbox, man. It's absolutely awful. They must have tweaked the hitboxes in Scholar. But the other thing is, you really want to play patiently. And that was my fault. I just delayed way too much. And I'm dead. Yeah, they're really staggering their attacks quite a bit, which makes it hard to judge their attacks. See, that was my fault again. I just delayed. Remember that your life gems, they stack on top of each other. So it's definitely worth using multiples at once. That's what I usually do. And my stamina is also recovering slowly, which is also kind of being a problem. And I delayed way too much there. That was my fault. I can't see. And my lock-on disappeared, which is also a problem. Yeah, this is also why you want to light the torches. Not torches, but the oil paths, or the oil lines. And see, look at that. I can just actually block. Although they, when you lose all your stamina from blocking, your shield gets just pushed back. And then you're just left wide open. Just gonna take it safe. Just gonna take it safe. Boom, there we go. Really, it's not a hard boss. It's just I'm playing Dark Souls 3. You can be much more aggressive. The game is much faster paced, like Bloodborne. And that's definitely an issue I'm having. Is I am trying to play really fast paced like it's Dark Souls 3. Thanks, Carlos. Fragrant Branch of Yore. Great. There we go. Okay. So yeah, there was that one guy that we could use the Fragrant Branch on, but I'm not going to because we do need a Fragrant Branch to unlock another lady, which will open up another pathway. Oh, I don't give a thumb, headed out too. Alright, take care. You're probably not out there anymore, but thanks for hanging out. And this is another boss soul. I'll go ahead and just use it. And we're going to level up a bunch. Because I need to level up. I want to level up. So I usually like to boost my health bar up to 30. So I just did that.
Is that here to see luck? However,
although in reality, I probably would have been better off like evening out my stat upgrades. But you know, we had to get my my health to plus 30 anyway, so I figured might as well just do it right now. Oops, can't burn a human effigy, but we burn the sublime bone dust here, and again that raises the power of our Estus flask. Which means we'll get more health back for each flask that we use. Okay, so what I'm thinking about trying now is going and trying the bell gargoyles. So we're going to go ahead and try to do that right now. Yeah, Office. I mean, that's why I'm doing this stream. Is like I watched someone else play it, and I was like, damn, I want to play Dark Souls 2 right now. So here we are. Have I tried any DLC yet? Are you talking on this run? No, we haven't even gotten anywhere close to even qualifying the DLC. Yeah, keep in mind, this is not a blind playthrough. I have beaten Dark Souls 2 multiple times. I think I beat the original game once, and I've done the Scholar Edition 3 times. And this is my first time playing the patched the patched vanilla Dark Souls 2. The one time I played Dark Souls 2 vanilla was the unpatched version on PS3. So some of the patch differences I'm not familiar with, but everything else is I'm comfortable with, including the DLC. A day of conflicting atmospheres. Yeah, I decided I'm gonna actually pre-order. Yeah, I'm gonna pre-order Doom Eternal on Steam, and I don't ever drop full price on games on Steam, but I'm gonna make an exception for Doom Eternal. 'Cause I want to play it on PC. I don't want to play a compromised version on Xbox One like it did when Doom 2016 came out. Okay, so this is the that's right, we have to open up the gate. And I think the switch for the gate is actually up here, so we're gonna have to do a couple things first. Want to watch out for these little bellkeeper guys. They can gang up on you pretty quickly. Just try to take him. Oh, I got stuck on him. I didn't even hit him. And I'm probably dead because it takes forever for your Estus Flask to apply. It's one of the things about Dark Souls 2 is if you're used to Dark Souls 1 or in particular 3 or Bloodborne, it's going to take quite a while to get the hang of the Estus Flask recovery. And one thing I'm really struggling with on this specific version of the game is I'm mashing the Estus Flask button, but my character's not using my Estus Flask. It's taking a while for him to use it. So I've got to get used to that. Is it the short sword? It's called the broadsword. I'm pretty sure there are just normal short swords in the game. So a bunch of these items, like the Skeptic's Spice, I'm not going to use those. That's mainly for magic users. So we're going to hold on to all this stuff, though. And we're going to sell it later on. It is short. Yeah, it's short-ish. Yeah, it's fine. Not that short. Alright, we're going to go ahead and use an effigy just because I want to have as much health as I can on this boss fight. And I'm going to actually equip... I'm going to unequip that, and I'm going to equip these Radiant Life Gems. Alright, see you, Carlos. Just keep in mind that we're definitely not going to beat this in one day, so what I plan on doing is firing up another stream tomorrow night. So if you guys are around, be sure to stop back in tomorrow night for a continued playthrough. I still plan on trying to stream all night here. But we're definitely not going to finish the game in one sitting. Alright, I don't think I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to try it anyway. It's a really tough boss fight here, and I can see that I'm not doing a lot of damage to these guys. Good, got one. Like, there we go. I was trying to use my Estus Flask again and it didn't let me. Holy crap, dude. Come on. Good. Jeez, there's a third one again. Just when I think I'm good, there's another one. Yeah, using your life gems too is the same way as the Estus Flask. Way too slow. Like, you press the button and it doesn't come out after you dodge roll or something. I think they definitely tweaked that in Scholar, because I did not have that problem at all in Scholar. Crap, man. I knew that was going to happen. God damn. That was my fault. I shouldn't have died there. I got greedy, and that's what happens in this game. You get greedy, and then you die. Are you serious? I gotta open the door again. Come on. Like, even the doors close themselves. Yes, Retro Simon. Yep. It took a couple playthroughs for me to really get into it. The big thing is that it was just really challenging. And, yeah, very challenging. I'm gonna die again. Yeah, that's something I actually completely forgot about. Is you can actually drink 2 flasks or more back to back, which is helpful. Yeah, and one of the things I'm really struggling with right now too is my stamina. Because my stamina bar just runs out very quickly. Alright, we got this. Good. Yeah, it's not like fighting them one-on-one is hard. It's when you've got 3 of them at the same time, it's pretty challenging. Pretty challenging. So that's actually one of the, if you ask me, that's one of the hardest bosses in the game. And again, not because any individual one is all that hard. It's, you know, it's fighting 3 at once, which is just, it's a nightmare. Okay, I'm going to actually rest here because this place down here can actually be pretty dangerous too. Actually, I run the risk of losing my souls here, but we're going to try it anyway. As I said, we got a bunch of dogs here. Very easy to get ganked up on. And you get invaded by an NPC. Ah, my stamina, man. It just takes forever to charge, and I use so much of it. Alright, let me go ahead and use a flask. So for these phantoms, I like to just use my, you know, just two-hand my weapon. And it just staggers them over and over and over again. That's usually my strategy for those guys. Bastille key. That's actually probably the key we needed to unlock the gates for the Lost Sinner, which is the big boss fight in this game, or this area. But too late now. That might also be the key that unlocks the blacksmith if you don't find the blacksmith the secret way. And thanks for the GGs too, guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't usually block much on the fights, obvious. I usually dodge roll. So, but yeah, I've never played New Game Plus on this game all the way through, but I have done Bonfire Ascetics multiple times at most areas of the game. So yeah, the bosses get more challenging and whatnot. Alright, so that's it for the Lost Bastille for now. Again, there is a guy we can free. He's really good with like sorceries and things like that, but I'm not gonna bother with him. He can also craft boss souls into weapons, but again, not gonna bother with it. Oh, Dark Lurker? I beat Dark Lurker on my, like, I want to say my second try when I played the Scholar version a couple weeks ago. Don't think I have any tight. No, I don't. Yeah, let's check them anyway. Yeah, I don't have any titanite chunks. I do need them though if I want to upgrade that weapon. Come on, come on.
Bear seek lest this.
Hey, blocking's fine. It's totally fine. Yeah, so I'm boosting my endurance there now because, again, that's been, it's definitely been a weak spot on this run so far. Alright, and so leftover souls, I always just go and I buy a bunch of life gems. Nothing wrong with, you know, keeping well stocked with life gems. It just means that you're never going to run out of health refills. We're 4 hours in. I should probably go grab a snack in a little bit. We'll explore around just a little bit more. So I'm going to come here, do a couple things, and then we're going to go back to Heide's Tower of Flame. That's really the next place I should be at. But I am getting relatively sidetracked. Any boss did I have trouble with? You mean on this specific run? I've actually died. I think I've actually died, have I died to every boss so far? I might have died to every boss so far. Alright, so this is where we use the Fragrant Branch, and this lady is a pyromancer. So she can teach you pyromancy, and this is, you know, you talk to her to upgrade your pyromancy, but she also, you know, is kind of blocking the way. So you need a Fragrant Branch to unlock her. Or unlock this area. This is actually a really dangerous part, by the way. And the basilisks in this game can actually stone you. And it's a lot like, kind of like being cursed in the first Dark Souls. Where it's basically instant death. So she just gave me a prism stone. Prism stones are, oh, do you have any clothing you can spare? Yeah, you have to dress her too. So you give her, just whatever. I don't really have any need for all this stuff. So we'll give her the Wanderer's Hood. Actually, she'll look better with that. Let's see. Give her the leather armor. I don't really need that. Leather gloves. I don't need those. And leather boots. And if I wanted to, I could buy,
Thank you, Papa.
yeah, she'll go back to Majula, then you can talk to her and then upgrade your pyromancy if you go that route. Are those back? The basilisks? Yeah, the basilisks are pretty much in all three of the main Souls games. Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. Ooh, nice. Flask Shard. Very nice. Yeah, so because I recently played through Scholar of the First Sin, I actually don't exactly remember where a lot of the item placements are. Because they've been rearranged in Scholar. Yeah, one thing about Dark Souls 2 is enemies get aggravated from very long ranges. Which is why all these guys basically woke up right away. Alright, it's a life gem. And I can, you know, try to run and jump over here if I wanted to. I don't think there's really anything super important here. I don't know. I'll check it anyway. Okay, human effigy. That was worth it. Because those things are at least $2,500. 2,500 souls. Alright, see ya, Jules. Alright, that's it. I'm gonna go ahead and access the bonfire because that'll replenish my durability. I don't think I actually even used a flask. It's not really worth trying to fight all those guys again. Not enough souls to be worth the time. And I think they actually did trigger. Yep. He clearly wants a hug. The way he ran in towards me. Alright, so the Shaded Woods has multiple different routes you can go. And there's another bonfire at the end of this stretch. The Richter Belmont Amiibo release. Cool. Might have to order one of those. I don't do a lot of collectibles, but I do like the Castlevania stuff. Another Pharros Lockstone. Speaking of that, I need to go back to that very first area in the game to use it. Elden Ring. I'd be excited for it if I actually knew what it was going to be. But no gameplay yet. Not a lot of details on it. Yeah, I have to see more about it before I get excited, but yeah, I definitely want to see more about it though, that's for sure. Okay, so one thing I'm going to do here is run up this way. This is a pretty dangerous area. You've got these guys that are cloaked. They're very difficult to see. But if you run up all the way to the left here, you can actually find a guy to talk to. In Scholar, he sells gold pine resin, which is very good.
Leave me be. What is... Look, okay.
So you just kind of exhaust his dialogue.
I see. My...
Yep. So he's got gold pine resin here. It's 1,500. It is expensive, but later on in the game, you'll find that 1,500 is really nothing. So we're going to go ahead and just buy 2 since we're here.
Farewell.
And how many do I have total? Let's see. I have 3 total. Another shard. Yeah, so gold pine resin, just like aromatic ooze, enhances your weapon with that elements. And it's very good. So I'm just going to skip this area entirely. You can explore it, get some items. It is a cool area, but if you keep looping around, you actually go to your next major area. So I'm going to come up here. There's another bonfire. I'm just accessing these bonfires early. You know, if I wanted to, I really could do this area right now. But I'm going to stick to my word. I'm going to do Heide's Tower of Flame first. And then No Man's Wharf. And then Yeah. So let's go ahead and go back to that. So for Heide's Tower of Flame, we go back to Majula. Alright, where's the Emerald Herald? There she is.
Is that?
Yes, it is a shard I found. Let's go ahead and upgrade our flask. 4 hours into the game, we actually probably should be a little bit farther. But, yeah. We're still making progress at least, right? I was basically expecting to, destroy these bosses pretty much on the, first try, but we've definitely failed in that regard. Alright, so looks like he gave me the blood bite ring. This basically increases bleeding resistance. Yeah. So certain enemies will inflict bleed when they attack you. You know, you basically have lacerating weapons. And bleed is very bad. When you start bleeding, just an instant chunk of your health gets taken off. Just like that. And it's a huge chunk too, so it's very dangerous. Okay, so this is interesting right here. This is a seal and a contraption that when you use magic in this area, it'll activate the contraption and it'll rotate around and unlock another doorway. So we have to eventually go down both paths. If I had magic right now, I could flip it and go to the opposite way. But I'm gonna just do Heide's Tower of Flame, which is down this way. There's also a chest here you can miss if you're not careful. Right here. And I've actually missed this on previous playthroughs, but there's a switch right here. If you go into the distance just a little bit, it kind of blends into the background. It's very difficult to see. So I made this mistake in my first playthrough. And if you decide to come back the other way, there's another switch right there. Also easy to miss. Alright. So in the Scholar of the First Sin edition, you have lots of those Heide's Tower Knights all over the place, those white knights. In this version, you don't. So this tower is actually easier in this vanilla version of Dark Souls 2. Alright, and it's also easy to miss this too. I've actually missed this bonfire before. But yeah, there's a bonfire right here. And this is a really good time to take a break, a food break. So it's been about 4.5, 5 hours since I ate. I'm going to go ahead and grab a snack. So I will be back in a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. Hey Mark, how's it going? Long time no see. Just taking a food break. And yeah, I do Dark Souls, yeah. Patchouli! Patchouli! Come on. Let's get down. Let's get down. Let's get down. Come on. You spin me right round, baby, right now. You just got a copyright claim. Alright, watch out. Let's go. Oh man. Oh, there it is. Oh man. Been collecting some SNES games. Got an original Hagane. Oh, nice, man. Yeah, that's on my to-do list for sure. I've never beaten the game, but I played it just a tiny bit. Yeah, I've heard really good things about it. Damn, it's getting cold in here too. Ugh. Oh man, I feel better already. Ugh. Do you do the do? I do not do the do. Oh, man. Probably the best platform of its type of the 16-bit era. Nice. Okay. Hopefully we can do a little bit better in this area. We kind of failed miserably in the Lost Bastille between running around aimlessly for ages to dying at multiple bosses. Yeah, to permanently losing like 16,000 souls. Ooh, Sublime Bone Dust. Really? I didn't know regular enemies dropped that. That's crazy. A lot of these big guys, you know, you can just kind of like walk around them. You really have to watch out for their attacks, though. And also, by killing these giant knights, these switches appear. And you need to flip the switches if you want to make the boss fight easier. So that arena down there in the distance, and to the right, that's a boss arena. Yeah, dude, I hated Dark Souls when I first played it, because it made me feel things that I didn't like. I don't like raging, and Dark Souls made me rage hard. Dark Souls 2 made me rage hard. Dark Souls 3 made me rage hard. Bloodborne made me rage hard. Demon Souls made me snap it in half. But, you know, once I got better at the game, I played it a second time, I played it a third time. I started to enjoy it a lot more once I got familiar with the game. And it's basically been the same with all these games, except Demon Souls. That one is just... There's a special place in hell for Demon Souls specifically. Yeah, it is the closest thing to a modern NES game. I agree. Absolutely. So basically, it can be very frustrating on early playthroughs, but... And I think that frustration is amplified as well, because these games aren't exactly short. It's not like Castlevania or Ninja Gaiden where you can beat it, you know, very quickly. So it's like Ninja Gaiden or Castlevania times 1,000, I'd probably say. Yeah, Dark Souls 2 is good. It would be really cool if they brought it to the Switch. Because I know a lot of people would like to play that on the go. That would be really cool. So this is a boss fight up here. It's actually a Dragon Rider Knight thing. Basically Ornstein from the original Dark Souls. Much less aggressive. But still, you know, if you're not careful, he can kill you pretty quickly. Yeah, eventually you love it. Absolutely. Hey, Dasan, welcome back, dude. Well, I didn't snap those in half, Liberal Arts Guy, because those are worth more. I paid like $15 for Demon Souls several years ago. It's not like... I pay more money going out and getting food, you know, eating at a restaurant than I do, you know, more than, you know, you know what I mean. It costs me more to eat out than it does to buy another copy of Demon Souls. Limits HP reduction when hollow. Yeah, the Ring of Binding. That's actually not a bad one, but I don't really need it because I haven't died that many times to where it's... You know, the life reduction when becoming hollow has been a big deal. Hasn't become a big deal. There we go. Got a good dodge roll. Ow. I dodge roll 3 times. There goes all my stamina. Have to let it charge up all the way. Gotta play it safe. And we're good. Good. First try. Finally. Was that the first boss we beat on the first try? It might have been. Alright, so there's this guy here. He's kind of a dick.
Transient be.
And he's got a quest line and blah blah blah, but we're probably just gonna whack him. Like a pro. I've never played the Dead Space game, so yeah, I'm not really sure how you can compare them.
You are my greatest challenge.
I love how he goes, "You are my greatest challenge," and then he's dead. Yeah, I don't really like that guy, so we just off him. And there's this hallway down here that I actually didn't know existed until my last playthrough. And look at that. It's a bonfire. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that just to get my flasks back. We're gonna go ahead and just fight the other boss right now. I'm not gonna worry about cashing out these souls. So I think we'll be fine. And we'll go ahead and take out all these knights too, because it's decent souls. How much was that? 400 something, I think. Yeah, this place is a lot harder in Scholar of the First Sin, because you also have the Heide's Tower Knights to deal with. Again, the White Knights. They're very challenging. Partially because their attack patterns, they attack very, very quickly. I want to say I already flipped this switch. Yeah, it looks like the boss arena is actually completed, so we won't have to worry about falling off during the boss fight. Yep. Yeah, and there's a dragon up top. Green blossoms. So what those do is when you use them, they boost your stamina recovery speed for a short period of time. Dodge. There we go. Alright, another boss fight. And I'm going to actually use some gold pine resin here. I don't know if it's going to really do any good, but usually it doesn't not do any good. It's just how much better it makes your weapons is just dependent on the enemy type, what their weaknesses are, whatnot. Yeah, not bad. I got sloppy, but it's okay. Alright, so now this opens up No Man's Wharf. So we got through this whole area pretty quickly. It's not too bad. Yeah, no, it was Retro Simon. I mean, Scholar of the First Sin is a good addition to the game if you're familiar with Dark Souls 2. I don't think it's the best way to start playing Dark Souls 2 because it's more frustrating overall. But if you are... increases faith. Don't really need any of these. If you're good at the original Dark Souls 2, it's definitely worth playing Scholar for sure.
Sometimes I expected to.
Okay, that's her last thing. So you want to
the gods.
she'll appear at that switch I was talking about earlier, and you can actually pay her to switch it for you, which we'll have to do later on in the playthrough. But we're gonna do No Man's Wharf first. We're gonna go through this whole area first. Yeah, I actually started blind on Scholar because I heard a lot of people say that Scholar was the better way to start the game. You know, better performance, you know, 60 frames a second on consoles as opposed to 30. Things like that. Boy, was I wrong. Yeah, the frame rate was nice, but everything else was much more challenging. Oops. Lucky that went over my head. Yeah, Office, exactly. Most things are either weak to lightning or whatever. So, yeah, it's a good choice all around, for sure. I'm gonna get to the No Man's Wharf bonfire, and then we're gonna warp out and level up. Another green blossom. It's a mistake I always make with these guys. I do a second hit that where even if you're behind them, the sword will still smack you right in the face. I always make that mistake. Honestly, I don't think Scholar is all that challenging if you're really good at Dark Souls 2 and you're familiar with Scholar's layout. Like, I played through it a couple weeks ago and I just ripped right through it. But as a first play, yeah, it is definitely more challenging. More trollish enemy placement, things like that. But once you get good at it, I think it's probably fairly on par with the original Dark Souls 2 difficulty-wise. With one or two exceptions. There are definitely parts in Dark Souls 2 I found to be a little bit harder than Scholar. Like, I know Shrine of Amana is a pain in the ass. And if you go Dark Souls 2 unpatched, it's, you know, even worse in certain areas. See, I did it again. Just let him smack me in the face with that. You know, like with a lot of classic games, old school games, it, the difficulty, the quote-unquote difficulty, really changes based on familiarity, learning new tricks, knowing what items and weapons to use at certain points, things like that. And so Scholar, I think, was a little bit harder to kind of figure out how to get past certain sections. But once you figured it out, you're like, oh, this is actually really easy. I just need to play a certain way. Oh, can you not do that in the original Dark Souls 2 office? I thought you could still join the Champion Covenant and it still does that. So was that a Scholar exclusive thing? If so, I didn't know that. I actually had explained that early on in the playthrough, assuming that Vanilla was the same as Scholar with that Covenant. Oh look, hey.
I thought that might be you. The longer I am here... of course. There is a... with... this... I suppose...
Okay. Scholar added that feature. Okay. I thought that was, original Dark Souls 2 as well. So even with the DLC on original Dark Souls 2, it doesn't add it. All right. Lots of souls. Let's see what my inventory is like. I don't think I had many shards or anything like that. Pale stone, titanite shard, yeah, that's it. Okay. I don't really need that then. Oops. I do need to level up.
Bearer of the curse. Seek souls. Larks less.
Yeah, the quality of life changes in Remastered are great. I agree. Boost my strength and endurance equally. Yeah, I think overall Dark Souls 1 is still my favorite in the series, but I will say the more I've played through Dark Souls 1, the less I've enjoyed the second half of the game. You know, basically everything behind the golden fog doors, I don't really care for all that much. They're just kind of tedious to me at this point. They're not really that hard. They're not all that interesting to me, and so when I get to that point in the game, I just start to zone out. Honestly, like Ornstein and Smo is kind of like, that's like the real final boss to me. Once I get there and I beat them, I feel like I'm done with the game. But it's so good up to that point. Like Dark Souls 1 is amazing. I just love that trek up to that point. You even like Bed of Chaos. You rebel, you. Liking some of the worst bosses ever made. But you're off as dullard. I will let it slide. Yeah, I will say I haven't gotten that feeling as much from Dark Souls 2 or Dark Souls 3. Like, in those games, there's not a particular point where I feel like, oh, man, I'm just tapped out, you know? Or, like, it loses my interest. I don't get that with parts 2 or 3. But the first half of part 1 is so good, it kind of makes up for it, you know? Yeah, I hate the Bed of Chaos fight. I think it's one of the stupidest things in video gaming, period. It's just a total crapshoot when I play it. It's not fun. It's tedious. And what makes me feel good is that even the developers say it's crap. When the developers are like, yeah, this was a bad idea, and admit to it, then it's like it gives me free reign to just crap all over it. Yeah. That's how I feel about Bed of Chaos. Yeah, add the painted world. I like the painted world. Alright, so these guys don't like fire. So you kind of want to just have your torch lit throughout this entire area. And what I'm going to do is actually try to light the sconces along the way. I don't know if I missed one. Office says it's lovable crap. Sure. Whatever you say, buddy. I mean, it's like a really cool boss design, visually speaking. It's very creepy looking. Yeah. But as far as the actual gameplay goes, it's horrible. And then the run back to it, it's just tedious. It's just all tedious. Swears followed. Oh man, I know the feeling. I think I've actually died that way too. So by the way, in Scholar of the First Sin, there's actually a wall you can kick down to give you a shortcut to the end. In the original Dark Souls 2, there is no bonfire halfway through this area. So you've got to be very careful in this place. I don't think it's a hard area, but if you're not careful and you die, you've got to do the whole thing over. And just remember, all the enemies will respawn when you die. So you do have to be careful. Speaking of being careful... Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh yeah, I like Manus as well. Fastest boss in the game, by far. Very tough boss fight, but very satisfying when you defeat him. So another thing that's important in this area is you do find Gavlan, that guy I was talking about earlier, who allows you to sell stuff to him. Ring of Life Protection. What is that? Nullifies death, but breaks. Interesting. You gotta watch out for those things. They can explode if fire hits them, I do believe. And that's it. Yeah, the DLC for Dark Souls 1 is really good. My only complaint with it is kind of just like a linear stretch straight down into the abyss. I kind of like the Dark Souls 2 DLC where it's spread out over the main game, accessing the 3 different DLCs. It's pretty cool. But yeah, I still really enjoy the Dark Souls 1 DLC though. I gotta say, Dark Souls 3 DLC has been my least favorite in the entire series. I really don't think it's all that good. The Ring City in particular, and Dreg Heap, oh, it's awful. It's like stupid, puzzle sequence after puzzle sequence over and over again, just really cheap deaths over and over. It's just not that fun to me. If I had paid full price for that DLC when it came out, I would have been really disappointed. These guys hit really hard, by the way. And they cause bleeding, as you can see. Why? I ran out of stamina. God, like an idiot. Oh, you can abuse that ring and just repair it over and over. I didn't know that. That's actually really cool. Toggle, light torch. Yeah, that's really disappointing because I can't remember the last time I died at No Man's Wharf. It's been at least a couple playthroughs since I've died here. Yeah, I mean, of the two DLCs, I much prefer the Painted World on Dark Souls 3 DLC. The Sister Frida fight was actually a really good fight, but very, very frustrating. Yeah, definitely one of the most frustrating fights in the series. You know, it's got 3 phases to it. And it's difficult, you know? Like, absurdly difficult. But, yeah, there was a major difficulty spike on the Painted World. Like the wolves in the beginning. And much bigger groups of enemies. But man, the Ringed City, starting with Drangleic is just a nightmare. I was just cursing my whole way through it. And I've done it multiple times now. On my most recent run, I was just cursing my way through it. I was like, this area is so terrible, I'm glad there's not a Dark Souls 4. I was like, I'm sick and tired of this BS. I don't want another Dark Souls game. I don't want to have to go through this nonsense again in a different game. That's how bad it was. You have these angels up in the air just shooting down these, like, lasers at you. It's awful. And you're being poisoned by a bog that you're running through. I'm mainly right now just doing the Dark Souls 3 DLC just to play the bosses. Dude, he did a lunging attack. Hey Tony, sir, thank you so much for your donation. Yeah, Bloodborne's DLC was solid. Really great boss fights in that too. I feel like I missed the building where my souls are. Or maybe I'm just misremembering. No, this is the right way. I hear Gavlan drinking, which means we're close to him. Oh, they broke through the walls. Okay. Yeah, you know Gavlan's near when you hear some chugging sounds. Gavlan will, Gavlan deal. That's what he says. Great sword. There he is.
Who are you? I, Gavlan. Gavlan will, Gavlan deal.
Never gets old.
Gavlan with Gavlan with
Alright, so he does sell some stuff. He's got the Ring of Giants, increases poise. I'm not going to worry about that because I'm pretty sure you just find that later on in the game. But he does have some of these poison mosses, which we're going to actually kind of need later on, most likely. I don't know. I'll buy a few. I don't know. Let me just buy 2. I don't want to waste too much money here on this guy. What I want to do is sell. So yeah, we're just going to sell pretty much everything. Because I don't plan on experimenting with different weapons in this playthrough. My goal is to simply let's get through the game. And actually, I'm going to keep that hand axe because that came in handy earlier. Yeah, when our main sword was basically running out of durability. It was about to break. Gonna keep my bow. Gonna keep mostly... I'm gonna keep, like, one of these shields. Probably gonna keep this one, the Drangleic shield. Sell that one. We are gonna get the Grass Crest shield eventually, though, so... So Gavlan appears at a couple different places in the game, and then he shows up permanently at a later location. I don't know, I might want that mask, actually. Okay, I want to keep the Drangleic leggings. Wait, what am I wearing then? Oh no, I'm wearing these, okay. Okay, so I don't need a second life ring. Strengthens thrust weapon counterattacks. I don't need that. Nullifies death. I don't need the Southern Ritual Band because that's for magic users. Don't need the Ring of Restoration. Don't need the Ring of Binding. We haven't really been losing that much. And I sure as hell don't need... Actually, no, I'll keep the iron arrows and the fire arrows. The wood bolts I don't need. I'm not going to use a crossbow. Use bolts with crossbows, and I don't really use crossbows in this game. Alright. We can sell just a bunch of this stuff that I don't ever use. Restores spell usage, don't need that. Restores many spell uses, don't need that. Cures poison and restores HP. Yeah, I mean, I could use it, but I don't really care. Fully restores HP, I don't really care. I'd rather just take the money. I can just use my Estus Flask. Homeward Bones, I'll need those for now. I don't really need a Black Firebomb. I don't even need the Witching Urn. I'm going to keep my daggers. Lacerating Throwing Knife, don't really need that. Dark Troches, don't need that. Common Fruit, I don't need that. Dark Pine Resin, don't really need that. Let's see. Silver Talisman I don't really need, but I don't know. I'm just going to keep it. I don't need these. I don't need that. I don't plan on doing PvP. Again, these Skeptic Spices, don't need those. They're worth decent money. Same with these Cracked Red Eyes and Blue Eyes. Red Eyed, whatever the hell they were called again. And Pale Stone removes additional powers from equipment. I don't need the Pale Stone because I don't plan on really modifying my equipment to the point where I'll need to reverse it. So, okay, 37,000 souls. Alright, see you, office. Yeah, take care. Just another reminder to people that I'll probably be back tomorrow night with the second round of this game. I do plan on playing all night, but we're 5 hours in. I plan on going probably another 5 hours. And then we'll try to continue the playthrough again tomorrow and maybe even finish it. I don't know if we'll finish it at this rate. Depends on how much progress we make tonight. If I can speed things up. So the idea is to come up here and hit a switch, and then we have to work our way back down and board the boat. And then fight a boss. And just drop down here. No, I like this game, unlike Kingsfield. It won't be anything like that. I know what I'm doing in this game, liberal arts guy. Kingsfield was a blind stream. I had no idea what I was doing, and it was frustrating. It is so slow too. It probably would have been different if it was a faster game. And I'm actually poisoned right now, and it's actually removing my health pretty quickly. Poison is a lot more damaging in this game than it is in the other Souls games. I think it was another Estus Flask shard, actually. Huh, interesting. Large Titanite Shard. Life Gem. Fading Soul. Soul of a Nameless Soldier. Be funny if that was a mimic. Tony says it's an exciting stream. Royal Soldier's Ring. I forgot what that does. Let's see. Increases maximum load. Yes. And I'm going to actually replace that over my experience boosting one. So that actually means I should be able to equip my Drangleic leggings, most likely. Which is significantly better than what I have. And then I can equip a helmet again. Yep, so we're back to 67%, but now I have more defense. So now I feel better. And I actually wanted to use my torch, but yeah, I let it run out. So I can use the butterfly, flame butterfly, to light my torch, but I'm not going to waste it here. We're actually towards the, getting close to the boss fight, so it's not a big deal. Now, if I was able to walk up to a sconce that was lit, then I could relight my torch that way. Yeah, Solid Nate says Kingsfield is good. Dude, it's Kingsfield 4. Kingsfield 4 was just so damn slow. It was absurdly slow. I struggled so badly with it. I might go back to it on my own, but I don't know.
You lost your head. Stop that.
This guy only likes magic users. So we're just gonna get rid of him. I don't plan on doing his quest line. And look, that's something else I can sell to Gavlan. So again, in Scholar of the First Sin, there's a big plank right here you knock over, which gives you a shortcut back to your bonfire. No luxury here, unfortunately. Yeah, see, I do wonder if I'll like the PS1 versions of Kingsfield more. Like, I wonder how the collision detection is in those games, and if they're at least a little bit faster. I was not expecting these guys to ambush me like that. That doesn't happen in Scholar. So that actually caught me off guard and had me worried there for a moment. Alright, so we're going to use our gold pine resin again. And as the game progresses, what I start to do is I start to go back to these guys and sell the various resins and just stock up on them big time. Alright, no chest or anything, no items, no nothing. Okay. Let's go ahead and use this. They are dungeon crawlers, they're first person, but they're very, very slow. And there we go. No, it's real time. Yeah, if you want to see what they're like, Retro Simon, about 2 weeks ago I did a stream of the PS2 version. So you can just check that out, and you'll get a good idea of what they're like. Yeah, Kingsfield 4 was absurdly slow. Yeah. It was really hard to get into. Pyromancy Flame. And then that's it. And this takes us back to the Lost Bastille. But we're just going to warp out. I'll probably just use a homeward bone just to warp to the bonfire. Actually, I think this bonfire is actually really close, so I'm just going to run to it. Yeah, it's right over here. Just use these while I wait for the elevator. Okay. We're in good shape. Making progress. I don't remember there being secrets in here. And I still don't think I've gotten the flame ember yet. Yeah, I did not. It's not a big deal. Alright, now I'm trying to think of where I want to go next. I can go down towards the gutter. We've pretty much done everything at Heide's Tower of Flame.
Is that it? Here, to see light. However,
Might actually have Sublime Bone Dust as well. Yeah, we can go back to the forest, which takes us to a whole other area. But let's go ahead and level up. Let's get my strength up to 30. Good boost in strength right there. I don't think I can do anything with this guy. I don't think I got any Titanite chunks yet. I don't believe I got any Twinkling Titanite yet either. Yeah, no Titanite chunks, no Twinkling Titanite. Heide Knight Iron Mask. I'm not going to bother upgrading that because I'm pretty sure we'll end up getting a better helmet later on in the game. And I don't really... I'm trying to think of what I want to do here.
bearer of the seek the king, lest this land.
Oh, Eternal Ring's a lot of fun. It's got much faster movement than Kingsfield. It's not quite as obtuse either, not as cryptic. I'm trying to figure out where I want to go. All right, let's go ahead. We're gonna do this way first. Normally I go a different way, but we're gonna do this way first. You can come on down here. And basically talk to this lady.
Oh, hello. And shall
Move path. Costs $2,000. Yeah, Eternal Ring is, it's faster paced. I think it's more fun. It's more straightforward. And it's a good, like, chill out kind of game.
May the power of
You know.
miracles be
The music overall is definitely a little more upbeat. Maybe not upbeat, but like, yeah, I guess upbeat. In some cases. It's not as like eerie and whatever. But it's still kind of like, you know, a little mystical, it's a little out there. It's cool. A little fantastical. Same kind of gameplay with the first person action, but the collision detection is a lot better. You know, in Kingsfield, I was noticing that I was getting hit by things that, like, it didn't look like I actually touched them. That's always very frustrating. Yeah, so that guy, you have to kind of have different specialties with your class to talk to him and do his quest lines. I don't know about impressive. I really don't know about impressive. A lot of those PS2 launch titles weren't really all that impressive. Like, Eternal Ring has hideous voice acting, stilted character animations. The environments are very basic. It's not really a looker. I do like how it looks, don't get me wrong, but it's, you know, it's, I mean, Dreamcast was already out with lots of very impressive games, so. I'm not going to bother exploring down there, by the way. Oh yeah, this is kind of a trollish enemy. He just kind of dive bombs you. But yeah, I still like the look of Eternal Ring, but no, it was not really a looker when it came out. A lot of those early PS2 titles weren't really lookers. Tekken Tag was a good-looking game. But a lot of the other ones were just kind of like, eh. Had the Dreamcast not been out, it would have been a different story, but the Dreamcast had already been around for a while. So. I'll have to go back through the PS2 launch title list and take another look at what the most impressive looking games were at the PS2's launch. Alright, so this place has 2 different ways you can go. We're going to take the right way first, which will take us to a boss arena. So we'll get to fight another boss. Actually, one of the cooler bosses in the game. Impressive for a PS2 launch? Yeah, see, I don't agree with that. I think Eternal Ring was actually one of the worst looking games on the PS2's launch. Or at least one of the least impressive, I would say. Because it's not really, it wasn't even impressive back when it came out. From Software had released another game. It was, God, Evergrace. I think that was easily the worst looking PS2 game on launch. At least Eternal Ring looked better than that. The voice acting in it, though, was about as bad as Evergrace. I remember, yeah, what was it called? Yeah, Unreal Tournament and Ridge Racer 5. Yep, those are launch titles. The PS2 had like 20 to 25 games at launch. Maybe more. It had a really big launch, actually. I think Still Feed the Lost Planet was a launch title. It looked okay. Not the greatest, but it looked okay. And I literally just walked backwards, thinking I was on the right track. SSX was probably one of the better looking games. Tekken Tag was one of the better looking games. I really like the look of Ridge Racer 5, but everything it just looks so jaggy. But it still runs at a great frame rate and it plays really well. It's got crazy style to it too. Here we go. This is where I want to be. Alright, so this part coming up can actually be quite challenging. God damn it, the stupid lock-on. These guys right here. Time Splitters, yeah. Although, I never really thought that was a looker either. Even back when it was new, it wasn't really much of a looker. Great game, though. But yeah, for me, there really isn't a impressive quote-unquote for PS2 because nothing on the PS2 was truly impressive when the PS2 came out because the Dreamcast had already done it. That's why the PS2 launch is one of the... You know, as far as, like, the wow factor, the PS2 is one of the least impressive launches in video game history, if you ask me. The game lineup, people don't give the game lineup, I think, enough credit. 'Cause it's got some great games in its launch lineup. I mean, Tekken Tag is just an amazing fighting game, for one. And Ridge Racer 5 is excellent. Time Splitters is excellent. You know, you've got other games that are pretty well regarded as well. SSX was really cool when it came out. But as far as the visuals are concerned, like the wow factor, it just, yeah, it wasn't there. Yeah, this part's a pain in the ass because all of these guys get aggravated at once. And this was sort of fixed in Scholar. You could still aggro them all at once, but it was easier to just, like, get them aggroed one by one. A race game at launch that was sort of impressive. I remember there was a Smuggler's Run. That might be it. I don't remember if there was another racing title aside from... And Smuggler's Run, I don't even know if it was really racing. It was kind of like its own thing. I never did play it. I need to see if I have that game, actually. Do I have it? No, I don't have it. I should pick it up. It's a really cheap game. All those launch titles are really cheap. Oh, yeah, that's right. There was also... Was it Driving Emotion Type S? Was that a launch title? Not a very well-regarded game. Wait, I'm gonna have to fight this guy now. Yeah, there are butterflies up in the trees too, and they can actually poison you. Actually, it's good to explore this area too. I should probably do a quick roundabout exploration here. Drop into some of these areas. Some of these little huts, I should say. And they'll have pretty good items. So one of them is right here. Poison moss, not too bad. Soul spear. And don't really need that. I'm pretty sure there's another one down here as well. But I do want to go back and get my souls for sure. Wild, wild racing. And now I'm poisoned. Let's see. Oh, jeez. What in the living hell? Where the hell did you come from? There's only one of these in Scholar. Now there's two, apparently. Oh, I remember that game. That's right. I've never actually played that one. I should pick it up, see how it is. I like expanding my PS2 collection. Because, like, you could expand your collection with pretty cheap games and still have a good time. Jeez, there's another one. I've got to be doing my backstab more often, too. It's something I haven't really done much in this playthrough. Aromatic ooze. That's a good pickup. Yeah, so we can get in there. So we have to drop down from above. Oh, no, we just walk right in. I'm an idiot. Yeah. In Scholar, you had better drops here. one of these has a gold knight, and he's kind of guarding either a pickup or a chest, which gives you, you know, like an Estus Flask shard or something like that. Alright, see you, Ebenezer. Take care. Did I say that already? I don't think I did. Alright, so I don't want to get too sidetracked here, because I do have to go back and get my souls. But you flip that switch to lower this bridge. Just like so. And then that takes you where you need to be next. But we're going to go this way instead. Let me just look around here. Yep, just fall down. Alright, this is where I want to be. See, this is where a bow would be handy. I could just use my bow to snipe these guys from a distance. Go ahead and use my life gem. Estus Flask. See if I can trigger these guys one by one. Yeah, there's one. Okay, so you can still do it in this game. It's not just Scholar. Yeah, this is one of the sections where you really have to be careful. And if you're not, then you're fighting like 6 of these guys at once. It's pretty ridiculous. And these are definitely some of the tougher enemies you can fight. I don't know why all of them get aggroed at once sometimes. It doesn't make much sense. You sure MotoGP was a launch title? I don't remember MotoGP being a launch title. Yeah, I guess it was. Huh, interesting. What I'm thinking of is MotoGP was released later on for other consoles, like original Xbox. I had assumed it had come out on all 3 platforms at the same time. Actually, it might not have even come out on GameCube. It's just Xbox and PS2. Yeah, it didn't come out on GameCube. It was Xbox and PS2. So PS2 launch titles: Armored Core 2, DOA 2, Dynasty Warriors 2, a couple of ESPN games: Eternal Ring, Evergrace, Fanavision, Gun Griffin Blaze, Kessin, NFL, Madden NFL, Midnight Club. Midnight Club was a launch title? That's not right. Midnight Club was not a launch title. Actually, no, it might have been. No, actually, okay. Yeah, no, Midnight Club was a launch title. I was thinking Midnight Club 2. Tokyo Extreme Racer 0, MotoGP, NHL 2001 Orphan, Cue Ball. Oh, that's actually a fun game. Ready to Rumble, Round 2, Ridge Racer 5, Silent Scope, Smuggler's Run, SSX, Street Fighter EX3, Summoner, Swing Away. Bloody Roar 3 is not in there, huh? I thought Bloody Roar 3 was a launch title. Summoner, Swing Away, Tekken Tag, Time Soldiers, Unreal Tournament, Wild Wild Racing, X Squad. I mean, it was a pretty good lineup, actually. There's some like average games in there, like Evergrace. Evergrace is actually kind of a poor game. Evergrace, I mean, even Fanavision is an average game, but I really like that. I'd call Eternal Ring an average game too. I don't think it was great. They literally wrote on the back of the box, like, this is a Final Fantasy VII. Or it was like, who needs Final Fantasy VII? Here, let me check my case. Where is it? Where are you, Eternal Ring? There it is. It's, oh yeah. On the back of the box, in bold letters, it says, who said fantasies had to be final? Zing! Gotcha, Square! Even though the game was kind of mediocre compared to a traditional, like, JRPG. It's so bad. But no, I love Eternal Ring, though. I don't think it's a great game, but I still love it. Yeah, I mean, you've got a lot of, like, kind of average titles in there. Orphan wasn't really well received. Midnight Club, I think, got average reviews at the time. Kessen was kind of like for specific audiences only. Gun Griffin Blaze was average. I thought Sylphid was a launch title too, but they're not showing it as a launch title. Ready to Rumble, meh. Street Fighter EX3 got kind of poor reviews back in the day. But like Tekken Tag, Time Splitters, Unreal Tournament, Ridge Racer 5, DOA 2 Hardcore, Dynasty Warriors 2. For some people, Armored Core 2. And then I guess the sports games. I mean, there's some heavy hitters in there. Yeah, no, there were a lot of PS2 launch games. Liberal Arts guy. Yeah, it was quite a lineup. But, you know, none of those games were just like, wow, this is next gen. You didn't really get that feeling when you got PS2 launch titles. But they were still good games. Very smooth, too. You know, they were usually 60 FPS for the most part, which was nice. Fanavision's fun. It's a very simple puzzle game. There are only 8 stages in it, if I recall correctly. But I did play it actually quite a bit back in the day. We'll have to do a Let's Play of it or a live stream or something. Maybe do a PS2 variety stream where I just show off like early games. Or maybe do like a PS2 launch title variety stream. I should start doing launch title variety streams. I think there's going to be another guy here too. No? Okay, cool. Alright, so there might actually be a NPC Phantom here. You want to make sure you don't fall down here as well. There's some holes. Yep, he's there. Dude, I'm not stunning him at all. God, we have to do that all over again. Well, not having Madden is bad, liberal arts guy. Like, yes, you can look at it from the angle of, oh, well, in my opinion, NFL 2K was better, and it might have been. I don't know, because I don't really play sports games. But Madden had clout. NFL 2K did not. You know, your average Joe Blow wanted a Madden game. They didn't want NFL 2K. You know, your generalized stupid gaming public doesn't want to change things up. They want their John Madden. They want it now. And so not having Madden was a big blow to the Dreamcast. Not having EA pretty much at all was a blow to the Dreamcast. I'm going to try to leave that guy behind. Like, it's not just about whether the game's actually good or not. There's more to it than just that. You know, had Dreamcast had Madden and that recognizable name, people might have gone out of their way to buy the Dreamcast, you know, more often. The Dreamcast might have done better on the market, and then Sega might have stuck around in the hardware business. You know? But a lot of people waited for PS2. They waited for the PlayStation 2. Madden probably was a part of that for some people. You know, and EA was fine with skipping out on the Dreamcast. Like, the Dreamcast numbers, sales numbers, or potential sales that they could do on a system like the Dreamcast were piddly compared to what they could just do on the PS1. Or even Nintendo 64. So they just stuck with those platforms and PC. And they made bank. Oh yeah, I know, Retro Simon. There were a lot of issues. But the whole EA thing was definitely one of those issues. In regards to just the Dreamcast success. It was one of many issues. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they added more of those guys in Scholar, so that part's actually more difficult. Yeah, this guy's a pain because you just don't stagger him at all. You don't interrupt his attacks. I'm gonna have to just try the backstab strategy over and over. Alright, so there is an item over here, I believe. At least there is in Scholar. It's always scary. Oh, that's very much worth it. Sublime Bone Dust. Remember, that increases the effectiveness of our Estus Flask. Alright. This is a really cool boss. A little bit of a puzzle boss. So what we have are some necromancers here, which will keep reviving these skeletons over and over. And you, as you can see, you want to kind of get into these cubbies, otherwise you get nailed by this boss. Well, that's a part of it, Lower Arts guy, but the biggest thing was just that there was so much hype surrounding the PS2. There was a ridiculous amount of hype. But up to that point, the PS1 had basically become like the most popular video game console ever. And that was also a part of it. The PS1 was larger than life. I mean, I think it did double at least of what the Famicom and NES had done. Okay, so you basically have to flip that switch, lower this gate, and the boss slams right into it. Gotta watch out because he can actually mule kick you from just like that. That skeleton's glitched out, by the way. He died and got stuck. Yep. Like I said, the PS1 was just like a phenomenon. It just outdid pretty much everything before it. It's another reason why the PS2 hype was so huge, is the PS1 had such a legacy behind it. Such a large user base. The PS2 was the most hyped console pretty much ever. No console since has had the hype that the PS2 has.
What is it?
Has had.
What is it?
Alright, this guy's kind of annoying too, so I just go and just whack him. This is kind of like the one of the PvP areas of the game.
Whose blood will spring from?
And then I just take his item. And sell it. I'm gonna come back here just to make sure I didn't miss any items. Yeah, PS2 went even further, and apparently the PS4 is on track to be, if not already, the best-selling system of all time. Right, it makes sense because video games are much more popular now than they were 20 years ago. Though it actually, you know, doesn't surprise me that there are that many PS4s out there. I mean, you've got the, I hate to use the term, but you've got these casual gamers that buy it and they might buy one game and just use it as a, you know, Blu-ray player. And there's a lot of them. There's such a much wider audience of people buying these video game consoles. You know. I wonder if that's, you know, come to think of it, I wonder if that's an effect of, or a result of the consoles being more than just video game machines now. So back in the 90s, everything you bought was just a video game machine. Pretty much everything. There were a couple platforms like CDI and 3DO which tried to expand on the multimedia concept. But, you know, it was really, video game consoles were meant for just video games. And so the potential sales weren't as great as they are now. You couldn't buy an NES and then play movies on it. You know, you couldn't buy an NES and play music on it. You couldn't buy an NES and browse the internet on it. You couldn't buy an NES and watch YouTube videos on it. If the PS4 was just a video game machine and it couldn't play movies, and it was just, you could only hook it up to your TV, I wonder if it would have sold as much as it has. I don't think it would have, honestly. PS4's at 91 million. I'm pretty sure there was an article saying the PS4 was actually past that. Like, I want to say the PS4 surpassed the Wii, and that's over 100 million. Yeah, yeah, Retro Simon, exactly. It's pretty sure it's already past 100 mil. I don't know how much more it can grow, given that, you know, this generation is almost over.
I
Still haven't gotten any Twinkling Titanite. That's fine. Not a big deal.
Bit less.
Boosting dexterity, because I don't remember how much I need to equip a bow. I should probably actually do that, just to make sure I can equip it. So equipment... Yeah, I can use it now. Alright, cool. I don't really need to increase dexterity. I don't think I'm going to get any more dexterity-based weapons, so I'm not too stressed over it.
Thank you.
Well, that Google number that you're seeing might not have been updated in a while. I don't know how often they update numbers like that. I'm gonna turn off one of my lights here. Oh. Ugh. Head's getting a little sore. I drank a ton of diet sodas to get some caffeine in me on this stream. Starting to get a little dehydrated. I need to go get some water. Actually, let me go do that. Let me go grab a can of water real quick. I'll be right back. Oh, man. All right. Your TV's app is faster. Yeah, I actually use my 360 for Netflix. I should hook my Xbox One up out there again. I was without an HD TV for the better part of last year. And then a friend gave me an old model. And, yeah. So now I have an HD TV in the living room again, although it's old. It's like 720p, it's nothing special, but it gets the job done. Mainly just use it to watch Netflix. Alright, so let's come back here. So this right there you can actually get from dropping over that bridge. Or dropping from that bridge. I don't know if it's anything good in the original game. But I'm not going to worry about it. Alright, so now we can cross this bridge. There's going to be a bonfire over here, too. Although I believe it might be inside this structure here. Yeah. And we have to actually get a key for this structure, but I think the key is right around the corner here. So we go ahead and just come on up this way. What am I doing? Crystal lizard, we always want to get that if we can, and he fell. Interesting. Yeah, this is different in Scholar. So in Scholar of the First Sin, there's a phantom up here. You destroy the phantom, and you get a key for that bonfire. Alright, so we'll just push on in this area. And hope that we find that key so we get a bonfire. We get access to our bonfire. There we go. That's probably it right there. So let's go ahead and get our checkpoint, just in case we die. Gotta play it safe. Look at that. I had to get a screenshot of that. Did I just get hit by something? Let me rest here. Okay. Which Dark Souls do I think is the best? I like the first one the best. But then you have Bloodborne. Bloodborne's probably objectively the best game in the series. But as far as like the actual Souls games are concerned, I don't know. Personally, I lean towards the first one. Here we go, guys. It's etched in history, internet history. The worst selling US console is the Virtual Boy, selling 70... Maybe. I would think something like the Tiger GameCon probably sold worse. Or maybe even the Nokia N-Gage. But then there's also, is the Virtual Boy a console or is it a handheld? What is the Virtual Boy? Virtual Boy is life. Alright, you got these bottles here that kind of laugh at you. They can curse you. So the cursing, if I remember correctly, it doesn't kill you immediately or anything like that. It puts you in the cursed mode, which is, you know, your life bar gets lowered a little bit permanently until you use a human effigy. So it's like dying, but you don't actually die. It's portable, but good luck holding it in your hand. Yes, it is a portable. It is not a handheld. It's kind of this unique platform that is one but not both. I need to look up Castlemania games. I had ordered a pre-ordered a virtual tap kit, which is a Virtual Boy VGA mod, so I can capture Virtual Boy stuff and stream it here. They said that they were due to ship in like December, but they never shipped, so I need to figure out what's going on with those. Oh, I'm just right back here. No more inner demons. Hey, what's going on? Yes, sir. Yeah, I wanted to do another playthrough so I could say that I've done it on my YouTube channel. No More Inner Demons was watching over on Twitch. But this one is just vanilla Dark Souls 2, whereas the other day we were doing Scholar of the First Sin. So I've already done a Scholar playthrough on this channel. This is the first time I've done a vanilla playthrough on this channel. Every time I say vanilla, I want vanilla ice cream. Whoa, this is, I think, different. Innsmouth's house, yeah, it looks alright. I do want to try it myself, and once I get a Virtual Boy flash card, I will, absolutely. Fuck, man! I was holding the run button and he didn't run. Less frustrating? Yeah, I don't know. I used to think that, but now I'm not so sure, because I just zipped right through Scholar a couple weeks ago, like, no issues at all. I think it's just that I've gotten better as a Dark Souls player, in terms of, you know, dodging and whatnot. Part of my French, by the way. How long does it take to beat the game at a normal pace? Well, it depends on how much you do. I mean, there's so many little nooks and crannies to explore. I mean, you could take 60 hours if you wanted to. I want to say my Scholar playthrough was at least 30 hours a couple weeks ago. I don't predict this taking that long because I don't plan on exploring every little thing. But every time I die, you know, that's a time setback. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Gravity wins. Fatality. Dark Souls 4. The quest for ice cream. It is in the middle. God damn it. Might be worth just skipping those souls, because I don't think it was that much. And actually, let me explore this area first before I do that, because I'm pretty sure, yeah, there's a shortcut. Flame butterfly, and there we go. Probably just gonna run to this boss fight. It's not a big deal. It's a pretty easy boss. Dark Souls 2 has the easiest bosses in the game, by far. So one of the reasons I didn't run is I think that I had ran out of stamina and I didn't realize it. Because I was attacking that necromancer. Yeah, 8,000 souls, that's fine. I'll take it. Actually, let me check this. There should be an item here. Yep. Titanite shard, combustion. Combustion is pyromancy. But we're not going to be using pyromancy. Even though it is useful, we're still not going to be using it. Hey, hey, Diamond! Diamond is very familiar with Dark Souls. He's got playthroughs of all the games on his YouTube channel. Even the awful, awful Demon Souls. You still have to be careful here, though. Don't get me wrong. And that's it. Yeah, the biggest thing about this boss is that there are lots of enemies in high numbers. Big groups of enemies. And that's where, you know, things can get pretty tricky. You let your guard down, you can get ganged up by all of them at once and then just die instantly. But other than that, yeah, not very threatening. Just gotta be careful, that's all. Did you play any more Dark Souls 3, Diamond? Since I caught you this morning or yesterday morning, my time, whatever it was. All right. So if we fall down here, we actually can't get back up. Have to use a homeward bone if we want to. But it's okay, because there is a bonfire right there. What I'm going to do is talk to her first.
Are you a trap?
And she has, she sells shards of various types. Right now she just has regular titanite shards.
Okay.
But if we exhaust her dialogue,
I've searched
she will eventually end up at Majula. And then you can go buy shards from her again later on. 5 hours today more. I got rid of 3 Lords of Cinder and the Dancer. Ooh, nice. Let's go ahead and warp out. We want to burn these souls. We don't want to lose them. This place is kind of a pain, to be honest with you. Actually, I don't foresee it taking too long. Let's go ahead and use that. I still don't believe I have Titanite chunks, but, you know, instead of boosting my stats, I think I'm gonna go buy a bunch of, actually, no, I'm not going to. I'll do it later. I was gonna go buy a bunch of gold pine resin. Oh, look, she's back already. Wow, that was fast.
Oh, speak.
And she still has the same things. Not a big
No
deal.
interest. But less.
Endurance is going to be the next big one. Try to get endurance up to 30, and then probably boost our strength past what it is right now. This lady has some effigies, I believe. I think I'll just buy those. Buy as many as I can. Just to have them on hand. We eventually exhaust her of effigies. And actually, one thing I meant to do earlier was go use my Pharros lockstone on this. Actually, you know what, Lucha? What I'm going to do, that is a great idea. Wait, what? Crap, I thought I had a bonfire ascetic. But yes, you can do that. I wonder if I thought I had one. Maybe I sold it by accident. Huh, that sucks. But yeah, no, you could totally do that. Absolutely. But you've got to be able to get bonfire ascetics for one, which, you know, you can't really buy them until later on into the game. And by that point, you've probably already qualified the big door anyway. But it's definitely something to think about for sure. And it's one of my favorite aspects of this game. The bonfire ascetic gives the game a lot of replay value because you can try to boost areas as high as you can. So you actually really do want a bonfire ascetic now because I can respawn the lost giant here. Or the last giant, whatever he's called. And then I can also fight the pursuer again. And between both of those guys combined, it's a lot of souls. And then the beefier enemies, which give you more souls as well. We're basically coming here to use a Pharros lockstone. Yeah, I meant to do this earlier. Ooh, Titanite slab. Yeah, it was definitely worth coming down here. To keep going to the Majula house? I did not. Didn't you say something like, oh, Chloranthy... Damn it, now I really wish I came here earlier. What does that do again? So the Chloranthy ring recovers my stamina speed. Or gives me better stamina recovery. Increases maximum load, that's right. Okay. Ah, now my stamina boosts faster. I feel better now. Alright, let's see. Let me just homeward bone my way out. Really nothing else to do here. You never got the stamina regen ring? Oh, man. You are missing out, Lucha. I mean, you know how good stamina regen is in these games. Wondering if I should go do the spider chick first. Actually, she's not a spider. There is actually a spider boss in the game. It's, the scorpion boss. Alright, let's go ahead and equip a couple of these. We're gonna need them. And let's just continue on. I actually don't think this area is going to take that long. Especially if I don't explore everything. But I do want the items. Hey, K-Dogs, how's it going? It's going well. Playing some Dark Souls 2. Enjoying ourselves. Been a fun time. Ooh, Titanite chunk. Now I want to warp back and upgrade my sword. Going good, just at work. Nice. Speaking of which, I wonder if my coworker is still out there. Is Zoran still out there? Probably not, because I haven't heard from him in a while. Raw stone. Alright, so here's Gavlan again. So again, we're just gonna sell stuff for the most part. You got the stamina regeneration shield, but didn't know there was a ring. Right on. Yeah, no, it's a lot of the same stuff from like Dark Souls 1. Just saw one of them. And I'm not going to be doing pyromancy, so I'm going to sell the fire seeds. I'm not going to do raw stuff either. So what I do want to do, though, is definitely buy a few more of these. Just in case. Not the best use of my souls, but better to be safe than sorry. Gavlan wheel. Gavlan deal. Yeah, looks like my coworker's gone. He was hanging out earlier in the stream, but he hasn't said anything since. He probably got caught up on another stream. Alright, so in Scholar of the First Sin, you've got Pyromancer chicks up top. They're a major pain to deal with, but in this version, you don't. So it's a little bit easier. Yeah, there are definitely parts that are harder in Scholar, for sure. Like, pretty much objectively harder. Well, okay. GT Advance, nice. I remember that being a pretty cool game. Alright. The 4-on-1 racing car, right on. You're playing Scholar of the First Sin. Yeah, Pyromancer girls can easily one-shot you. Yep. Mm-hmm. They've got these 5-way shots, and if they point blank you where all 5 projectiles hit you, then it's pretty much instant death. Pretty much no matter the build. Very dangerous characters, for sure. Hey, Tony, still out there. Just gonna let the poison wear off. Wow, can't dodge roll through it. It's highly disappointing. Alright, hold on a second, guys. I should have actually just ran past those guys because there is a bonfire right through there. That's a poor mistake on my part. Poor judgment. There we go. It's more like it. So Diamond, if you're out there, what I noticed in this game, and I don't know if it's the same in Scholar, but if you try to do like a dodge roll, or you start running, and then you want to stop and just use a flask, there's a huge delay. Whereas in Dark Souls 3, it's like, you can dodge roll and then just recharge immediately with your Estus flask. Like, it's just a few frames difference. In this game, it feels like it's seconds. Not just a couple frames, but like multiple seconds before like the game will actually allow you to use your flask. And I've been caught off guard by that so much. And it doesn't matter whether you're using the flask or life gems or whatnot. There's a super long delay between doing something and actually being able to use your flask. Dark Souls 1, you can chug really fast if you have heavy armor. See, in this game, you can chug fast. It's just, you have to be able to get to the first swig. But the other, like, here's an example, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Look at how fast I just chugged my entire, you know, stock of Estus. But that first one takes forever. So check this out. I'm gonna dodge roll, then mash my flask button. Mashing, 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 mash, 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 mash. It took a while just to get that first one out. Yeah, the first swig is the hard part. The other swigs are fine. You know, they happen very quickly. Probably gonna fall into a hole. Okay, I didn't. It's like, this is the kind of game that would do something like that. Put you into a poison cave and then have a hole that you can't see. Any tips doing against Dark Lurker? You gotta dodge roll like crazy. Dodge roll, dodge roll, dodge roll. That's the trick. And you gotta make sure you're timing your dodge rolls right so you actually go through his attacks. Other than that, he's not too bad. Dude, I'm getting hungry again. I ate like 2 hours ago. Might have to take another break here. Wonder if I could blow that up with a firebomb. I don't think I have any firebombs though. Yeah, no. I meant to actually buy a bunch of firebombs because they are pretty useful. Same with throwing daggers or throwing knives. Yeah, this part's really dangerous. Might have to just run past these guys. Yeah, see, I didn't really want to deal with these guys, but I also want what's here. With the various items. Ah, please get in there. Yeah, I mean, these are good pickups. These are all things that are worth a lot of money or souls when I sell them to Gavlan. But yeah, by the way, Gavlan's going to appear at his permanent location after we finish this area. So you basically meet Gavlan 3 times. The 3rd time, he's at his last location. And then if you ever have anything that you need to sell, then you know where Gavlan is. So if you encounter Gavlan for the first time, he's at No Man's Wharf. And you might think to yourself, well, okay, he's at No Man's Wharf. I'm going to walk back to No Man's Wharf. You gotta be kidding me. Stupid crystal lizard. And you get there and he's gone. It's because he switches to this area. And then after this area, he switches to a different area we haven't been to yet. Need 12,000 souls to level up. Okay, I'm not going to go back to the Majula. Actually, I am going to go back to Majula. Because... yeah, he reappears right before the doors of Pharros. I am going back to Majula because I can upgrade my sword. I definitely want to do that. Absolutely. Yep. And so that's going to boost my attack power by almost 10 points. Still no Twinkling Titanite, so I can't upgrade my armor yet, unfortunately.
Bear, seek, lest.
So we'll go ahead and level up. And again, we're going to focus on my endurance. Try to keep that going. That's been one of my greatest setbacks so far, is not having enough endurance to just keep my combos going. So that actually worked out. Let me make sure I don't have any like Estus flasks or anything. Okay, or Estus flask shards. And actually what I should be doing is building back up on things like, oh, I don't know, daggers and whatnot. More simpleton spice. I'm gonna get poisoned here, that's okay. Large shard, that'll be good for other types of armor. Dodge, dodge, dodge! I was stupid for picking up that item. I knew those guys were going to do that attack, so that was really dumb. A Great Club plus 10. That is pretty beefy. I'd imagine a Great Club, though, is kind of hard to use because it's really slow, right? I'm not sure about a Crypt Black Sword. What is that one like? I do kind of want these items, so I want to see what they are. Alright, so we're going to take this side route first. You can go in the front door, so to say. Or you can come around to the side here. You got these hammer dudes you gotta watch out for. And there's that one right behind. I knew he was gonna get aggroed. There's another one. Oh, come on. Yep, this is Earthen Peak. Let's come on down here. I mean, honestly, honestly, Mark, if I played Dark Souls 1 right now, I would make that look really easy too. But I have played Dark Souls 1 a lot. Alright, I need to heal. Oh man, excuse me. The thing about this game is that it can be challenging a lot like the first game. But just like the first game, when you know what you're doing, you just you can blitz right through it, as long as you're careful. But there are parts of Dark Souls 2 that are definitely easier than the first one. Like, a lot of the boss fights are a lot easier, if you ask me. They're pushovers for the most part. The DLC bosses are the toughest bosses in the game, by far. And if we keep making good progress here, we might actually be able to do the DLC on one of these streams. Because I do have it. In Scholar of the First Sin, you have Pyromancer chicks here. I've gotten point blanked by them before. It's very frustrating. See, that was my fault. I delayed my dodge way too late. See, that's more like it. Oh, you get it from artifacts. Okay. This is a trap right here, so there's probably going to be a tile that I can step on. And when you step on said tile, boom, just like that. These guys are annoying. Oh yeah, Ava is really tough, yeah. And more so when you have to fight two of Ava in the frigid outskirts. The only way I beat that was by summoning. Not to mention just getting through the frigid outskirts. Summoning was the way to go. Fumanite is very tough. You have to follow his patterns closely and learn his patterns. If you don't do that, then you'll get wrecked pretty fast. And that's how the DLC bosses are. You really have to learn the patterns. What is his name? Sir Alana. Basically the sort of samurai knight in the Old Iron King DLC. Very difficult. Very challenging. Alright, let's come grab this item. Skeptic Spice. Whenever I see Skeptic Spice, I think, ooh, that's 1,500 souls right there. That's kind of how I look at it. He didn't drop an item. I believe this is a bonfire. Oh, crap. God damn it. I always forget about this guy. He's the most forgettable boss in the game. He can roll over right on top of you. You gotta watch out. I always forget about this guy. Because there is another bonfire in a similar, stretch. There's a fog door and a tiny, you know, kind of... I don't know. Never mind. And you know what's sad is I actually died to this guy last time. Hey, Sanewell, welcome back. Oh, you checked out my Demon Souls stream? Yeah, it is a big troll. It's so annoying. It's a massive, massive troll. Yeah, I'm kind of glad Pinwheel's an easy boss, because the stretch down the Pinwheels is ridiculous. Alright, I don't know if this is the right room. Okay, it's not. There's a room later on that has a mimic in it. It's the first mimic in the game. If he eats you, he strips everything off you. Really? Like he strips all your armor off? I never knew that. That's pretty funny. Hey, you're back again.
Still on the road. Sorry to have. This is for you.
Ooh, I will definitely equip that. I want that very much. I had no idea she gave you that. Increases maximum load, ring of steel protection. Bracing knuckle ring. See, bracing knuckle ring has actually come in handy quite a bit. Because, yeah, I haven't had a weapon durability issue yet. Probably because of it. This is a tough choice. I have to have the stamina recovery. Increasing maximum load is really good. Alright, we're gonna go with the bracing knuckle ring because I can get repair powders. Like, let me switch over here real quick. I just want to see what the stat increase is. Yeah, look at that. That boosts my defense a lot. So, not that it really matters that much in Dark Souls, because everything cuts through your armor like butter to begin with, but still, you know? Let's go ahead and just, you know, continue on. I think we'll be fine. I'm playing with gamepad. I've never played Dark Souls on PC with the keyboard and mouse, although I kind of want to try it just to see what it's like. Since we're playing on PC, we could actually do that, which is kind of cool. Like here's the mouse control right here. Whoa there, hey. I'm trying to explain things to the chat, thank you. Have some respect. Alright, there's an archer on that side. Kind of tough to deal with. Might be able to just dodge right through this guy. Get him over here. Ludurker, welcome to the stream. I'm not gonna go get those items. I don't really feel like it. But what I am gonna do is come down here. Another item. Messing around with Steam today, and some games are hit or miss with the gamepad. You tried Ride in Legacy, and the controllers are non-responsive. Yeah. Something you have to keep in mind, though, is that some games will only work with the controller if you go into big picture mode. So make sure you're doing that, too. But yeah, games are still hit or miss regardless. And even if a game works, like, you might run into compatibility issues. For instance, I had Dark Souls 3 installed on this PC, and for some reason, controller support was broken. I couldn't adjust my analog sensitivity or anything, and the analog sensitivity was way too fast. Like, it was so fast it was unplayable. But Dark Souls 3 on a different computer with the exact same controller with Steam works perfectly fine. So, yeah, it's far from perfect. Far from perfect. Jeez, what a pain. Okay, so there's a gimmick here that you really want to do. You want to light your torch right here. But yeah, still saying well, I wanted to say as well that regardless, some games just might not even work with a controller, period. Even though there are games that probably should, like Ride in Legacy. But you want to light this thing on fire. And by doing this, you make the boss fight easier. And what we also want to do is eventually... Actually, I think it's higher up. We're going to go ahead and just walk up this staircase. Make sure all the enemies are dead here. Okay. So we want to bust our way through here. There's actually an item right here. I've actually killed myself getting this before. I just fell right off the ledge. So this guy is pretty important.
Shush.
He will give you ladders so you can climb down to lower areas, like, for instance, in the well, much easier. So he's going to set up a ladder right here. And we're skipping through the cutscene so we can try to get through the game faster. But he sells aromatic oozes. So instead of leveling up, I'm going to buy a bunch of these. And so over the course of the game, I'll just get well stocked on these.
No, mate.
And that'll make certain encounters easier. Boss fights, big enemies, things like that. Yeah, no, exactly. Consoles will always be relevant for that reason. Nice, got some Twinkling Titanite finally. Can upgrade some of my armor. PC is always going to be the most cutting edge. You know. And it's going to be the best for specific things. Keyboard and mouse stuff, for instance.
No. I'm not going to die.
They all go, "Cuh, you're downright rude," for exiting the conversation we've already said 5 times. But yeah, consoles will always be relevant. I totally agree. We can flip this switch. It raises this elevator temporarily, so we need to grab whatever's underneath it and then rush up. And there's some more dangerous enemies over here.
Well,
You again.
treasure this way, but I don't quite have the guts. Well,
Does not open from that side. I usually kill him early just because I'm bored. And so I never see him in this part of the game. So here are the pyro chicks. Oh! That was garbage. I would have been fine, but they busted the bottles, which poisoned me, and the poison killed me. So now I'm obligated to go back down there, even though I don't want to go back down there. First world problems. Yeah, so what's gonna happen here is, after we finish up this area, it's gonna take us to a place called the Iron Keep, which is a fairly challenging area in the game. And I think I'll try to do the Iron Keep first before going to another area, but it is tough. One of the tougher areas in the game. Man, there are a lot more pyro ladies here than I remember. Look at how much damage that does. I just got hit by one of the fireballs. Oh, we're already at the boss fight. This actually isn't where I want to be, but I might just do this first, then go get my souls back. Yeah, that was a surprise Phantom. I didn't know he'd be there. That wasn't an invader Phantom either. He was just kind of chilling. So there's a secret here. Again, you want to press the A button to open this. It's a secret bonfire. Can you check how many times you died next time you're in Majula? You do that with one of the big stone tablets, right? Up on the hill. Yeah, I can do that. You do, but you can turn human. I'm unfortunately not human anymore because I've, you know, died, just recently. Actually, no, I'm gonna try to go back and get my souls. Because, I don't want to have to go back and search for them again. Well, I'm not going to go back and get my souls now because... yeah. I've lost them. Now, there are some interesting things here. This is where our first mimic is. And I'm dead again. I'm just playing really stupid right now. I'm not playing reserved like I normally do. So I didn't actually have to even jump down there, but I wasn't thinking. I saw my souls, I was like, I'm gonna get them. And then kill everything. but I failed. So what I should have done is just come down here, just like so. Go ahead and use that. Alright, so this is going to be a mimic right here. And he died in 3 hits. And to think I thought I'd be underpowered for this area. Yeah, poison just wrecks my character. Yeah, the pyro ladies, I will say, are probably some of the worst enemies in the entire game. Because they're so powerful. So ridiculously powerful. Yeah, I'm probably gonna die. So one of the things about this game is that you don't have invincibility frames when you enter a fog door. So whenever there are enemies leading up to a fog door, you pretty much have to kill them. You pretty much have to. Alright, I'm going to use some gold pine resin. I should have used the aromatic ooze. Let me equip that. We should have that equipped. Okay, we're just gonna use life gems on this fight. That's probably gonna hurt. Yeah, so I've never actually died at this boss fight. I'm pretty sure ever. It's a really simple fight, although the thing about this game is on New Game Plus, or if you use a bonfire aesthetic and make the boss appear, they fight at a higher level and are much more dangerous. They do more dangerous attack patterns, more frequent aggressive attacks, things like that. And this is going to throw us into the Iron Keep. So what I think I'm going to do here is rest at the bonfire, go grab a couple more slices of pizza I had cooked up earlier, use the bathroom, and then come back and continue this. We'll try to do the Iron Keep. Iron Keep's tough, but we'll try to do it. Dance, 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 dance. Woo! Yeah, see, I knew the windmill trick going into this game because I had watched retrospectives of the game before I even played it. And I had people on Twitch telling me about it. So, unfair advantage, right?
Is that a
That is a shard I found.
However,
That'll help out too. So that's one more Estus flask that we can use. Estus flask strengthened. Actually, I don't want to level up just yet. What I want to do is see if she's gotten any more shards, and I don't think she has.
These stones.
Oops. Yeah, I will take the bonfire ascetic though. So I'm going to show you what the bonfire ascetic does before I take a quick break. I'm going to show you what it does. Okay, there we go. So we can actually upgrade our armor now. Definitely want to do that. You need Twinkling Titanite for that. And I should probably buy some arrows. I'm going to have to start using these eventually. That's nothing. Just gonna max out on arrows.
I'll be around.
Wow. Okay. Alright, so inventory. We're gonna go ahead and use one of these. Human effigy. And what we're gonna do is I might actually just forfeit levels right now and just get stocked up on items I know I'll need. So gonna buy those. We're gonna buy those. Buy those. Buy her last one of that. The bright bugs over here are kind of useful. They, you know, you do more damage, but I don't know. I never noticed them like allowing me to do a lot more damage. Oh yeah, Retro Simon said he wanted to see how many times I've died. I've actually died a lot more times than I normally would on a playthrough. Because of just lots of stupid mistakes.
be safe.
Quite a hot one. It is.
Soul Vessel.
May you find peace.
Okay. 22. Alright, see you, Mario. Yeah, 22 deaths, Simon. Alright, so we're going to go back to the Forest, the Fallen Giants, the Far Fire. And if we use a Bonfire Ascetic here, we get to fight the Giant and the Pursuer again, which is good for soul grinding. What is done cannot be undone. So now this whole area is basically, this whole area around this bonfire is basically at level 2 or level 1. It's basically at New Game Plus levels now. And the perk to doing that is that items reappear. So you can collect items a second time if there's a good item you like. You can get it again. So in our case, we're just going to be able to sell this stuff. Give it back to Gavlan. Stuff in iron chests do not reappear. But loose items out in the world do. Now, I wasn't able to blow this up last time I played the game. You might need a black firebomb. Let's try a black firebomb. No, it doesn't work. Actually, I should equip my daggers as well, because I have a ton of them. Throwing knives. I keep calling them daggers, but same thing, right? Yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Okay, so first thing on the docket is to destroy the giant a second time. But we're going to collect everything down here too that we can. So now these enemies are back to taking 3 hits. But they also give you more souls than before, so it's 180. Fixed it? I don't know. Retro Simon. In Scholar, I wasn't able to do it either. There might be phantoms here. Yeah, there are phantoms here now. Is it 2 or is it just... It is 2. Crap. They're coming after me. So this is the life restoration ring as well. Let me just ignore them. That fiery area too, you can go there later. But there's a key that we want to sort of access it the back way. And the back way is right here. We don't have the key yet. And I'll show you what summoning's like too. This boss isn't really hard. So for those of you guys that haven't seen summoning, when you're human, a summon sign will appear near the boss arena. Now keep in mind that when you summon, the bosses get buffed. And since we used a bonfire ascetic, he's already buffed as is. I wasted all my stamina by blocking. Holy crap. I did half of my health bar. And there we go. We just got 15,000 souls. That's basically 1 level up. And then we also got the soul of the last giant. Another 6,000. So that's what bonfire ascetics do. You know, you use them at a bonfire, and every area that's related to that bonfire you use it at will be restored and buffed higher. And you can use it to grind out boss souls pretty easily. This is one of the nice things about that mechanic, though, is that in other Souls games, you require boss souls to craft specific items and weapons and whatnot. Well, if you use the boss soul before crafting a specific item or weapon, you lose that chance to do it again in the rest of the playthrough. Whereas in this, you can use a bonfire aesthetic, destroy the boss again, get the boss soul, and then use it how you want to use it. In case you messed up the first time. Holy crap, come on. By the way, did I ever mention these guys are really annoying? Spear enemies in general in these games are really annoying. And since we're here, we might as well just get everything that we can. There he goes. All right, so on to part 2. So not only can we defeat the giant again, but we can also defeat the pursuer again. Of course, I gotta get spam, like, while I'm in the middle of a freaking fight. New sponsor. Oh man. Alright, so there's a phantom here now too. This is a new game plus thing. So using a bonfire ascetic will kind of give you a hint at what's to come on new game plus. You notice that there's a fog door here now, because earlier we defeated the pursuer before we even fought him on his, you know, at his normal location. Let's go ahead and use our aromatic ooze. That's actually one of the first spam messages I have had in many, many months. YouTube's been really good about the spam. So basically the same as before, except now he's got an extra attack. Another thing you can do is you can actually use those ballistas on this fight, but it's a little difficult to do solo. It does a really good damage though if you can get it. Oh, I'm out. I didn't realize I was out. Oof, that hurt. be patient. There we go. And that's the same ring of blades I already had. Yeah, so even with the ring of steel protection, he was still doing major damage to me. Alright, so we're gonna fall back down here. And this armor does not reappear. The Drangleic armor, surprisingly. So certain things when you use a bonfire ascetic do not appear again. I will say there's actually an area I've missed here that we should probably go get. Go tackle. And there's the Beetle Phantom. He's here normally in the unpatched version of Dark Souls 2. Great, I need to switch weapons. This is one of the problems that you run into. Damn it, I'm trying to cycle through my inventory. Good. Yeah, it is a damn shame that Bloodborne never came out on PC. That's what happens when you have a game that's exclusive to a console, owned by a console manufacturer. So in this case, Sony. Sony owns Bloodborne. Okay, so what I want to do is come back here. Oh, I didn't even rest at the bonfire. Stupid me. Do you know what, Sane? I would probably buy it. I bought Dark Souls Remastered. Although that was 40 bucks. That wasn't 60. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a Bloodborne Remastered, to be honest with you. The frame rate is pretty much the only thing holding that game back. And on that note, Dark Souls 3 could really use a patch for Xbox One X and... Ooh, that was risky. And PS4 Pro. So in Scholar, there's actually another beetle guy out in the open here. And in here. So they spread out the beetle guys. Alright, so this could be dangerous here, but if you run past this, or run into here, there's actually a doorway right here. The Fire Longsword. I don't know why he tried closing the door. There we go. Yeah, so this was an area I meant to cover earlier and I just completely forgot. But there's an item here. No, I never said it doesn't play well with a controller. I mean, I prefer playing these games with a controller. I'm just saying on console, it runs at 30 frames a second. On PC, it runs at 60. It's not a controller issue, it's just a frame rate issue. But yeah, I mean, I'm just using a 360 controller. I mean, I would either do this or an Xbox One controller. Personally. I still haven't tried my PS4 controller on PC. But generally with these games, I prefer the Xbox controllers. I like where the analog sticks are placed. Thinking of picking up a cheap Xbox One for the controller. Some Xbox Ones are pretty cheap now. You know, you can probably get a used Xbox One with a controller for like $100 or less, I bet. Alright, so I'm going to warp out, use my souls. Yeah, I mean, for me, it depends on the game. Stuff that relies heavily on the analogs, I definitely prefer Xbox controllers. Stuff that requires more face button usage and, you know, D-pad, I prefer PS4. But Xbox One's analogs in particular are really, really smooth. It's kind of hard to beat those. Oh, don't buy the all-digital, dude. If you buy an Xbox One, get one with a disc drive. Seriously. Yeah, the Xbox One D-pad's not bad, but it is very stiff, and you have to kind of press it down hard. It's not really great for long sessions, if you know what I mean. It's not as comfortable in the hands in long sessions. I'll have to show off the smooth and silky stone thing in a little bit. Let me check my shards and whatnot. Magic stone, poison stone. Yeah, so I need some more titanite chunks.
Bearer of the seek souls. Larger, more powerful soul. Seek the lest this.
All right. Here we go. Got to boost our strength up to 29. And we haven't beaten the Iron Keep yet, so this guy hasn't returned to Majula. Oh, no, he has. Okay, cool. Awesome.
Wait. All right.
So you can also have him set up a ladder for you, which is going to be handy. So that's 12,000. We'll do the $500 and $3,500 ones.
Well,
And then we'll come back and do the $12,000 one later. And there you go. Now we've got multiple ladders here.
Cheers for that.
Let's actually talk to him again and buy some more aromatic ooze. You can buy the bleeding serum, which will allow you to cause enemies to bleed. But I've never really messed around with it too much. I'm going to warp back out to Iron Keep, and then I'm going to go ahead and take a break. So that was a good little diversion. We actually got to level up quite a bit from doing that. So if you get Bonfire Ascetics, you can go grind out much faster. Oh, right on. Yeah, I had an Xbox One X as well, and I downgraded to a Xbox One S because of the same reason. Does the X upscale on the... So, the Xbox One X renders everything at 4K and then downscales it, or downsamples it to 1080p. It's really weird. It's kind of a waste of resources, if you ask me. Because some games like Bloodstained, Ritual of the Night, and a couple other games I had would have frame rate problems, whereas if they were just being rendered straight at 1080p, they probably would not have frame rate problems. Yeah. But it's a good system, though. Games definitely run a lot better on it, for sure. Yeah, they call it like super sampling or something like that. Okay, guys, so I will be back. Give me like 10 minutes. And I'm going to take a bathroom and food break. PS5 or Series X? That's the real question. I just by default I'll probably go with Microsoft again because so much stuff is going to be backwards compatible that you know, I've got a massive library in the Xbox ecosystem. It's like my Steam library, right? It's like if a competitor to PC gaming came up, or I should say Steam gaming came up, I would still stick with Steam because of my massive backlog of games. And so it's the same with Xbox, basically. Microsoft's kind of got me just by default because of that. As long as they keep doing the backwards compatibility, which they said they will. And since I no longer own an Xbox One X, that would basically replace that. But I would definitely be open to the idea of getting a PS5, depending on what games come out on it. If there's a Bloodborne 2, then yeah, I'm pretty much sold. Epic's Game Store actually isn't really... I actually downloaded it a few weeks back because I wanted to play Unreal Tournament. And there's actually not a lot on it, to be honest with you. Like, yeah, they're stealing away some titles, but the shop overall is still pretty barren. There's not a lot on it. Alright, so we have to watch out for these Alana Knights, which are very, very annoying enemies. But, yeah, there's a guy over here that you could talk to.
What? I mean the treasurer.
Alright, let's see what he has for sale. Outfits. He's got the Curse Bite Ring, increases curse resistance. You can buy grass from him, although it's not a whole lot. Repair powder, he's only got one, but I'll buy it anyway because I need it. Oh, he's got a fragrant branch as well. I should buy that from him. You don't want a bunch of different stores on your PC. Neither do I, but you've already got it, so you're screwed. You're locked into it. Honestly, the Epic Game Store, I was really, really against it, but now that I have it, it's just like, what was I complaining about? I think really what I was complaining about is that, yes, I don't want all my purchases in multiple different places, especially if said services aren't reliable. I don't know how long the Epic Game Store is going to be around. I at least have faith in Steam because they've been around for a long, long time. But yeah, I mean, just ultimately I just prefer to have everything in one spot. Especially if it's on the same platform. Like, you know, IBM PC compatibles. I guess it's not IBM PC compatibles anymore. They don't call them that anymore. But, you know. No, they don't kill system resources. You exit the launcher, or you exit the store. Say you're an Epic, right? And you want to load up Steam. You know what you do? You exit the Epic store, then load Steam. No resources wasted. And the hard drive space that the Epic store takes up is negligent at best. It's very small. So that's like a non-issue. And saying that that is an issue is total nitpicking. And at that point, I'd say you've got you got bigger things to worry about. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, disable auto launch. I don't ever have those load up on default. I don't like having them load up on default for that specific reason. Yeah, they eat up resources. It causes my startup, my Windows startup, to take longer. It's like it takes 1 click for me to load up the store that I want. It takes me 2 clicks to close the store that I don't want if it's open already. It's really not complicated. You like Steam to autoload in the big picture mode. Twinkling Titanite, nice. Yeah, I mean, everyone's setups and habits are different. I do a lot of streaming. I do a lot of, you know, Photoshop. I do a lot of managing my channel here. Like, my computer is more of a actual workstation than it is a gaming machine. I don't like it. Oh, he's sniping me from a distance. Okay, I see. So yeah, I don't want that stuff loading up, because I don't need it to be loading up. But if you're just, you know, if your computer is basically a video game console and that's it, then I get it. This part is quite annoying, but we can fall down here, activate this, and probably get sniped in the process. No, the bridge blocked the way. Okay, cool. Yeah, there's fire in that room. And now we can go through here, open this up. Pretty much you built it to play games. I built mine to compute. It's a computer. I built it to do things. Gaming is one of those things, but it does a lot more than just gaming. I browse the internet, I watch videos, I do my taxes on it, I communicate with people on the internet, I apply for jobs on it, I video edit, I photo edit, I stream, I encode, and I play games. You bought Doom and Doom 2 for PS4. Nice. It's worth it. Okay, could you stop sniping me from all the way across the freaking way? They fixed that in Scholar. That doesn't happen in it. Porn is one of those unspoken truths. People in Porn Club. First rule of Porn Club is to not talk about Porn Club. I'm not gonna grab that item over there. Whoa, you have to jump? They filled this in Scholar. Let me kill this guy. Alright, so this is one of our bosses here. But let me try to grab this. Yeah, they definitely filled that in Scholar. There's also an archer right here in Scholar. Yeah, Retro Simon. So the original plan was to update that and then play it on this stream. And I ended up not doing that. Dull Ember. Oh, nice. Okay, I'll take that. I still haven't gotten the Fire Ember, by the way. Flame Ember. What are you shooting at? I'm living in the past! Alright, so if you have a Pharros Lockstone and you use it here, it basically fills this in with, like, healing water. Which is really only good if you're, you've got teammates following you. We're gonna go ahead and try to do this boss fight right away. I could try to summon, but again, when you summon, it just beefs the boss, so it's not really worth it. That VR Killer app? I don't know, have you actually used VR? There are a lot of great apps out there. Really fun games. I honestly personally don't know what a killer app would be for it though. I need to get back because I think he's gonna blow. No, he's not gonna blow, okay. He does an attack where he lands and then sort of explodes. This might actually be it. Okay, I just didn't trust it. Adult themed app? What? In VR? There it is. Boom, yeah. I knew it. Oh! I was not expecting that fire. Crap, I might die here. Because an idiot, like the idiot I am, I didn't dodge at the right time. God, we should have had that fight. It's such an easy fight. Ugh. I mean, this is why people struggle with any of the Souls games, is like getting into the groove with the timing of your dodge rolls and stuff like that it's tough. We should probably stop talking about adult-themed stuff, if you know what I mean. My stream's gonna get demonetized. This is family-friendly, sort of, with the occasional curse word. It's just not going to that territory at all. Yeah, I feel really stupid for dying at that guy. We should have beaten him, no problem. The water also boosts fire resistance. Okay. Which is my favorite Souls game. Probably the first one. Remastered specifically. See, now that this bridge is down, all these guys are going to come after me at once. Yeah, I gotta say, this part's actually worse in Dark Souls Remastered. You have more Alana Knights here. Yep. was dumb on my part. There we go. Oh, come on, dude. And I feel like there's like added frames of lag in this game. I'm just so used to Dark Souls 3 right now. It's almost 8 hours in, I still haven't gotten used to the roll timing. It's like I'm pressing the button just a few frames too late, and the roll's not coming out until it's too late. Yeah, no, they do look great on PC, for sure. Absolutely. Every time I do this, though, I pretty much have to kill all these guys. Otherwise, they're just going to follow me to the boss door. One of the issues with Dark Souls 2 is no invincibility frames in the boss doors. Yeah, put Patchouli on the thumbnail, see if it increases viewers. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know if it would work. I mean, we get decent viewership here overall. I was actually surprised. We had 40-something people watching this at the very beginning. Normally, I don't get that with Dark Souls streams. So that was pretty cool. You know, we might have those numbers typically for retro streams, but not Dark Souls. YouTube's made for cats. I mean, at least we get good souls for this. Yeah, there's a guy behind me. Ah, see? I got a hit. Now, if you have like 3 of those guys on your ass, then... you're pretty much dead. Just realized that fire actually hurts me. So I guess that's why that water is good, as you mentioned. Never thought about that. Can't see, I'm stuck. See, that was BS. That was total BS. We should have had that fight too. Yeah, this stream has been up and down. It's been really crappy at certain points because like I've died at times where I shouldn't have died, and that's very frustrating. Because the idea of this playthrough was to have a really smooth run, and this is the exact opposite of that. Man, it's just the exact opposite of it. With all these deaths, with all the deaths combined, we actually probably have wasted about 2 hours of gameplay. I'm close to it. This was actually a really dumb idea, too. running in there with low health was a really bad idea. So we're gonna be able to actually switch off those statues. We do that at the very end of this this whole area. And the thing is, a lot of the deaths in this playthrough have just been completely my own fault. Either poor timing on my dodges, or just not paying attention, getting greedy with using my flasks. Wow, this is different. That's the first time he's gotten aggroed from that distance. How many Pharros lockstones do I have? 2. Alright, we'll go try it. We'll show it off. No, you piece of garbage! That's why you don't lock on. I stayed locked onto him and my character just followed him. So I lost those souls. That was probably like 15,000 souls. Because each time I go through here, I think I was getting at least 5. So Dark Souls is, to me, it's most like classic Castlevania in terms of its combat. Castlevania is very methodical. You know, if you try to button mash in Castlevania, you're probably not going to get too far. It's the exact same thing in Dark Souls. It's still a good action game, but it's methodical. It's slower. Slower, but can still feel snappy when you get good at the game. When you get into a rhythm with the game. How long does that fire defense last? That's my question. Is it just a real temporary thing? Hey Jeff, yeah man, this is gonna be a real long playthrough, so I was intending on going at least 10 hours tonight. Yeah, I see its fire is 401. That's good to know. I didn't know that. I thought it just replenished your health. Very interesting. Right on, man. I'll be here for a couple more hours at least. We're at the 8-hour mark, so at least 2 hours. But knowing me, I'll probably go to 11.5 or so. Thank you. Yeah, I still have the buff. It doesn't like for the little tiny blasts or tiny little specks of fire next to him. Like when you would sit next to the boss, you'd get hurt by the fire on his, you know, his waist. Didn't really seem like it was doing anything for that. Typical Dark Souls, like you can buff your stats all you want, but it doesn't feel like it really does anything. Or like the difference it makes is so minuscule that it's not really all that noticeable. Yeah, thanks for the GG. Alright, let's go ahead and level up. We'll do that. Yeah, I mean, normally I get through that boss without too much trouble, but that was giving me a hell of a time for some reason. I know it sounds like I'm making up a lot of excuses and whatnot, but really, Dark Souls 3 is so much snappier, and after clocking 20 plus hours into that, it's been kind of difficult, honestly, to go backwards. That's one of the issues with Dark Souls 2, is it feels so different that it, you know, you end up running into issues like I am. Another armor boost. Actually wonder how much better this is versus... I don't think it's going to be that much better than that one.
I'll be around.
Let's see if she's got anything else.
Well,
Yep, I didn't think so.
no interest.
Bear, seek the lest this land swallow.
Use that in combination with the gear to get the items in the lava. You need 1,000 plus fire resistance. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was wondering how to get the items in the fire. I've never done it. I couldn't tell if they were just trolling the player or if, you know, there was actually a reason to get it. Gonna keep boosting strength. Okay, so we still have more of Iron Keep to do. There is still more. But that's our first main boss down, which is good, so. It's not too bad. Not too bad. Alright, tricky part right here, these beetles will actually make some of these platforms fall down. Yeah, see, they can just slam on top of you like that. That's what I was talking about earlier. Yep, see, there he goes. And I just jump over. Getting really sloppy. Gonna be some more knights here. Alright, so this is a very tricky situation. The best way to go about this is lowering the whole structure like that. But I'm gonna actually sort of ignore this for now. God, these damn crystal lizards, man. I might have to start, like, sniping the crystal lizards with arrows. Let me actually come back down here. Alright. So, we want to use the Pharros Lockstone here. This takes us to the second Belfry Tower. There is no boss for this tower, though, if I recall correctly. But there is another bonfire, and you get some extra items. Thunder Quartz Ring 1. I do want to activate this bonfire. And I'm not gonna... No, let's rest at it. No, where do you... Get off that ladder. I said rest. Rest, not climb. Climbing is not resting. Here's this guy again. Yeah, my fire buff went away. I really am curious at how long it lasts, though. Yeah, sometimes the best way of fighting those guys is basically just tanking. Hope that you get some stuns. Let's go ahead and ring the bell. Like a rapid fire archer. go. So we need to come around this way. There's an item down here. And then just keep walking. So you can actually climb up the ladder there. Which this guy is going to do. He's going to follow us. There we go. I just basically tanked. Not the best way to do it, but it works. Okay, must you keep shooting at me? Don't answer that question. Nope, get off. Alright, Simpleton Spice. Again, something else I can just sell. Nothing too crazy. Got a chest. Immolation, that's also... That might be pyromancy as well. Okay. So it just loops us right back down where we were. So what I'm going to do is continue this trek right here. So I'm going to just fall down. If you hit these switches, these platforms lower. Oh shoot, I need to redo this. I need to redo this pretty badly. Okay, I need to flip this switch. Yeah, notice that pattern was different. So we lower this. This will give us access to, close. Probably shouldn't go for this. But I want to come over here and climb up this way. This is the best way to go about this. If you go down, you try to go across on those platforms, it's like a death sentence. This is a mimic. That mimic is not there in Scholar. So I could tell that was a mimic because there were like clips or latches, noticeable discolored latches on the chest. And in Scholar of the First Sin, there are some Alana Knights up here, which they're not in this version. So interesting changes. Alright, and again, we've got one of these. I'm gonna guess it probably does the same thing as the other one we did. Boosting the fire defense, just a wild guess. You can use that for the upcoming boss. Wow, there are two of them back to side by side, huh? There's one over here, there is one over here. Okay. Let's go ahead and use our Estus. Just fall down very slowly, there's no rush. Okay, so there's a guy down here, and... Okay, that's not too bad. There's a guy down there on Scholar. We can fall down here. Again, be very careful. Covetous gold serpent ring. I think that makes items drop more frequently. Alright, so this is good. We've actually... this is actually kind of cool. You can actually traverse the mist from behind. I saw one of my friends on Twitch do this. And get the hell out of there, because not worth it. It's just something that's funny. It actually gives you a different message. I wonder if he followed me. Let's see. No. Okay, good. Alright, so this thing right here, you raise it up, it will lower back down. You can get hurt by it, so you need to be careful. But you can also get pinned here, because of this guy. I keep thinking I can get a third hit on him, but it's not working. Alright, so this part right here, very important that you look out. There is another bonfire. Pretty much every run I've done up until recently, I didn't realize this ladder was here. I ran straight past it. But you want to come on up here because it's a bonfire. And then we're going to fight the big boss. One of the great souls. One of the great whatevers you want to call him. But this switch right here actually turns off all of the fire turrets. So we can go back to the beginning and get some items that we missed. Go ahead and light that up. Get our Estus back. And this upcoming boss is pretty easy, in my opinion. It's not... You know, a lot of the big, like, great boss souls or whatever they're called, not very difficult in this game, surprisingly. There's an item right here. Lightning short bow. Ow. Actually, hold on. Okay, I thought there was an item up here. Alright. Don't think I need the aromatic ooze, but I'll use it anyway. I don't know what the boss weaknesses are, but generally aromatic ooze or gold pine resin is good either way. Alright, there's a little pit back here we have to watch out for. And this is a little bit of a safety area. Sometimes he'll do a fire blast. So again, it's all about that dodge roll. Dodge roll. And he's gonna do his... Whoa, that was close. He almost knocked me off. You want to dodge roll through that. Dodge roll there. Dodge roll here. He's actually a pretty easy boss for the most part, but you still have to be careful. Like I should have rolled there, but I didn't want to roll into the fire. Let's use our Estus. Boom. He's gonna do it again. Oh, and I didn't roll in the right time, but it's okay. This will probably kill him. 6, there we go. Okay. Good. Great soul embraced. Tuck and roll, Grandma! I don't even know what that's from, but it sounds funny. Sublime Bone does. That's a good reward. I like that. Primal bonfire lit. So since we have the DLC, this opens up as well. But we can't access it yet. Or we can access it. Is this going to take us to the Old Iron King DLC? Or is this going to take us to the Sunken King? Let's see. Old Iron King. Wow, okay. I had to qualify that differently in Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin. So this is a DLC area right here. And there should be a bonfire on the way across. Smelter wedge times 6. You'll need those. I'm going to access the bonfire just to get it. From what I understand, the DLC between Scholar of the First Sin and the original Dark Souls 2 is the same. Alright, here's my bonfire. And we're going to warp out. If we do the DLC on this stream, we're going to do it last. Okay. Let's see if she's got anything different. Yep, she's got large shards now, which again I don't really need. Yep, can't really do anything there. And I could try to upgrade my helmet. You know, I should probably actually try to do that. Let's buy some shards. Reinforced weapon. We might as well just reinforce my helmet while we're here. It's not going to help that much, but...
I'll be around.
Probably not worth the money, all things considered.
Visit me again.
Yeah, now I need a Titanite chunk. But it raised my defense a little bit, so that's good.
Yours, I only...
I can't do that. I always do that by habit. Dark Souls 2 is the only one that says, "Oh, you've got a shard. You can upgrade." All right, we just beefed up my strength a lot. So it's like, oh yeah, you can upgrade. You should. I'd like to sell some stuff, but I have to go find Gavlan at the Doors of Pharros, which we haven't accessed yet, so... Okay, so where do I want to go? Let me actually come back here real quick. I want to get this one item we missed. I just want to see what it is. And actually, it's kind of good we're here, because then we can kill some guys, and we can pay for that large ladder in Majula. Iron key. Where the hell do I use that?
Finally decided.
We're going to skip the big ladder. We're going to get this fragrant branch. I don't think we really need it, but it's worth it anyway. Where do I use the iron key? The iron key sounds familiar. It sounds like something I need. I don't remember where to use it. I'm going to actually Google that real quick. Iron door reference in the item description is located in the hallway leading to the last giant. Oh, yes, that is right. I am really glad I went back now. Holy crap. I am really glad I went back. Alright, so we need to actually do this too. I don't think they have any bonfire ascetics, no. Otherwise, I would do the bonfire ascetic trick again. And just grind out on those souls. Okay, so we come down this way. Remember that hallway I was talking about earlier? Well, this is where we use that key. I had to get a refresher on it. Apparently it shows in your inventory, though. Let's check our inventory. There's the iron key. Opens the door of the iron keep. That doesn't make any sense. That makes zero sense. There we go. And this place is a pain. You want to try to just run through here? These guys suck pretty badly. Rebel's Great Shield. Okay, so we actually don't really need it. In Scholar of the First Sin, you have to come here and get this item. This guy is just stuck here. Oh, jeez. I am stuck inside of him. I couldn't do anything. Yeah, this, Oh, there's a... I wonder if I need... Okay, we have to come back down here. I need to make sure I clear out all these items just to make sure I've got what I need. Because in Scholar, there is a mandatory item down there, and I don't know if it's mandatory in this one. I completely forget the item name, but I think it unlocks one of the doors that is... I think it's a requirement for DLC. I don't think it's a requirement for the main game. I don't remember. Don't quote me on any of that. Alright, let's try this again. Yeah, cracked red eye orb, I don't need those at all. Look at how much damage that does. It's crazy. Dude, I'm trying to get by you. Please let me through. This area is terrible. One of the worst areas in the game. Those guys do so much damage, it's just ridiculous. Yeah, no fire defense ring yet. I've never even seen that attack before. In Scholar, they have a tendency of just pummeling you with fireballs, and that's pretty much it. I haven't even seen half these attacks these guys are doing. Alright, so I have a different idea. So we can actually come down here. Because again, I just want to see what's down here. Because of the Scholar and vanilla version differences. I don't know if I can... Yeah, that's probably going to be too far. Too full. Yeah, so what I can do is use the Silver Cat ring that we talked about earlier. And then drop down. I only did about a quarter of my health. Which is actually still a lot. Oh, you gotta be effing kidding me. I have to do that again. Alright, let's try this again. And let's actually fall down this time. In the right direction. Fire Drake Stone. 1, 2, 3. Hawk Ring. Alright, so this guy, you just circle around over and over again. God damn it, man. So aggravating. What I might do is just drop down there again, and then instead of trying to kill him like I just did, I'm just gonna see if I can circle around him. Like, wait for him to fire, and then I want to grab that chest that's behind him. Are you kidding me? The blast radius killed me. That didn't happen before. I just keep losing my souls. It's ridiculous. So one other strategy for these guys is, and I'm actually tempted to do it right now. Is to do this. Wish you could shoot him in the eyes and kill him in one hit. Yeah, this is the first time we've actually used arrows in this playthrough, but we'll probably use them again later on. And I actually probably should go and upgrade my bow while I'm at it, but I didn't do that because I'm waiting to get a better bow. I know there are better bows out there. This is just a basic short bow. And I'm using the, sort of the worst arrows you can. Actually, let me see. I think I still have some iron arrows. Okay, see, now I've poisoned them, which is good. Poison it. Let's try the iron arrows. So, one big difference between Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 1 is that using arrows requires a it expends a lot more stamina. So your stamina will deplete completely, and then you have to wait for it to charge back up. So while the arrows are still insanely useful in this game, you can't just spam them very quickly like you can in Dark Souls 1. Oops, missed that one. Don't think fire arrows are going to do much, because these are fire guys. It's actually doing similar damage to my regular wood arrows. There he goes. I really hate those guys. Let's see. Yeah, fat rolling, so I have to unequip my bow. And I'm still at... Oh, that's... I know why I'm fat rolling. It's because I unequipped the ring that gives me more equipment load. Alright, we can just fall down like this. Let's do this first. Flame Quartz Ring 1. Okay, so we finally got a fire defense ring. Not that I'm going to really use it. Okay, so it's interesting. They actually made this area important in Scholar of the First Sin. But it's not important at all in the base game. Thankfully that didn't kill me. Ugh. Let's go ahead and use an effigy, get our full health bar back. And I will go ahead and use the Soul of a Proud Knight. Get some souls. We'll probably buy a couple more aromatic oozes. Let's go back to Majula to do that. Since I used a couple, might as well get a couple back. And what I meant to do was actually go build or buy that tall ladder. Or the longest ladder, but not a big deal.
Hey.
We'll do it later.
Cheers for that.
Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is, well, we already did this place. Yeah, that took us to Iron Keep. Alright, so we're going to go do the forest. How many life gems do I have? I got plenty. So we have to warp out now. So that forest we were at earlier, we can go back to that now. So where is it? Here it is. Okay, so this is Shaded Woods. We're back here again. We actually got here quite earlier. In Scholar of the First Sin, you have some of those forest guys here. They're kind of spread all over this place. And we're going to get cursed a lot here. But that's okay. Just kind of comes with the territory. We got these guys. These guys hit like tanks, so be very careful around them. They hit very, very hard. Whoa, and there's a huge basilisk right out in the open. That's not there in the Scholar version. That basilisk shows up later in the playthrough. I'm gonna go ahead and just get cursed a bunch. It's not really worth using like a curse resistance ring here, because you're still gonna get cursed. You're just gonna get cursed less. So we're gonna just get cursed a lot, and then use an effigy to get our life bar back. Flame butterfly, some more torches. Again, torches will extend your torch time. Try to kill this basilisk. Yeah, very beefy guy. Ow. Holy crap. That was a lot of health. Petrified Dragon Bone. No item there. So in Scholar of the First Sin, there are a lot of items here that are being blocked by stone statues. And so that's where the fragrant branches really come into play. Like, there were a couple of stone statues blocking pathways in Scholar to begin with. But this area is just filled with them. Every treasure chest you see will have a stone guy right in front of it. It's a really small area if you want to just run to the boss, by the way. That's right, I need to go up top there to get that item. Titanite chunk. That's good. I need that. I need that for my sword. Oh, I need to unequip the Silver Cat ring. Go ahead and do that. There we go. No longer fat rolling. Alright, so this part right here, you don't want to walk on that wood. Because that happens. Trollish design. But it's okay. Once you know it's there, it's not a big deal. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff missing here from Scholar. Definitely easier on this version. You're beefier than the other guys. You took 4 hits. Alright, let's come on through here. Yeah, so there's a stone guy right here. We'll go ahead and use a fragrant branch on him. There might be something good in that chest that's on the other side. You can't see the chest, but it is there. At least I assume it's still there. It's there in Scholar. Fragrant branch. Used a fragrant branch to get a fragrant branch. Alright. There's also this right here. We need to talk to this guy at 3 different locations. And what happens when you do that is he opens up this this seal to take you to the abyss. And in the abyss, you can you have to fight phantoms, and then you can fight the Dark Lurker, which is apparently a pretty tough boss. Alright, so there's this locked door right here. If you can unlock that, you can find Ornifex, who is one of the characters in the game that can use boss souls to craft special weapons and whatnot. It's one of at least 2 guys that can do that in the game. Or 2 characters. In Scholar of the First Sin, the key is right here. I wonder if they updated it in this version. Let's see. Ooh, that was close. I tried locking on, but it didn't work. Fang key. You gotta be kidding me. Okay. I've always heard that in the original game, the key's not there. So interesting. We'll have to loop back around into that pit. Let's go ahead and rest. I want to get my durability back. Because that's your one of your biggest enemies, is the durability of your sword. It's pretty sad, but it's the truth. Radiant Life Gem. Oh, there is something here. Okay, cool. Magic Bolt. Don't need that. It's not for my character. Huh. I can't jump over. Okay. Yeah, I figured I'll just kill these guys again. It was decent souls last time. I don't think there's anything over here. Nope. There it is.
Thank you for helping me. I am Ornifex.
Okay.
Thank.
Okay. She basically says, you know, go meet me at my home. And of course, you don't really know where her home is. But since we did this first, we'll stumble upon it on a later area. And I don't plan on using boss souls to craft weapons or anything, but it will be cool to show it off at least. You hit like a tank. Alright, let's go on to the boss now. Actually, no, there's one little side area I'm going to do. And let me come down here first. Never mind. That's actually where we came from to access this area to begin with. Alright, so the next order of affair is kill this guy. And this guy, because he's following us. And another one. Jeez, you guys are all getting aggroed from far away. Jeez, it took half my health bar. Again, this is just a great example of, wow, it seems like your armor is Swiss cheese. It doesn't really do anything. What's the point of having armor? It's one of my beefs with Dark Souls in general. It kind of gives you this illusion of safety. With, you know, your armor and whatnot. Titanite chunk, very nice. I do need that. Alright, Dark Scythe. Alright, there's this guy down here. He's actually a friendly. But you can't talk to him yet. You need a special ring equipped to be able to talk to him, and I don't believe I have that. Yeah, I don't have it. Forgot what the ring was called, but it is a ring that is very good if you want to follow up on that guy's quest lines. This is another one of those areas that's actually blocked off in Scholar of the First Sin. There are some statues here that block your way. There's also sort of a mini-boss down here. And speaking of which, there's this. So I really don't want to use a Fragrant Branch on that guy because I don't actually have to go there that way. I have a better way of accessing that. So we come on up here. And then we run and we jump off of this, just like so. There we go. There we go. Nothing too crazy. Definitely not worth using a Fragrant Branch because we could use those elsewhere, I'm sure. And we just run and jump back, just like so. In Scholar of the First Sin, there's actually, I believe, a Titanite shard. Not Titanite shard, a Estus shard over there. Black Knight Halberd. And I don't want to do it, but we're going to go ahead and Homeward Bone again. And what I'm going to do is use another effigy to get my health bar back. And then we're going to go fight the boss. And after beating this boss, it takes us into yet another area that we have to be at. I think it's going to take us to the Doors of Pharros. And then that's Doors of Pharros is going to take us to Huntsman's Copse or something like that. And then we'll fight another great soul boss, whatever the hell you call him. And then we'll have to go into the gutter. We're at the 9-hour mark. We might actually be able to get down to the gutter and finish it before the end of this stream. Then we'll continue up tomorrow for even more Dark Souls 2 goodness. Crap. This isn't good. This is actually very bad. And that's what I get for rushing it. Kind of a waste of an effigy. So we'd actually come on up here, too. Oops, my bad. Because there's an item right here. Alright, let's go fight this boss. I love huge fog doors like that in these games. Alright, whack her once or twice. Now, I actually found this out recently. There's this item up top. The Scorpion Lady will have to knock this tree over. Alright, so she's got these projectiles out. I want to just sort of dodge roll. Kind of like that. Try to avoid them. Look at that damage. Oops, did not want to do that. I did the shield break by accident. So she's Najka here is a lot like the Quelaag from Dark Souls 1. Not nearly as menacing though. When she's underground, you want to just keep running. Stay away from the sort of the smoke that comes up, or the dust and debris. Dodge roll too late. Surprised her tails haven't done their attack yet. I'm not reading these attacks well at all right now. There it is. And this is going to apply toxic. And this is really bad, actually. So what I'm going to do is just try to keep using health until toxic wears off. Use enough life gems to counteract the toxic effect. It's almost worn off. There we go, it's gone. Alright, gotta get out of the way here. Okay. First try, which is good. It was kind of sloppy, but first try, I'll take it. considering a lot of other bosses we've had to try multiple times. Alright, this leads us to the doors of Pharros. And what I'm going to do is actually just try to skip this guy if I can. He hits pretty hard. Now, this is a mimic right here. They actually took that out of Scholar of the First Sin. Another one of those changes. Let's go ahead and use our souls. Now, actually, before I go back, I want to see if Gavlan has appeared here. I don't remember if he appears in the exact same spot as he does in Scholar, but we're going to find out. Oh, come on. He blocked my attack. Blocked it from the side. Large Titanite Shard. Dragon Charm. Oh, he is here. Awesome. Great. So this is Gavlan's last and final location. I'm gonna go ahead and just get rid of our stuff. Black Steel Katana. That would be actually pretty cool to use, but I'm not going to worry about it. Lots of souls. I might want to hold on to these. Nah, let's just get rid of them. Yeah, everything's weaker than my Drangleic armor. Alright, so I have a life ring +1. We'll get rid of the regular life ring. I don't really need those, but I'll hold on to them just in case. Some of these other basic healing items I don't really use because I have life gems. I don't really need them. Cures poison and restores HP. Cures poison and greatly restores HP. Don't really need it. I mean, they're just... I'll have one or two in my inventory. It's not worth taking the time to equip them. I'll just equip 99 life gems instead. Oh, bleeding serums. I'll hold on to those just in case. Dark pine resin. I don't really mess with those. Repair powders I do need. Flame butterflies I need. Prism stones I don't really need. Skeptic spices do not need. Cracked red eye orbs don't need. I'm gonna sell one of these because I only need one, if I even need them at all. Fire seeds, magic stone, poison stone, fire drake stone, bolt stone, Petrified Dragon Bone, I believe, is for very specific weapons, mostly like great swords. So I don't really care about them. It's not what we're going for in this playthrough. All right, so let's warp back. Kill this jerk. I've actually gotten caught by that mimic before, and I died in one hit. I have actually, it's actually a clip on my Twitch channel. Oh man.
Well.
Okay, just large shards.
No interest. Suit yourself.
There we go. I need 3 Titanite chunks now, and then after that, I think I'll need a Titanite slab. So let's go ahead and upgrade my bow here. I don't know when we're gonna get another one, so I need 3 large shards. So let me go buy those. Let's just buy all 7. I'm sure there will be something else I have to upgrade.
Visit me again.
So I would have rather have put all that money into, you know, level ups, but it's okay. All of this is progress either way.
There seek
Oh wait,
souls,
nope.
large
We need to do this first. We need to buy this long ladder that we've been talking about for a while. Oops. Set up ladder.
Where I get. Hey,
There we go. So now we have 3 ladders set up.
I sell are
A
miniatures.
really big one.
I mean, if that tickles your fancy.
Yeah. There's multiple ladders. Alright, let's level up.
there seek less.
I'm gonna do higher equipment load. That way I have less of a chance of fat rolling. Even when I need to switch up my items. Yeah, we're at 61% right now. Okay. Burn. Sublime bone dust. Ugh. Okay. So back to the doors of Pharros. And what I'm going to do is go use the restroom again. It'll also give me a chance to sort of get up and walk for a moment. So I'll be back in about 2 minutes. It's good to get up and walk around for a little bit. Been streaming for 9 hours. It's like basically like a full-time job. Sitting down in this chair for 9 hours. Ugh. Yeah, no chair is comfortable for 9 hours straight. That is a fact. Alright, we're gonna do the bottom area first. This could be, I don't know. Yeah, you still got these rats. And you got this bowman that invades you. I need to get rid of this guy first. Okay. Now we can deal with the bowman on its own. In Scholar of the First Sin, this guy actually doesn't spawn. It's pretty interesting. At least not on the first loop. We go. So we have a bunch of Pharros locks here. The one you want to do is in the ground, because it opens up the bottom gate here. You can do the side ones, but you're just wasting lockstones at that point. There we go. So a lot of these are items I don't really need, but I'm trying to open up all the chests that I can find anyway, just because I'm not 100% sure what's in them to begin with. So it's like, I might as well open them. Hey, no more inner demons, welcome back. Yeah, still going. Yeah, I was planning on this being at least a 10-hour stream. We're at the 9-hour mark right now. Yeah, looks like that is that. No items down here, it appears. But there is a ladder that we can get onto. Yeah, I predict we'll probably be going for at least another 2 hours. We'll probably hit the 11-hour mark just to get as much of this done as possible. Instant kill. I like that. So the doors of Pharros, as you can probably tell, there are lots of Pharros locks here. It's not really worth opening most of them. I'm sure there are some really good ones to open, but I'm not going to open up any of them. So because of that, this area is actually kind of short. You can actually get to the boss fight, I think, pretty quickly. Okay, so he just trolled us by hitting a switch. But this, I believe, is a trap. I'm going to dodge roll past it. Still took a hit. Titanite chunk, that's good. It's exactly what I want. So that switch, I believe, makes these spikes appear out of these walls. The spikes just went back inside the wall. Another Pharros lockstone. Instant kill. Okay, so we do have to go to that other side. That might be where you appear after you beat the boss. Here we go. Should be a bonfire here. And this is going to be one of the more annoying bosses in the entire game. So what I'm gonna try the bow strategy. Probably shouldn't have used that. And speaking of which, let me see if I can equip a bow without overburdening myself. I can. Cool. This is actually good. This means I can leave the bow equipped at all times without fat rolling. Yeah, I'm fine. Okay. So, yeah, this is really annoying right here. There are multiple little rats here, and they all apply toxic. Oops. But you can try to snipe them from a distance. See? Toxic. And we're dead. Yep. So the whole sniping thing actually didn't really work too well. And that was a waste of an effigy as well. Oh. Hiccup. We've got toxic, and I just kind of want it to go away. Okay, no more toxic. Basically just want to dodge his paw swipes. You can. And he does lunges at you. He's actually being kind of nice. Just doing these same paw swipes over and over. He's gonna dash, yep. Yeah, so the boss itself actually isn't that bad. It's the little dogs that apply toxic. That's why this boss is a major pain, and why a lot of people don't like this boss very much. Just get our durability back in case we need to do anything else. we're at the point where 27,000 souls actually doesn't take us very far in terms of leveling up. Well, actually, it's still fine. We only need 16,000 to level up. Okay.
Leave this.
This is the Rat King.
Human.
You can actually join their covenant.
Rejoice, sins, permit, swear.
So we will join it. Why not?
Thou hast, you take this, the ring, where, and I pray. Speak thy mind.
You can also buy items from them.
My servant.
Alright, this takes us right back here. Alright, I'm gonna come up this way first. Before we head back to Majula. These crystal lizards really suck in this this game. In Dark Souls 3, they're so easy to hit. Let's go ahead and light our torch. We don't really need to, but let there be light. So yeah, there are some areas where you can light all the sconces and you'll make phantoms appear or other things happen. It's kind of a neat mechanic. And this might take us to Huntsman's Copse, which is where we need to be anyway. So and yep, this is it. So I do believe there's a bonfire in one of these tents. They actually moved the bonfire outside of the tent in Scholar. Yep, here it is. And I'm going to keep playing. I'm not going to bother leveling up right now. Let's go ahead and whack these. With smaller enemies like pigs and dogs, it's good to just use your shield and just block them. You can usually block like one of their attacks without there being too much of an issue. And then just counterattack. The counterattack will pretty much be guaranteed. These guys actually hit pretty hard. You definitely want to be careful around them. Another large shard. Alright, so in Scholar, this chest here is actually a mimic. I don't think it is in this version, but let's see. I don't think it is, because he would have woken up. There would have been a health bar too, so. Let's go ahead, and we want to go into this well. That'll actually take us inside that house. This will allow us to roll better. We can probably roll into that easier. Ah, messed up. This is actually one of the more annoying things to do in the entire game. Seriously. Just rolling into this well is just... Ah! We're running into it. Holy water urn. Don't really need that. Let's go ahead and get our equipment back. Okay. Human effigy, times 5. That was 5 effigies, not just 1. So that was worth it. Really cool scenic area. But yeah, this is actually where Ornifex ends up. The bird that we saved. These boulders are going to be pushed down as well. You can just try to run past them. I recommend just doing this one at a time. Because if you run past all these, you've got all the enemies to deal with. They all gang up on you. Ow! That was garbage. That was very much some hot garbage. Alright, so now I could skip everyone there, since we've already covered that area. Yeah, so not only did I get severely hurt by the boulder, but I fell from such a height that the height itself took away the rest of my health. I'll play it safe and fall down here. Alright, this is going to take us to a boss fight. It's another one of those, like, multi-enemy boss fights where you just fight a horde of enemies, and that's pretty much it. Dark Souls 2 is oftentimes known for having some of the least interesting bosses in the history of the series. And it's because of bosses like these. Now, I do feel like these types of bosses are probably a little more grounded in this game's quote-unquote reality. We have to come here first and deal with these spiders. I wonder how this is going to go without a torch. Let me go ahead and use one of these flame butterflies. I have a bunch of them. That'll light the torch. Then I can light this sconce in case I need to relight my torch later on. Now, in Scholar of the First Sin, these spiders don't like fire. But in this version, I'm not so sure if it does the same thing. We want to dodge roll away from this thing. Yeah, no, they're still coming after me. So in Scholar, they just all will run away from you, pretty much. Just about guaranteed. So not as much reason to have fire in the vanilla Dark Souls 2. Little secret wall there. I didn't know about that. Actually, no, I knew about this one. I was thinking it was in a different spot. Estus Flask Shard. Nice. So, very good secret to know. Oh, that water there. Let's see if that did fire resistance. Yep, we're back up to 410 on the fire resistance. Very good tip from Retro Simon out there. I didn't know about that. Okay. Let's do this. Wow, that hurt. How long is this game? Not 40 hours if you know what you're doing. It could be way more than 40 if you don't know what you're doing. Yeah, pretty pathetic boss fight. Ooh, Titanite slab. I need that for my sword. Good stuff either way, though. You know, we got it. Alright, there's a bonfire down here. Let's go ahead and warp back and level up a couple times. Yeah, so between all the breaks that we've taken, this playthrough so far has probably been a little over 8 hours. Which actually isn't bad. We've actually made a lot of progress.
Well,
Okay, no chunks. Oh, I still need 3 Titanite chunks? Ugh. I thought I had already done the full upgrade and I just needed a Titanite slab. Ugh, okay, so I can't use any Titanite chunks. I need to save those. Let's just level up then.
Is that here to see? However,
yeah, they, pretty much all of them except for the first Dark Souls have a sort of hub area. Alright, so one more level up to that. Yeah, so like Majula here is a hub area as well. Although it is a little more like Dark Souls 1 in that it's got areas you just go to. So down here's probably the first area you should go to. Up here is a slightly later area. Over there, that tunnel is another area. And then this down here in the well is yet another area. So you have 4 different places you can go to from here. Technically 5 because this splits into 2 different areas. But yeah, this is your main hub as well. In Demon Souls, it was actually a lot more basic because it was like, okay, you're in this hub and you literally, you walk up to you know, a statue and it warps you to a separate world. So you're literally just like picking levels in that game. And you can play them out of order. In this, you can play them out of order too, but it requires you to be a little more clever about how you go about it in order to do that. Yeah, it's got a hub more like Limits of Innocence. Yeah, exactly. There's a crystal lizard I just missed. See, that down there is where we're going to end up. That's going to be the boss area. It's going to lead us to the boss area. One more Titanite chunk. That's not true, Sainwell. It's not true at all. They have archstones. I don't know why people keep propagating that myth. There aren't checkpoints in Demon Souls. The archstones are basically bonfires from Dark Souls. They're just spaced out really damn far. So every world has at least 2 or 3 archstones. So if you get halfway into the world, find an archstone and die, you go back to that second archstone that you found. Not the first one that you warped into. Yes, there are more than 1 archstones. Yeah, there is more than 1 archstone. Absolutely. Oh, well, yeah, you've only played like the first 5% of the game then. There's a lot more to it than just the first part of Boletaria. So Boletaria itself, when you unlock the first boss, and you beat the first boss, that's where the second archstone is. And so you won't have to do the first runabout of the castle every time you die after that. And then there's another archstone after you beat the Tower Knight. And then you'll use that archstone once you unlock the second half of Boletaria, or I'd say the last third of Boletaria, which is kind of in-game material. But yeah, no, there are definitely multiples for sure. Okay. And we went to the boss area already. That's fine. I don't really need to go see Ornifex or anything like that. Just kind of want to get this area done with. Not my favorite area in the game. Oh wow, that's different from Scholar. Are there spiders here? There are lots of spiders. Let's go ahead and let them fall down, and then what we'll do is come out here and let them funnel out one by one. You shouldn't have gotten killed by any dragon on a bridge before fighting the boss. Oh wait, no, I know which one you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. I think there definitely should have been way more checkpoints in Demon Souls. The game itself isn't so much hard. Isn't hard so much as it is. It's just it wears you out because it's tedious retreading your progress that you've already made. But, you know, I do wish people, and this isn't a shot at you, but I hear it all the time on my streams. Like, people say, oh, there aren't any checkpoints in Demon Souls. It's like, no, there are. They're just few and far between. You need to, and that's where Demon Souls wears you out, is the long stretches of gameplay. What made me snap my disc in half was playing through all 4 worlds. The 3rd and 4th worlds in particular were nightmarish in terms of just trollish level design. And then I went to the 5th one, the Valley of Defilement. Got to the first boss just fine in one try, but then the second area, I ended up playing for 20 or 30 minutes, getting really far into it, and then dying. And I just took my disc out and I snapped it in half. I was like, I'm not doing another 20 or 30 minutes of the same thing that I've already done. It's just a waste of my time. I can beat Castlevania in the amount of time it took me to traverse the swamp of the Valley of Defilement. It was ridiculous. I was like, this game is just wasting my goddamn time. Like, I don't have all day. I don't have... like, yes, we're doing a 10-hour Dark Souls 2 stream tonight, but I'm being productive. I didn't feel like I was productive at all with Demon Souls. It's just a waste of my time. So... I need to equip some repair powder before I get to this boss, because I feel like my weapon's gonna break. I feel it. That was bad. I wasn't expecting to slip off that web. Nope, frame rate doesn't help at all. Yeah. Does not help at all. Alright, we have 4 repair powder. That's good. I think I'm going to use another effigy just to get my health back. Yeah, well that's typical for these games though. sane. I mean, like Dark Souls 2, you can't level up until you find the Emerald Herald. You know, which is like 20 minutes into the game. In Bloodborne, you can't level up until you get your first insight. And then this doll in your hub wakes up, and then you can level up through her. In Dark Souls 3, you can't level up until you get to Firelink Shrine. You know, things like that. It's kind of common for the series, actually. You'll find that if you play the other Souls games, there's actually a lot of similarities to, say, Demon Souls. And vice versa. Alright, so this is one of the... Yes, it's par for the course, yeah. Just in subtle, different, like, slightly varied ways. Alright, so what I want to do is try to get rid of these spiders. Actually not. You can attack this boss from either side. You have to watch out for this laser attack. It's a good time to get behind the boss. Smack it in the face. Laser. Yeah. Sword's at risk. I gotta use my repair powder. Gotta use it twice because it doesn't refill it up all the way. Guess you better get good, or just play a better game. Just don't play Demon Souls. You know, it's one of those things where you're better off just not even bothering. Great Soul Embrace. We can eventually come back here. There's a dragon memory we can enter. Notice how there's a dragon hanging on the ceiling. Dark Souls is definitely better, but there are definitely some BS runbacks in that. I would recommend doing Dark Souls Remastered, as there are a couple of, you know, quality of life improvements made. Alright, Brightstone key. Oh, look at this guy. But he's placed in a different part in the game, in Scholar. So that pile of bones we talked to in the Shaded Woods, Vengarl, that's actually him. That's his dead body. This will take us back to Majula. Alright, so this will actually allow us to We can go to the gutter now. There is more to do in that area we were just at, but it's not really mandatory. We did the mandatory part. Still only had 2 titanite chunks. And I don't think she's going to give us anything else.
Well,
Yep. She'll give us more as the game progresses, but right now, yeah.
Proceed. It is the only choice left.
Trying to bring my equipment load down even further. Also trying to balance out my stats. It's always good to do that. Okay, so now we're going to put on the silver cat ring again. Just like so.
Hey,
Can't level up anymore, so I might as well buy some of these.
cheers for that.
Okay. Oh, interesting. There's no door down there in this one. There's a big... Oh! I went down the wrong ladder. So the smallest ladder is... It only goes down a couple feet. Oops. Alright, so... Or is there a door down there? Am I thinking of a different one? No, I don't see it at all. Yeah, they changed that in Scholar. Very interesting. No, the door might still be down there. I think I see it, actually. It's just obfuscated by the... Oh, and I didn't touch the bonfire either. Okay, so I'm going to come down here. And I want to try to... sort of roll over there and fail! It's okay, I didn't lose much. That's right, I didn't rest at the bonfire, so it put me all the way back here. That's why you rest at the bonfires. They change your active checkpoint. Ugh. Rest. Rest and checkpoint. Alright, let's try this one. There we go. So if you try to land on those tiny planks, you'll actually snap right through them. So you don't want to do that. And, let's see. Okay, the doorway is still there. Okay, cool. And I kind of want to check it out, though. But I can't get over. Alright, well, let's just roll down here. I do want to see this item. Ring of the Evil Eye, 1, +1. That might give us health back every time we, yeah, absorb hit points from each defeated foe. It's actually not bad. Alright, so I do want to go back and check out that door. Should have a bunch of items inside of it. That door, if I recall correctly, in Scholar of the First Sin, is required for accessing the DLC. Well, that's the trick for those guys, sniping them, apparently. So yeah, this is where we need to be, though. So we're fine. Alright, see, this actually takes us to the gutter. I don't really want to be in the gutter just yet. Let me come down here and access our first bonfire, at least. There is a bonfire down here. But there's another area I want to go to first before coming to the gutter. Okay, there it is. That was close. Alright, these things are really annoying. They will shoot out poison. And you'll get poisoned, like I just did. That was bad, bad, bad. I didn't think I was going to slip off. Well, it gives me an excuse to go the other way now, since we died. I was going to try to access the first bonfire, but I failed. Good job, Austin. Good job. Alright, put that. Actually, I might not. Do I need the silver cat ring? I don't know. Let's put it back on just in case. Can't remember which one is the long one. That's not the long one. This is the long one. Might as well try to go and see if we can access this door. I don't know if we can. Yep, can't get it. Hmm. Okay. Alright, so this is where I actually wanted to be first. Keep forgetting that you can go to the Grave of Saints and the gutter from the same area. Alright, let's go ahead and rest here. Nothing terribly special here. We're just going to skip most of this area, go straight to the boss fight. Not a bad area, it's just, it's not too exciting. A lot of rats and things like that. You can use the door, the Pharros lockstones if you want to get across. I don't know. Let's try it. Very small area though. We can go up there, which we'll probably do. Let's come over here first because I haven't been here in a long time. Gives us some poison moss, nothing special. Torch, Whisper of Despair. And then we have to use another Pharros Lockstone to open up this one, so not worth it. Normally rats would be attacking me, but I'm a part of the rat covenant right now, so that might be why they're not doing anything. So we can actually go through this whole area without being bothered. Unless we get invaded by an NPC or something like that. Alright, so this is the boss fight coming up. We'll use some ooze. Dark Souls 5, Secret of the Ooze. Alright, so this is another multi-enemy boss. Have to be careful because these guys can turn these to stone. What we're going to be doing is looking for the one with the mohawk. Yes, there is a rat with a mohawk. In a Dark Souls game, nonetheless. There he is. Piece of cake. Not many souls for that. Not even a level up's worth. You can see that this is definitely an area you can come to really early and succeed at with not really a whole lot of pushback. I mean, even the gutter itself isn't very difficult, if you ask me. But here's the rat again. That's it. And by falling down here, we basically end up at the gutter. So we still have the silver cat ring? We do. Okay. Difference is you can only get that bleed stone from up top there. Oops, I meant to jump over. There is an item up top. It's okay. Now, a lot of people really don't like the gutter, but I don't find it to be too bad, to be honest with you. As long as you have a torch in hand, it's really not a big deal. And as long as you light your sconces along the way. Fudge. Okay, no, we're good. So this first section, I was just really dumb for dying at earlier. Got our souls back at least. Not many souls. Just constantly fall down. There's our first bonfire. See, I was really close to it before. And go ahead and rest. Update our checkpoint. And then we can just go back. And so let's go ahead and do toggle and then light torch. And every sconce along the way we're going to light. Because for one, if I die... the sconces will tell me, you know, the proper way to go. So I don't get too lost in here. And that was goofy. Wasn't expecting to fall like that. But that is one of the things you have to watch out for in this area. So I should be able to run and jump across that gap. Just like so. Light another sconce. And you can see that's the fog door in the back. That's where we need to go. Light another sconce. There's going to be a lot of that. And we don't have the key for that door. Light another one. Yeah, we can fall down here. This dog thing right here, I'm gonna just try to avoid. Ah, screw it, let's try to kill it. No, I'm gonna avoid it because there's nothing down here. Hey, Wayne. Where have you been, man? You missed all of my Dark Souls 3 run. I've done everything except for the Ringed City. I'm at the Ringed City right now, and it sucks. Really badly. Yeah, we were talking about you yesterday when I was streaming that. Ooh, that was close. You were doing good things, hopefully? Well, I hope those things were good too. Let's go ahead and grab this chest. Yeah, so we've been streaming this for 10 hours, Wayne. We started a brand new game. The gutter is the last of the things that we need to do as far as, like, the early game goes. So I came from there. It's the good thing about lighting all the sconces is you can be like, oh, okay, this is where I came from. Yeah, look at that. Those guys do so much damage without even, like, visibly attacking you. Yeah, we come on up here. I mean, there's a lot of things to explore in this area, but I find it just, for me, I just want to get through the game. This is one of those areas where I just don't really feel like exploring all that much. Very typical for me. But this is something that people need to realize when, in regards to the gutter, is it's not really a hard area. If you just want to just go straight through it. It's not that bad. Oh, okay. Yeah, hopefully you don't need one. I've never had any operation like that done on my mouth. So I don't know what it's like. But I can't imagine it being very much fun. Wicked Eye Great Shield. Okay, we just drop down here. Hope this guy doesn't attack me. Scary. That was close. Alright, so now we're actually almost at Black Gulch. Which is like the last stretch, and it's not really a very big area either. Okay. A crack. That doesn't sound good at all. Light this sconce. And now, this will take us to our bonfire for Black Gulch. And we don't need this anymore. Oh, you just woke up. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just rush through this area too. These are two areas I don't usually like to actually play through. I like to just kind of skip through them. So we're going to get poisoned like crazy. These hands are going to come out here. We want to dodge roll if we get too close to them, because that can happen. Look at how much damage that does. And I'm dead because... yeah. Oh, I'm not dead. Oh, I got super lucky there. So you can actually roll up here to the right, and there's another bonfire. Ooh, nice, nice. I do want a higher refresh rate monitor now that I've got, you know, a really solid GPU. Alright, so I'm also going to fall straight down here. This is a doorway that we can unlock. But first, I need to come down here. Good luck figuring this stuff out on your own, right? There are a bunch of giants down here. These guys are really dangerous. So what I want to do is come into this little cubby here. Nice, Wayne. Hell yeah. Ring of Giants +1. Petrified Dragon Bone. Increases poise. Alright, so I'm going to do this the cheap way. You know, it's just one-on-one, it's fine. But when you're fighting, look at that. When you're fighting two of these guys at the same time, it's trouble. Hollow Knight, cool. I need to play that game. I've had my eye on it for a long time. Gameplay and talk now accepting donations of Hollow Knight. I'm just kidding. Yeah, so I hear. I mean, Dark Souls basically, it is Metroidvania. It is that kind of game, you know? Forgotten key. There we go. That is what we needed. Alright, you have to be careful here because there is a hole in the ground. We're gonna sort of walk over this way, just like that. Silver Talisman. Now these gates here, or these cages, they're like Demon Souls cages. And Dark Souls cages. Hey Josh, yeah, I am a little tired, but it's not too bad, because I woke up around 7:30. I've only been up for about, what time is it? I've only been up for not even 12 hours yet, so. I did. And I shouted you out. I went, I want my Lucky Charms! Well, right when he came out. But you weren't there, man, so it wasn't as cool. Actually, I'm gonna come back here. Yeah, I had to beat them by summoning though, which sucked. I got really close on my first try. I got to the third phase of my first try, I got really close. Yeah, it was yesterday, or the day before, so the VOD should still be up. Okay, I'm poisoned. Could you please let me? Yeah. So this is the other area. This one of three areas where you can talk to this guy. And when I meet him a third time, I'll be able to go into the abyss and then do some stuff, and then fight the Dark Lurker. Which that's getting to the Dark Lurker is the hard part. Like the Dark Lurker himself, I don't remember being too bad. Honestly, Wayne, screw phase 1. phase 1 is actually where I died the most, believe it or not. Alright, now this guy coming up is actually also pretty easy. Let me see if I can... Yeah, go ahead and do that. Yeah, but a year ago when I first played Dark Souls 3, I got stuck at the Dreg Heap Demons. And that's where I gave up. This guy is easy. Yeah, he's so easy. Yeah, I was scrolling through my inventory, not looking at his first swing, and I got hit by it, and I just couldn't do anything. But yeah, like I was saying, first played Dark Souls 3 a year ago, couldn't get past the Dreg Heap Demons. Well, I finally beat that fight too, yesterday. And, but I also had to summon. And then I got to the Ring City for the first time, and screw that place. It sucks. It sucks really badly. Oh, that's not good. This can do a lot of damage. Yeah, the arrow parts. I figured that out, but man, it took a while. Lots of trial and error. Oops, I was not expecting that kind of attack. God, you see, this is why it's not easy. It's not easy if you suck and you don't pay attention. It's easy if you do pay attention and you play smart. And I switched to my bow somehow. I don't even know how I did that. Hey, Akela. Akela. I want this item. I want it now. Ow, that hurt. Not worth it. Okay. We have made some seriously good progress today, I've got to say. Oh, you can lop his arms off. I didn't know that. Sublime Bone Dust. That's a good reward. I do like that. Oh, Aldea is in this. I thought Aldea was exclusive to the Scholar of the First Sin. Well, hello, you creepy thing, you. Yeah, the only problem is I've only seen, this is the first time I've seen Aldea, and I've already done all the great boss souls. Not last year, but I did it 2 weeks ago. When I played Scholar of the First Sin, a couple weeks ago, I beat him. I think I beat him on like my second try. This takes you to the Crown of the Sunken King. So we'll go ahead and activate this first bonfire. Oh yeah, and I don't know if you were there, Wayne, but I beat this DLC, all 3 DLCs for the first time a couple weeks ago, including Frigid Outskirts. Yeah, I beat Fumanite and Sir Alana, yeah. And the other Smelter Demon. I beat all these bosses in here, including the dragon at the very bottom. Why, hello. I'm gonna slay you later. Bad breath bugaboo. Pretty much. I remember him doing a lot of breath attacks. Okay, so these right here, Soul of a Giant, you don't want to use those. You need to save those for a boss later on. Alright, so let's see if she's got anything. I don't think she does. We're gonna keep checking because I do need my Titanite chunks.
No interest.
Still only have 2 Titanite chunks. I need to get a 3rd. Wait, let's level up.
You are blessed.
I still haven't gotten the Grass Crest shield. Okay. Now I'm trying to remember what to do. This is vanilla Dark Souls 2, yes, for PC. We're playing the PC version. Steam version comes with all the DLC included. So it is vanilla, but with DLC. Yeah, so this is the next place we need to come to, I believe. For those of you guys just joining up, we've done a lot tonight. We started a brand new game, and we've pretty much done everything that we can up until this area. Lots of really bad deaths early on and throughout, but still decent progress all in all. Another ring of life protection, actually. That's interesting. Unfortunately, I can only stream for about another hour because, oh, look at you. I can only stream for about another hour because YouTube will not archive this after about 11 and a half hours. That was close. Oh, I meant to also use another effigy. You could say that about everything, Wayne. Well, yeah. You know? Time killers? Well, at least it's not demon souls. Criticom? At least it's not demon souls. Death Crimson? At least it's not demon souls. We'll actually come here too and unlock our first bonfire of this DLC. Lords of the Fallen. At least it's not demon souls. Dark Souls 2? At least it's not Demon Souls. I'm just kidding. I like Dark Souls 2. That's why I'm playing it. If I didn't like it that much still, I probably would not have gotten to this pretty much ever. Okay. Let's warp back. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to do that all over again. That's okay. Yeah, but you like Demon Souls. I don't like Demon Souls, so I would not give the edge to it. Kello's okay with everything, though. He's a happy-go-lucky kind of guy. Get good? There is no getting good when your frame rate is terrible and your collision detection is glitchy and your checkpoints are BS. Except Time Killer's Genesis? No, I don't believe you. Okay, so these guys are one-time kill dudes. I should go buy more gold pine resin. I'm right around the corner. Okay. I want to make sure I just wasn't seeing things. Thought I saw an item out of the corner of my eye. Alright, so we have about an hour to go. Let's see what we can do in this next hour. See, more Heide Knights all over the game. And Scholar of the First Sin, they're all in the same place. Hey, Leo. Yep, long stream, alright. This is going to take us to Drangleic Castle. So lots of interesting stuff in this place. A couple of interesting boss fights. Different change of scenery. Need some twinkling titanite. Ooh, titanite chunk times 3. I will take that.
This castle is isolated, but nonetheless you must forge on to bring an end to your journey and mine.
Okay, cool. Huh, interesting. There are some big elephant dudes here on Scholar of the First Sin. Oh, they're still here. Damn it. This is why fire bombs are worth it. It is in the title of the stream. But we were playing on PC. PC. What you have to do here is kill enemies near these pots. They're kind of like switches. These golems come to life. And then they open the door for you. In Scholar, there are a bunch of gold knights up here as well. And they're basically statues, but they come to life when you get close to some of them. It's one of the early ports of the Cleagle Chameleon. A good giveaway of what platform this is on is that it's 60 frames a second, and the console versions of the original Dark Souls 2 are only 30.
Who are you? And by who? This castle.
Sure, it's all good. Don't worry about it.
My queen.
Whoa there, you... God damn it. I was trying to talk. Do you mind? Have some manners. Thank you. Okay, let's try this guy again. So this guy will actually sell us repair powder, and I think I'm going to actually burn all my souls on repair powder.
Who am I? Welcome.
Bracing Knuckle Ring number 2. I don't know, I haven't really been using that, so I'm not going to use that. I'm just going to buy a bunch of repair powder. Whee!
Gone so soon.
I just gave you 27,000 souls. Don't complain. Okay. Don't really think there's anything special in this room. I'm gonna need you to wait your turn. These are the gold knights I was talking about. It's the first time we've seen them in this game. In the Scholar version, they're actually spread out throughout the game. No, an hour to go, as in I can only stream for 1 more hour, because if I go any longer, YouTube won't archive the stream. Yeah, they had 2 on the iOS many years ago, Wayne. About 10 years ago. I have both of them. They're not that good, to be honest with you. But I don't know if they've done any since. Yep, Wonderswan's got one. That's what Ghosts and Demons is based on. Empty room is empty. Yeah, I hope so too. I mean, they got Lynx and Neo Geo Pocket. You know, I would imagine Kevtris might be working on a Wonderswan core if he doesn't already have one. Yep, Gold Knights. It's not that they're bad, it's that they don't run very well on the hardware they were designed on. But they're like extensions of Ultimate Ghosts and Goblins, if you know what I mean. Might even be running on the same engine. It looks very similar. Okay, cool. So down here is where we're going to fight the final boss, but we're not going to be going there anytime soon. Alright, so this room is actually very tricky. Whoa, there are a lot less guys here. Holy crap. Okay, this is quite different. Just look at how many hits they do. Hey, and look who's back! We remember you. Now don't die, because every time you do, these guys respawn. Actually, let me bring them out here. I knew that was gonna happen because I woke them all up. Pro tip, shoot the cyber demon to kill it. That should wake him up, just like that. The aromatic ooze is definitely helping. God damn it, man. I'm getting really sloppy now. I kept mashing on the button and my stamina was gone, so I couldn't do anything. This room takes so long to get through if you're trying to kill everything, which you kind of have to do on your first time. Like, there's not really any way around it. The thing is, there are two things I need to do here. I, for one, need to go into that front left room, and then I need to go into this front right room. Or far right room. Whatever you want to call it. You get caught in that, you're just... Oops, I used the wrong thing. Shoot. Great, now I'm going to open up that other one. Actually, that's fine. This isn't fine. Let me get these. This is one of the parts that's actually harder in Dark Souls 2 than it is Scholar of the First Sin. Another lockstone. Hey, Steven. It's going well. Thanks. Whoa, I forgot I opened you up. I really need to look up where the Grass Crest shield is, because I had it last time I played Scholar, but we're not on Scholar, so the items are in different places. It might be in a place that I've already been to, but maybe haven't explored fully. Alright, I'm gonna do these other ones first. That's a bad idea. Let me get out of here. Oy. That doesn't actually help all that much. But I'll take it anyway. Alright, so what I want to do is come here. In this room I was talking about. And basically end up falling through the floor. And there's a bonfire. And guess who we get to see again? Hey!
We meet again. You have the look. I am Dark Diver Grandar, seeker of dark. If you seek truth, well then.
So now I am able to go into the abyss. And when I go into the abyss 3 times, I can fight the Dark Lurker. Let's go ahead and buy item. He sells bonfire ascetics. So I can use those later on too. Let's go buy some more effigies. Now unfortunately you have to give him an effigy to join this. Well, this first one I think we can go into without giving him an effigy. So this is a really, really tough area. You fight phantoms, and they are really, really powerful. But we'll just kind of see what happens here. If I burned all my souls, I don't care if I die. Yeah, we get to fight Havel. From past Souls games. And we're dead. So that's fine. I just wanted to unlock that area. That's kind of bonus content I'm not sure if I'm going to do because it might take me a little while. But we'll go back to the other parts of Drangleic Castle and continue on. We've got 2 more bosses we can do, and I could probably do it in the next half an hour before I have to end the stream. So for this part, I'm just going to run past. Now that I've done this crappy area, it really isn't that great. Let's see. Okay, he's not a mimic. Need to find a map of this game. There are maps on Fextra Life that basically show how all the areas interconnect with one another. Now the maps for the individual areas themselves, I don't know if those exist. Okay, so what I'm going to do is unequip my armor, because this stuff down below will break it. I don't even know what I had equipped. Ring of Blaze is what it was. Go ahead and use our repair powder. Oh, there's no chest in the middle now. Finally got some twinkling titanite. Whoa! I don't remember this. 3 of these guys. Yeah, this place is out to kill me. Getting close to that picture curses me. Okay. Nameless Usurper. I have to fight a phantom now. Where is he? Probably up top. Alright. This is Nashandra. She's actually the big bad boss of the whole game. Of course, she doesn't look like it right now.
I am Nashandra, Queen of Drangleic.
Yeah, I'm just gonna skip through that. Alright, let's go ahead and use an effigy. I need to get my health back. Boss can be a little iffy. I don't think it's really like a hard boss, but I don't know. You have to fight 2 guys at once, so that can be a little iffy. And it's sort of a refresh of one of our earlier boss fights, except now we're fighting 2. Alright, we're good. Alright, partway there. There are archers up top shooting at me. I was like, what was hitting me? Very trollish. But just a flesh wound. Alright. What we're going to eventually do is activate this elevator and eventually go through that door. And that switch isn't going to do anything right now. Yep. So we have to go up this ladder. It's another one of these rooms. Although this isn't as bad. Getting sloppy again. Gotta wait for my stamina to charge back up. Come on. That was garbage. There's no reason those other guys should have woken up. Like, absolutely zero reason. There's no consistency to it. And sometimes you have to get right up in their face. Other times, like, they aggro from all the way across the other side of the room. Oh, activating that golem is what activates this. I was like, why is this activated? It might have actually worked out in our favor. We still have to go through the other area, though. Gotta look up where the grass crest shield is, because that would have helped us out a lot over the course of this playthrough. I always equip it. Oh, that's right. It's the Blossom Kite Shield. Oh, it's located in one of the giant's memories in Dark Souls 2. It's in a completely different location. Wow. Okay, so we're not going to get the Blossom Kite Shield, aka the Grass Crest Shield, until the very end of the game. Key to King's Passage. I'm going to eventually come back here and open up this door. There we go. Alright, we're going to come back and do this area again, because I do want to take care of it. I don't think I can activate... Yeah, I can't activate that on ladders. I think... Yeah, you can heal on ladders, but you can't activate other special items on ladders. They all activated at once. Alright, this place is kind of nasty too. Very different from the Scholar version. In the Scholar version, it's you've got the chariot from earlier. You have to fight it again. Yeah, that's Firestorm for Pyromancy, and since we're not using Pyromancy, we don't really need it. Yeah, more stuff I don't really need. Oops. Wrong attack. Oh, another one of these guys. Alright, so coming around here is going to allow us to kill these guys. Or have these guys kill us. What a waste of time. You're so close to opening up the loop around. I really don't want to do that again because we're really short for time right now, but whoa, where are you going? Wrong way. But I know there's probably a good item in that room that we were just right on top of. I also want to get those souls because it was like 40,000. Gotta keep running. Hopefully they don't come after me. There we go. That was worth it. Okay. Alright, this next part we're going to run through as well because it's kind of a pain. Endurance runners, then endurance streamers. Yes, sir. I could easily turn this into like a 16-hour playthrough with how much energy I've got right now, but it's not gonna happen. If YouTube would archive it, I would do it, but it's not gonna happen. But it's okay. The plan was to come back tomorrow, same time, same place, to continue the stream. We might even be able to do the whole rest of it in one sitting, which would be awesome. It'd be like doing my Bloodborne stream in 2 sittings. Alright, so this is going to be the Looking Glass Knight boss fight. It's a pretty good boss fight. I mean, it's not super hard, but these guys come alive, and you really don't want to deal with them, especially with this Gold Knight here. Okay, sounds good, man. Dodge roll through that. Dodge roll through that. Let's go ahead and try to use the aromatic ooze. Alright, he's going to use his shield here. He's going to spawn a phantom. God, it's this guy too. It's one of the worst ones. Got him. First try. Got close there too. I need some breakfast and Dark Souls. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. There's actually an item up there I probably wanted to get. One of my least favorite parts of the game. Coming up right here. This, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the Shrine of Amana. Alright, back to Majula. So that's pretty much it, guys. That's going to do it for today's stream. Nearly 12 hours of Dark Souls 2. It's cross our fingers that our YouTube actually archives this one successfully, because it does sometimes struggle for, you know, struggle with long streams like this. So we'll see what happens. But I do think I got some Titanite chunks, though. I think I can finally upgrade my sword. Look at that. Now she's got poison stones and bleed stones.
No interest.
Titanite slab. And that's it. We've maxed out our broadsword, so it's at plus 10 now. Go ahead and upgrade that bow.
I'll be around.
I'm getting hungry again, too.
Is that a shard you've found?
Yes,
Here,
it is a shard I
to see
found.
light. However,
What do I want to do with this? I'm gonna go with Vigor since it'll give me an extra 100 hit points. We had to use some ooze, so I'm gonna go buy some more of those.
Come.
There we go.
Cheers for that.
And that is going to do it for today's session. What a long session. What a long session. Ooh. Oh man. No, Leo. Not today. I don't think I'm going to today. Alrighty guys, that is it. Dark Souls 2, I do plan on starting another stream tonight. Same time, same place. So 9 p.m. EST. So watch out for that if you enjoyed today's stream. Or if you missed it but want to catch more tomorrow or tonight. Holy crap, I can't talk. I've been streaming for 11 and a half hours. Yeah, I don't know if we'll actually be able to finish the game tomorrow. Like doing all the DLC and stuff like that. But we got the Shrine of Amana. We've got Aldea's Keep, the Dragon Eyrie, the Giant Memories, and then we might have time to do the DLC on top of that. So yeah, we might. We'll see. So. But alrighty, folks, thank you very much for hanging out. Would you guys like to see some last-minute patchouli? I think we can get some last-minute patchouli. I hear her meowing outside. Patchouli, what are you doing? What are you doing? Up here. Come on, babe. There you go. There she is. Hey, no, come here. Come here. Come on. You gonna get off the camera like that? Come on. Come on. Little goofball. She's right here. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come on, let's get down. There you go. Good girl. Good girl. She wants to eat. It's feeding time. It's actually a little past her feeding time. You're a hungry girl, aren't you? I'm hungry too. I gotta go figure out what to do. I have to go get a package from my parents' house too. Maybe I'll grab some food while I'm out. Maybe get Subway or something. Come here, Patchouli. Here. Let's come up. Good girl. Alright, we're gonna say goodbye. I'll see you guys later. Have a good one. Again, tune in tonight if you want to see some more. We should be able to get a lot more done. Maybe even potentially, we can definitely beat the base game tonight. But the question is, can we do the DLC? The original plan wasn't to do the DLC, but I think I might be able to. So, yeah, I think I might be able to. There's some hard fights on the DLC, though. So we will see. But, alright, folks. I will see you later. I guess until the next one, take it easy.